world for the good of humanity. In the name of God, I have prayed.
Thank you, Lion Dr. Barbara. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Masaka and to wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. As I mentioned, we are meeting for the first time physically, and humans are supposed to interact. So here we have an opportunity to interact as human beings and to learn when we are seeing our presenter. And I want to thank you for moving distances to be here. It shows the commitment to Lionism, commitment to serving our communities. And of course, serve our communities better, we need to be empowered. And we empower ourselves through knowledge. And knowledge sharing is very important. We have a very able presenter whom I'll be introducing later on, who will share with us his thoughts about the topic. Once again, welcome this training and thank you for being in Masaka. I now invite our beloved district governor, Lion Benon Kataate, Tumushabe. The name Tumushabe is already silent, to make his opening remarks.
Thank you, GRT Coordinator. A good morning to you all. Happy New Year. Welcome to Masaka. Join me to give the GRT Coordinator a hand of applause. I am very proud of my GRT Coordinator this year. Together we have held over 31 morning virtual trainings. Very rich trainings, by the way. They involve Lions, knowledge empowerment on the Lions philosophy, public health sharings, entrepreneurship and enterprise creation sharing, road safety awareness, and very many other areas. And for those of you who have attended very religiously, I also want to applaud you. Thank you so much. Now there is this larger team which has not found out that this is a very enriching program. In the sessions today that we shall have, advise me how I can reach out to them. But also let's engage the public. Whenever we judge that this can be for public consumption, they also come on board. We would be serving, wouldn't we? Yeah. So with those remarks, I want to welcome you. Thank you for being early risers and catching up with this training. And the day is quite long. We better start early. With those remarks, I want to welcome the presenter of the day, Lion Prosper, and also to appreciate him to be willing to share with us. I think this is his maiden training session since he left the FDI training in Dar es Salaam. Congratulations, Lion Prosper, for achieving that. And welcome to give your presentation.
Thank you, Governor. Before Prosper comes in, let's know who Prosper is. Prosper was born during Amin's time, in the middle of Amin's regime, 1976. And in a district called Rukunjiri, and he was born at 1 p.m. He knows the time. Some of us, I don't know if Lion Shisha knows the time he was born. Even the date they might have guessed. So for him, he knows the date, and he was nicknamed Saba. A Swahili word meaning 7. Now, recently when we had a retreat for the senior leaders, our icebreaker was to go in a room and tell other lions come interview you, tell them your childhood nickname. and it was a very interesting session. We don't have the time to go through that, but Tush, would you take yours? She says, he went Kazindro Primary School, Gangari SS, Makobere High School, Bishop Urhin Kempson, and he holds a diploma in education, a degree in social sciences, an administrative law certificate, a postgraduate diploma in public administration and management, and a master's degree in management studies. Ryan Prosper is a civil servant who has held the following positions. He started as a Gomborora chief. I'm sure he ate some chicken, some goats, where he served. Then he became an assistant town clerk, a principal township officer, deputy municipal town clerk. The guy is advancing. He's now a state division town clerk, Mbarara State North. And he had a welcome party. Which day was it? Last week. Last week I called him, and he's my town clerk now. When I want to have my plans approved, things will be easier because I have Gambanogu. You have heard of that. Ran Prosper joined the Lions Club of Rukunjiri in 2019. That's when it was chartered, and he's actually a charter member of the Lions Club of Rukunjiri. He at that time he was the first vice president, and when I was governor, he was my president. I normally call him my president, and that was during COVID. He has served as zone chairperson, and he's currently a zone chairperson, a district officer in charge of Mission 1.5. Ryan Prosper has attended 3 multiple district conventions. I remember in Mombasa, when I was governor, Rukunjiri uses 3 modes of transport to go to Mombasa. And it was their first convention. And many of them had never gone out of the country. They bought 1 airway ticket to Mombasa, expense air travel. Bought a train ticket to Nairobi, then bought a bus ticket to Kampala and their respective places. So that is, he was the president then. That is, he was leading his team, and they explored the 3 modes of transport. He attended the Arusha Convention, and of course, the last one we had in Entebbe, where he was the convention chief whip. He has attended 1 international convention, and I know he was in Melbourne, and he enjoyed himself thoroughly. He even flew to Sydney to see where they play the fireworks during the New Year. If you want those stories, they told them that time when at the Melbourne story, but he can give you the details if you have a one-on-one. I know it's not expensive in terms of drinks, so you can have a sitting. He has attended Regional Lands Leadership Institute. He attended the last Advanced Lands Leadership Institute in Accra, Ghana, and recently attended the FDI in Dar es Salaam in December. And I think he was the only person from Uganda. And I want to congratulate you for being selected to attend that FDI. Join me to congratulate him. He's a recipient of various international awards and recognitions. He's happily married to Pamela. I met Pamela when I was still at ICPAU. We had a partnership with where she was working. So we had a discussion, and after the discussion, she said, by the way, I know you. I said, now from where? Said, I'm the wife of Prosper. So I had the opportunity to meet Pamela, and they have been blessed with 5 children, 3 girls and 2 boys, and I know their daughter graduated recently. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Lion Prosper Tagovia take us through the presentation of this morning.
Thank you, my DG, He used to call me his president, and I would also call him my DG. Thank you for introducing me, and I'm so glad and humbled to have had this opportunity to come and talk to Lions, and not just Lions, but leaders of Lions. I will add just one thing on the introduction you have made by sharing the experience. My daughter, I told her, I'm leaving. My daughter, I told her, I'm leaving. I'm no longer having lunch with you. It was coming to noon, and I indeed left. But when I reached Entebbe, I could not manage the check-in quick service, so the flight indeed left me. So I was very bitter. I complained to the company. I said, you people changed my flight. I missed the graduation. I missed lunch. I also missed the flight. And they were attached. The person coordinating came in and said, we are very sorry. Be sure our next flight will take you. But meanwhile, have a coupon for lunch. We shall actually cater for the rest of your needs. But still, I could not go back for the lunch because the flight was slightly in the evening, but still I couldn't move because I was already upset. So I stayed, but I was not very happy. I arrived in Dar es Salaam late, and I was telling the professor that at the training, it was so hectic, very busy. I entered the hotel where we were being accommodated and trained very late in the night, and I just peeped outside after the training on the 4th day when I was leaving. So I did not enjoy Dar es Salaam, and my flight was that day on 16th. So the training consumed almost all my time in Dar es Salaam, but I thank God I completed it. Thank you so much for introducing me, and I'm so grateful. I'm talking to a team of Lions, a team of people I know, although I may not know all the faces, but at least I know these are leaders of Lions. I was given a responsibility to talk about what I enjoy most, because I have seen it work. We have seen it done in our region, and that is building a strong Lions Club. We have indeed built a strong Lions Club, and before I proceed, I want to introduce my president, so that you know I have a president around. Engineer, please stand up for recognition. Lion Engineer Hanson Nwamanya, PMJF, is my president. And when I'm talking about building a strong Lions Club, I gladly recognize his effort, and he has indeed done it. And I know many people have done it, and we shall be sharing examples of those that have done it, and we shall, yes, say it is possible, we can do it. I did not set many objectives so that it can be easy for us to achieve, but I looked at these two, and by the end of the session, if we could all enumerate the qualities of a strong Lions Club, and maybe also develop and share strategies of making our clubs stronger, my dream would have been achieved. I didn't want to go into deep introductions of Lionism because I knew I was dealing with a team that understands very much the history of Lionism. But I chose to speak a few things and share with you where we draw our history, where we draw our reference, because when you forget your history, most likely your future will also be lost. It is a coincidence and a good one that our founder recently celebrated, I don't know whether he celebrated, but we celebrated for him on his behalf, his birthday, and I don't think he will ever leave history. Records will always refer to him, and our founder, Melvin Jones, is such an important person that we celebrate him all through. And I think the ideology of service was his passion and has never died. When I see all of you, I know your mission is to uphold his mission, is to uphold his service ideology, and as we do it, we are very sure wherever he is, because historians say humans don't die. We just transform and move to another world. So wherever he is, he must be very happy when he's seeing activities being done, when he sees the world being served, and I am sure we are not about to change our ideology. When I was trying to look at the introduction, I also thought, you never know, there could be lions, some of whom are even in leadership, but you never know. The procedure might not be known to everyone. And many times I have had questions of people saying, by the way, how can one join lions? And don't be surprised if most of us can explain it, but some of us may not enumerate the procedure of how somebody could join lions. And what happens in most cases, when somebody says, how can someone join lions? Someone will just say, that is very easy. Just show your interest. But the easy in it is not yet explained. So, I thought we would share freely the procedures, the process of joining lions. Because I know, whereas clubs could have different rates of payments, whereas lions could have a standard of the dollars you pay, the arrangement from one club to another is not the same. And that's how I think some people say, my club, my way. I was told, I think before I joined Lions of Rukunjiri, I was told when you are to join clubs in Kampala, some clubs, I don't want to enumerate, you have to sell something if you don't have the money by your side. Because they were talking of millions. And some clubs were talking about 300,000, while others were talking about millions. So when you ask a person in a club, a very strong club in Kampala, and you say, how do I join Lions? And he quickly says, because he knows your capacity, maybe, he quickly says, just bring your 4 million and you see. Because there are other conditions related to that. It will be different from when you ask Engineer Hans in Rukunjiri and you say, how do I join your club? He will tell you something less. And if you decide to compare the rates, you might say, so are there stronger Lions clubs in Kampala than Rukunjiri? Are some animals more equal than others? What is the problem? There is no problem, ladies and gentlemen. It is just your club, your way. Because what you do in Mbarara, what you do in Rukunjiri could be different. But the standard of Lions Club entry, as per the international guidelines, is one. The dollars you pay. Because at the time we entered, I think our enrollment was based on around $100, around there. I don't know whether it has changed. I want to hear from the most polished leaders. I want to know the current standard of entry, the rate that the Lions International defines. And I think I should ask my professor here. Professor, what do I pay if I'm supposed to join a Lions Club?
Thank you so much, our trainer, Prosper. We have to, when you are a new member, there is an entry fee. But if you're a regular member, there is a membership fee. The membership fee has been to $43 US, which was increased last year to $46. And the governor will tell us the entrance fee.
So the first person joining has to pay $35 in addition to that, $35.
Right. Thank you so much for giving us the rates. But when we were recruiting members, when I was a president, I want to refer to the words of my governor then, Lion John Bosco Ntangare, commonly called as JB. He used to tell us that, yes, payment is a requirement, but don't rush to receiving the payments. The procedure starts with a person's interest. It goes to induction. And when you are sure somebody is ready to join, when you are sure somebody is not following somebody's interest, but their interests, when you are sure somebody will not start questioning the following day, because you can recruit a person and in a week's time, maybe he entered when you had a very good party. In a week's time, he starts asking where enjoyments are. He starts asking whether he can be supported, maybe as he has a travel to Dubai. I have a club and I have a weekend of relaxation in Dubai. Can't my club give me something? Kumbe, that is not part of your interest as a club. So such a person will not be a good lion. So my governor then used to tell us that, please, the procedure for joining Lions has many steps. Take the inductees through those steps. Fellowship with them for some time before you attract their payments. Talk to them about what Lions does, and actually tell them you are not going to serve them. They are indeed going to serve. And if somebody says, it's okay, me, I'm willing, me, I am going to join, go ahead, tell that person to pay, induct that person. And I think many clubs have done that. They have actually even gone ahead to keep picking a payment in installments so that somebody can keep getting ready. By the time somebody is inducted, they are indeed very ready. But I also want to be very frank with you. When governors are visiting, at times we get ashamed of seeing a governor and there's nobody to induct. So, I'm sorry if I'm being too truthful, because it happens. If you want me to say examples, I will say them, but I will say it with your guidance. But what I'm saying is, in fear of embarrassment to the governor, some clubs go ahead, they assemble, they rally people, being a demonstration of a governor's interest, but not Lions Club members. So what happens? It now takes us to a club that will have many dropouts, and what we are looking for, a strong Lions Club, is now lost. I'm just saying it politely. Please avoid bringing in members that will, in the end, be dropped even before they get inducted. I have seen a person who was dropped because he was enrolled as a lion. A day our club was being chartered. He paid, I think, some money for the function. Then out of excitement, I said, I think I should. Because pins were available. Engineer Dan's brought many pins. So he said, I should join. He didn't attend fellowships. He did not make any further payments. He actually did not join as a lion. Do you know what happened? When we were trying to clear our books, we said, this is a friend. We can meet with him elsewhere. But via services of lions, via fellowships, and lionism in general, it is an X. And indeed, we dropped that person. The beauty about dropping, although some people want to be too truthful these days, the beauty about dropping a lion is that they even don't know. So somebody at times even decides to put on a pin and they don't know they were dropped a long time ago. When there's a function, they can pause to come in, but you were dropped 3 years back. How I wish messages could go to such people so that they clear the balances, and maybe since they have the interest, they can be brought back and we shall be celebrating their coming back, but they should come with intentions of staying this time. Because I don't know what happened. I don't know what we call a person who has been dropped and they come back, and signs are that we should again drop. Do you still refer that person as a person who has come back in case he wants to come back the second time? I don't know what name we can give them. And they are there. A person is dropped, he tries to come back successfully, then when he comes back, he still gets too busy, and you think, I think we cannot handle anymore, and you decide to drop that person again. Members, that's where we want to live, and we move towards making a strong Lions Club whose members are not easy to drop, even if you wanted to drop some. Now, I wanted also to look at the common service areas. I know I'm talking to Lions, I know I'm talking to leaders, but reminding ourselves is no crime. Our service as Lions has several areas, and I know you people have always served in those areas. So, let me share with you. You never know, there could be a new service area in Jinja that I have not known, and maybe Dr. Kasoro is ready to share with us. I want us to hear about our service areas, the common one, and maybe, common ones, maybe there could be new ones. You could be supporting some people in fishing, I don't know, since you are near the Nile and Lake Victoria. So I want us to together remind ourselves where our service areas are by show of hands. Omugurusi. This one is called Omugurusi from Ntungamo. We were presidents at the same time.
Thank you very much, MJF Tagobia. The service areas, I may not finish them, but we are interested in vision, diabetes, environment, childhood cancer, etc.
Thank you so much, Omugurusi Venantias. There's a way he pronounces his name. He's called Venantiats. I don't know whether it is also from the other origin of people that put the T, but thank you so much for sharing the areas of service. Who else can tell us what you do in order to show that you are serving humanity? Let me hear other service areas. My governor Toto, tell me the service areas you used to serve with in your club?
The ones he has mentioned are the ones I used to. But there is also first aid, accidents. It is one of the areas. And then this for the mothers, for the pregnant mothers, what do you antenatal is also the other one.
Thank you so much, Governor Toto. And Venantius, you are okay. The governor agrees with you. And in addition, she added others. And those service areas, by the way, are not necessarily documented. But as clubs, we give a range of services, some of which are not documented. But what our governor normally tells us, whatever you do, please try to show that you have done it so that the world can know that you serve. But what am I driving to? We are not a strong club if we are not serving society. So a strong club draws from the service areas and they serve humanity and they go ahead to show that they are serving by reporting. And since you are leaders, I will not go into the reporting procedure because I know most of you know it. Now, I will go to characteristics of a strong Lions Club. This, when I was trying to look at it, seemed to be obvious. And I said, I think this should be the basis for us to discuss. Because, you know, defining a strong Lions Club has a basis. You could think your club is strong enough, but when you see the strength of other clubs, you can define which club is stronger than the other. I want to give an example of clubs that have grown in numbers and you wonder how they make it. There are also clubs which are struggling. Getting 15 people is a problem. And by numbers, you see them as 15, but in reality, they are even like 9. They are just not declaring. And the governor is always appealing. He puts a list of clubs that are almost going. Clubs that we are almost losing. And that statement touches me. We are about to lose 1, 2, 3, 4 clubs because they are very few in number. Now you wonder, such a club is struggling with numbers. The other one is thinking about, I don't know whether if a club chooses to make 2 clubs out of 1, is it also called bifurcation? I don't know. But I'm told if a district is too big and they think they should make 2 districts, it is bifurcation. Now, if a club becomes too big, because I'm about to declare a club that is becoming too big, Lions president of Ntunga must stand up for recognition. And you will tell people how many members you have.
We have 169 members reported and active.
I wanted it to come from the president herself. When I was president, I was leading a club that had around 20, how many were they? Around 27 members, and I was very proud. I was very proud. As I speak, Engineer Hangson leads a club of 98 members. His vision is to leave the chair when he has surpassed 100 members. Now, When you are a governor and you are seated in a meeting, you are trying to coordinate and analyze club health of your clubs. There is a club with 160, another one with 98, and another one is struggling to make 15. You start wondering, what do I do? Before we leave, the two will tell us how they do it. I'm sure they have the information here. They don't have any dogo. They don't have anything they are bribing the members with. It is just service that brings members. Now, a strong club has a clear vision and mission. I want to believe that we all claim to be having visions and missions, but if you have a vision, if you have a mission that you never review and you even never follow or try to implement, most likely, I don't know whether we should also call it a dormant vision, but it is just not very active vision. It is hidden. It is just a wish, and wishful thinking is never practical. So, let's go back, look at our mission. If engineers' mission is to have 100 members, go and fulfill it. If your membership is very low, go and work on it. Now, I didn't want to leave without talking about payment of dues. You could be a very strong club with very many members, but if you are struggling with payments, if you are not paying the dues of the district, the dues of the international, no, you are not a strong club. I'm lucky I'm talking to a team that includes a lot of clubs that pay their dues. And they don't just pay, but they make timely payments. I want to recognize Lion, PMJF, Katigwa. Do you also call yourself Katigwa or Kasigwa? Katigwa. Katigwa is a member of Lions Club of Kasangat Greater, but I want to recognize you because of you. I don't know, you were the charter president. Please stand up for recognition. Now, this is my OB in Accra, Ghana at ARRI finale. We called it finale because it was the last one. But he used to give us a big challenge, and he still does, together with his club. Taro Club Shashura, faster than Kasangat Greater. Thank you so much, Kasangat, for setting the standard, but also not just a standard, but a challenge. You are a big headache to very many clubs. When you are struggling to collect some funds, Kasigwa has cleared a whole year. People are making calls, they are making requests, they are even making appeals. Actually, they are making appeals to people who could be having some money. Please, you lend us, we clear, then we shall be clearing. Kasigwa has paid even the bill that has not come. I think he pays, they deduct what they want and they leave the balance. Before we leave, we want Kasigwa to tell people how he does it. I don't think he has rocket science, but I don't know whether it is the same trick you use when you are promoting insurance, but Kasigwa is a big mobilizer. I am sure you have your club here. So, timely payment of dues is a big standard towards becoming a strong club. Now, the matter of leadership, I wouldn't want to do a lot because you are all leaders, and you know a club without strong leadership, it cannot be a strong club. And you know, when you are a bad leader, most likely your club will follow suit. Now, there's what we call vibe. I decided to use vibe because it is a common slogan, but a club that is very active, that has very many social activities, that interests members, whether in fellowship, whether in activities, whether in social gatherings. When a club is there, you see it is very vibrant. I think vibe came from vibrant. Now, I again want to refer to Ntungamo, and I will use the example of Ntungamo because they gave birth to Rukunjiri, and I knew Lionism through Ntungamo. Where's Rumanzi? Rumanzi aliko wapi? Lion Rumanzi was our guiding lion. When Rumanzi is in an activity, even if you are very few, as you wait for others, you will be busy, you will be happy, and if you fail, for example, even if you are very heavy, if you fail to joke with others, Rumanzi will carry you and move you around, not in a bad way, but he's going to create every situation to make everyone that is there very happy. Rumanzi, I want to thank you for making our clubs very active. At one time, I don't know whether Alfred is around. At one time, I was thinking Rumanzi should be supported to become an MJF so that I see him in white. But my dream has not yet come through. But let's pray together with it. You never know. You never know. One day, you will make those jokes in white. And I know it makes a lot of sense. So what am I driving to? A vibrant club that makes people very happy, that kills stress, as many people call it, makes that club very vibrant, and people are very willing to join it. You wouldn't want to join a club where it is just protocol. When you are late, you are fined. When you don't come, they call you and warn you. We want to be happy when we are in Lions clubs. And so, let's go back to our clubs and we make them vibrant. We had talked about service activities, so I can comfortably leave that area. Now, I'm referring to all clubs. Maybe you have issues. Maybe you are preparing for a party. Maybe there is something you are planning a project. Whatever a club is doing, if you want to become a strong club, go to your table, sit together, and decide together. I'll just give 3 examples. Should you have a project and you see an opportunity of a few people benefiting from a project that has come to help the club might end up killing it. Reason, you got some funding, but because some animals now want to become more equal than others, the table is no longer round, but it now becomes like a triangle of 3. One is seated here, another one here, another one there. A club that has 90 members has decisions about the project taken by 3 people. One is coordinating, another one is chairing, another one is reporting. The rest will just get annoyed. They can actually avoid you and you lose the club. So, in whatever we are doing, good or bad, let's have a round table. Let's discuss our good things so that whatever happens, there's nobody to blame, and whatever is achieved is shared. I don't want to be too much on that, and I now want to bring an example that is vivid. Now, we know strong clubs have good leaders, but I chose to look at leadership in particular. Leaders could have very many qualities. We are starting from secondary, qualities of a good leader, and we think, yeah, those ones you know. Let somebody ask you such in an interview, and you see how you sweat with it. Things we think are too obvious at times end up being the hardest, especially when we are not fulfilling what we should be. Now, I'm talking to leaders of lions. Now, as leaders, are we visionary? Have we ever sold any vision to our teams? Or we just want to see the obvious coming? As leaders, do we communicate our achievements? If the governor sends you a message, maybe to your phone, maybe in a call, do you go ahead and inform your club members, or you make the information personal? Don't give me the answers, because you might get saved here and we get worried. Now, do you collaborate with your members when you are organizing something, or you instruct? At times, there are people who give instructions. You will head this section. You will collect the dues. You be at the function before others. Remember, these are voluntary members. Voluntarism is funny. If you choose, for us in Rukunjiri and him, I'm referring to us and him. I'm referring to us also providers. And even if you don't also providers, and even if you don't have monetary provisions and other kinds of provisions, don't have monetary provisions and other kinds of provisions that are demanding in terms of financing, you can provide. Demanding in terms of financing, you can provide information. You can provide that outreach service. You can reach those people that are sick. Get a team and move there. When the last visit of Rukunjiri happened, our governor provided many things. And in this picture, you can see all the leaders were providing to Nyachivale as a hospital. We were providing fruit trees. I just picked this. The governor also planted some, but we chose to provide many things to our institutions, schools, the prisons, even police. The governor has now recalled and is very happy because he's a provider. He did and he provided. Only that when Afande, I want to refer to the service you normally offer. When we are providing to prisons, we are on instructions, and I think it is very good. When you don't see us talk about our provisions to prisons, the instructions, we have a lady, OC, Brenda, she says, mind you, don't take photos with my inmates. If you want photos, pick on my officers, but do not take photos with my inmates. And I think that is the instruction right from the high officers. But I'm referring to what we do and what it eventually builds in society. When you are providing to such people, at times you get members convinced, and the following morning you receive a call. By the way, how can I join? Because they saw you providing at Nyachivale, at prisons, at police, in a school. And so, when we give a service as leaders, we know we are indirectly attracting members. Now, I chose to also refer to a few strategies of attracting members, some of which I had enumerated, but also when we have attracted them, how do we retain them? I told you some people can join with interest and leave with disappointment. But we can change this. If someone is attracted, we can choose to make sure we keep changing our tricks. We keep changing our service opportunities. We don't stay at Sena every Wednesday, engineer. We at times go and have a fellowship, maybe in the mountain. Go to a place like Mugamba. If you are near a park or a national park, go. But during the day, go and have a fellowship there. If you go there in the evening, you never know, a lion can feast on you. But what am I saying? we have already attracted members through the social media. We are advertising what we do through our activities and innovations. How do we make sure that these members we have attracted stay? There is a trick in that photo where you see sports. Not many clubs have been in sports activities. If I'm not mistaken, there are very few clubs that do joint club activities in sports. So I want to thank clubs of Tungamo, Kabale, Bushenyi, and Rukunjiri, who at one time met in Ntungamo. Ntungamo hosted us, the entire region, and we held sports activities. We were playing football, netball, and they were serious competitions, by the way. At some stage, they even became very hot. We almost abandoned some. And we said, even if they are friendly, you cannot joke with us, because there was an element of winning trophies. So a competition is always a competition. So when we were trying to arbitrate, we said, you people, we are all lions. Now tempers are raising. You people, you might end up fighting. And you know the press is here. We are lucky, the press people who were there, the romances were our family members. So none of the pictures came out. But the exchanges, to be truthful, the exchanges were as hot as you couldn't imagine. But at the end of the day, we had our enjoyment. We even dined together. We enjoyed. We even, I think, ended up dancing. I don't know whether some stayed overnight. Not in prayers, of course. The overnight was another kind of fellowship. Well, some could have been in prayers, but me, I saw those that were fellowshipping in a dance, and some few drinks were sloping. But what do I refer to? I refer to that collaboration of clubs that kills the monotony of you interacting with only one club. Go and meet the other club, interact, and share experience. You never know. You could learn something there. Now, to the presidents and other leaders, let's learn to recognize the members that have contributed, the members that have maybe trained others, members that keep time, members that choose to volunteer and offer a service at club level. When someone is recognized, you thank them in public and they say, yes, this has been memorable. In most cases, you never know. They could even do it better. My president has his particular pins. I have not seen other presidential pins. So at times when you achieve, he gives you a pin, presidential pin. And we are very proud of him. I wish he could continue having it. Actually, after this, you should pin me again. But also, there is a policy of welfare. I'm sure most clubs have it, good or bad. When somebody is celebrating a wedding, whether his or maybe a child is being given away or a son is wedding, those good celebrations, welfare policies of some clubs have members contribute and they celebrate together. And likewise, when there is an unfortunate occasion, or maybe we have lost a lion, the welfare, the policy of attracting lions, and together they go and show the public that they are one. You don't know how it makes our clubs very strong and attracts members. I want to refer to one very big one that caught my interest. There's a time we lost Lion Yese. May his soul rest in peace. I went up to the burial grounds And I think it was the very first time I attended a burial of a lion. Oh. When I was there, I saw what it means to be a good lion, what it means to be in a company of a strong partnership. Lions demonstrated a lot of cooperation. They were the ones guiding parking. They were the ones manning the food. They were the ones making sure everybody is seated comfortably. The tents were too many and lions were on each tent. I said, okay, so this is the team I joined. And by then I was very fresh. And I think I made a commitment. I said, I should fail on other things. But me failing to be a Lions member and I eventually leave, I cannot. And the reason is I saw what it means when there is a problem. I know several other occasions have been managed the same way. I just decided to refer to that one. Now, I wanted to talk about transparent communication and collaboration. Transparency is a broad statement that is not very easy to define, because people think if I say a few things, I'm transparent enough. Others are very open, they tell you everything. But others are never willing to even tell club members what they have on their account. You raise your hand and ask, how are we standing? And they ask, are you an auditor? What are you trying to mean? But for goodness sake, why would you conceal information that is meant to be given to the members? It is very hard for you to access the accounts. And before you know it, they will tell you, we have no money, just make a contribution. But where are we coming from? We have no money. You mean we didn't have, or it has been spent? Let's communicate the achievement. In our meetings, we should do it well. And the meetings also are a problem. That could be a different topic altogether. But even the message that leaves us to the public also matters. The way we communicate to the community also matters, because we wouldn't want to see negativity being sold to the society. We would rather communicate only good things. I know of a club where they were enjoying. Now, when there was time, I think, for social hour, somebody volunteered pictures to the spouse who was not around. A function that started in celebration ended in questions, misery, and details of how it ends at times do not come out very clearly. But what I learned was that somebody volunteered information that was not supposed to leave the club of Lions and go to the public, go to the family who is not around. So, members, mind our communication. You never know. Somebody could lose a family because of a picture you have just shared on your status. So, do you know what happened? In the next function, the declaration of the MC was, in the next session, I request that everybody brings their phones here. They bring all their phones, they assemble them at the table, as if we are going to see the president. When there's a time we were hosted at the hotel just down here by the president. They removed all the phones from us, and the problem came when they were distributing back the phones. 4 hours of waiting, you are looking for your phone. So the club tamer instructed, the next activity is going to be done with our phones. Please bring all your phones on the table. When they were there, they put them in a container. I think they even rocked it, and they said, we shall volunteer or we shall return the phone for a person that is living. Others, your phones are there. We don't want problems next time. Because you never know. You can take a picture and share. And we wouldn't want that. Strategies of building collaboration. I wanted to pick out just one. And I will still refer to Ntungamo. I think when I was sharing with Lion JB, it is. And what do they do? When they are visiting you, they do not want to become a burden. They pull resources and give you for you to prepare for them. They also allow you to invite your friends, your family, so that they also interact with Lions. When you hear them talk about the 160 membership, I think it has a strong bearing to those family visits. Because as a host, when you are inviting, you don't invite people anyhow. You look at your friends, but also you look at a person who can maybe pick interest and become a Lion. So tactfully, when you are inviting, you also look at such people. So Ntungamo people tried it and it worked. As of now, I think they are struggling with numbers because they no longer hold functions in small places. They can't fit. They cannot. Ntungamo people would get a minimum of 5 members willing to be inducted after seeing how good the interaction was. And I think they give them time. They tell you, okay, if you have the interest, join us in our next fellowship. You come, interact with them, you pick more interest, and you end up making a payment and becoming a member. Now, what do I intend to tell you people? Go, maybe you could try it in your club, visit your club members, fellowship from there, attract the neighborhood, attract their friends. You never know. Our service, I want to leave the rest. Now, I came across this to grow our clubs, and it is in steps. Actually, that is what piqued my interest. You do not just wake up one day and you declare your club very strong. You even cannot say, as a president, I swear my club will be very strong. It takes a little bit more than wishing, a little bit more than even planning as a person. So, as you plan to get new members, you of course have to look at members that are good for you people to associate with. So, when you have the members, you also go ahead. Because not every person will come just to enjoy. They also want to serve. So, remember, our duty is for us to do what? Is for us to do what? To serve. Now, our service, when you have your achievements shared, please make sure the community also shares. That way, our clubs could grow. I have a feeling everybody would want their clubs to grow. I think we have seen clubs grow, and therefore it is not a miracle. It is just an intention that can easily be achieved. I wanted to have an activity, but I can see my assessor is trying to warn me over time. But I will now share it as an assignment when you people are reviewing your past experience in Lionism, you could also review the common challenges you have had as a club. Because once you understand your challenges as a club and you try to improve, most likely you will have a stronger club. But also, when you want to remain strong, you should look at strategies you have learned, maybe from another club, maybe from the group, or maybe from Lions literature. There's a time I traveled from Kampala to Mbarara with Lion District Governor Benon, and he volunteered information that I didn't know. He actually said, bring your phone. And he asked whether there was data. I told him there was enough data. And he took me to several sources of literature I had never tapped. And I remembered a common abuse most people tell, that we normally have phones and we use just a small percentage. And the small percentage we use is not productive. We are seeing things that are not very productive. Yet, the same phone you are using can take you for a training, can take you to literature that can help you develop your club, or maybe it can train you to become a better leader, even elsewhere. Because I have seen leadership trainings in Lions are not necessary for you to become a better Lions leader, but you become a leader even elsewhere where we serve. And I think it is very, very important for us to go through those trainings, go through those sources of literature. You never know. You can get better and better as a leader. So as I conclude, there's a statement, I think I first heard it from Lion Engineer Dance, and it is from a person called Henry Ford, and it says, coming together is the beginning, or a beginning. Keeping together is progress, but you don't stop at keeping together. You work together and you'll achieve success. I want to thank you for listening, and I want to say that it is not late for you to improve your club and make it bigger. And as a leader, your achievement is an achievement of your club. I thank you so much.
Give him another round of applause. I have his assessment here. Do I pass him or he does a repeat? He has passed. Rantagobia, the jury here says you have passed. When he was mentioning Ntungamo, I remember visiting Ntungamo during COVID. And I left them at 8 p.m. to go to cabaret and they were dancing. And you remember that time there was curfew. So I called the next day. I said, how did it end? They said, we were arrested. And I asked Ryan Romanzi, I said, is this your first time in prison? He said, no, I haven't been in prison many times. I've been there 21 times. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to allow one question and we close. Ryan Kasoro.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ryan Prosper, for that presentation. Just, I wanted to make a comment on this one. Regarding dropping of members, there is an opinion that if you drop them quietly, it is easy for them to come back without feeling bad. But also, if you drop them quietly, they might masquerade, start doing things which are not good for the club under the guise that they are still members. So what is your opinion? Do we drop them and tell them that, man, you are no more, or we drop quietly? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I will just say one thing, and I will allow Afande to answer that question for me. I want to tell you what I did. Me, when I would drop a person, because I would still have hope for him to come back, I would never tell them. And that is still my wish. So I want to see what Afande says. I said, during my presidency, when I would drop a person, I would not tell them. Reason, I still had hope that maybe they would come back. And actually, one of them came back without him knowing that he had been dropped before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and Happy New Year to everybody. When we induct members, we prefer a ceremony. We prefer that there is a function like this. It is a joyful moment. When we drop, why should we drop silently? For a member who joined at a joyous moment. The problem is that we are not real to ourselves as lions. Sometimes we run out of steam, we run out of cash, we run out of interest. But we cling because you are Mnanura's friend. How will Mnanura see that we have dropped? What have I told my club? I have told my club that the day I will feel I am not benefiting anything from Lions, I will tell them to drop me first. They don't have to call a press conference. But I will not be offended if they drop me. How many Lions here are above 40 years in Lionism? Yeah. I want to, yes, stand up, Lion Polly. How many years? How many years? Okay, above 30 years. Above 30 years in Lionism. I don't want you to ask them why they are still lions, but I want us to tell them in the face that the day they run out of cash, steam, interest, we shall drop them. And don't be afraid to be dropped, because the moment we don't actually do that, then we are breeding indiscipline within our members. Why should we silently drop you if you're a lion? The only thing we can do is to warn you. The president should pick their phones and tell them, you are not paid up, you look to have lost interest in the Lions, please, we are going to drop you. And that's where it should end. The next day, they should be dropped. When they get interested again, especially through the sponsors, because they are sponsors. You know, we sponsor people, but we don't actually sponsor them. We only just present their names. But we should actually always remind that they are our handbags. We go along with them. When they falter, when they fall, we raise them up. But if they cannot fall and rise, let them lie.
Thank you. My time, Ryan Smith, you'll forgive me. My time ends at 10:30. I have 10 minutes. I have one function. I want to do some recognitions. Lion Dr. Ekore, come here. Where are the people of Kabare? You come here. Come quickly. Leave your phone there. Do you know how to kunosha? You kunosha him. You do the proper one. Ukunosha. This one is a fake Muchiga. You go. I remember when we went Soret, some people got him and kumnosha him, and they touched him and he was laughing instead of crying. Yeah. So Ryan Okure wants to recognize some people who came in early this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, JB. And it's about time management. So when we came in here early, we found some members who were here. So we want to give you a gift for managing time. And that's why we're under pressure that 10:30 we should be at something. Barbara, come. DG already has his gift. Thank you very much for keeping time as a leader. First District Vice District Governor, where are you? Quickly pick. First DV. Yes, thank you for managing time. PDG Intagare has a gift. Thank you. Professor Lawrence. Professor Lawrence, thank you. Lion Kasolo. Lion Dr. Kasolo, please come for a gift. Lion Jackson. Where is Lion Jackson? Lion Papa Tagobia. Prosper Tagobia. Leo Wilson Biaruhanga, where are you? It's all about time management and keeping time. We're told to be here at 8:30. Some people delayed. Air TV. Henry, where is Henry? Henry is on Zoom. Henry, come. And Smith. Henry Smith. Then Zone Chair Edgar. Mrs. Kasolo. Lion Bananura. Huh? What is his name? Lion Bakumula Samuel. You know somebody who wrote this, writes like a doctor, I don't know. Lion Sewanga, Kiganda. Lion Gilbert Aniku. Lion Martina Mata. Where are others? I think Arua joined in. We know they are coming from, they are the farthest. Arua, come. Arua, come, and we get done with this. Okay, it's about time and debt management. Move to the DG. Thank you. You go behind the other side. We want to thank you all, Lions, for coming for this cabinet meeting and for the training. Please reserve one for the teacher. The teacher has done very well. Where is he? Teacher already got. Oh, thank you, teacher, for that beautiful presentation. Happy New Year to you all. Thank you. Lion JB got. Toto PG. Wait, did she get? I jumped Toto. And my chief from prisons. Yeah. Those big people are never delayed. And Toto Cedrus come. The Ndiaruga Hicks should come. We can't miss them. The gracious lady shares with the. Okay, we give her. Okay. She's not complaining. I can see Busia looking like an antelope. Busia, come. There was a yacht again from Is this Henry TV or what? Busia, thank you for coming. Afande, come from behind there. Kasese, okay, Kasese is also coming from far, but this is nearer. It's okay. Go through DG. So, Entebbe Road. You know that's why I pass. Entebbe Road, and I have a connection for Entebbe Road. I don't know which one should we give one of the big fish who wants to become a lion. Is it Entebbe Road or the old Entebbe? Which one? How many clubs are in Entebbe? There's Entebbe Road and Entebbe. So I want to meet the two presidents of Entebbe because there's a big shot who wants to join one of those clubs, and I want to know where he can fit. Today we are going to conference with that person so that next week you'll induct. Entebbe president. Okay. Lion. Kaiju. Lion Siriaku. Is my boss. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, Papa JB.
Thank you. Lion Governor, we've come to the end of the training. You have 3 minutes only to close this training. Let's manage the time.
3 minutes are quite enough. Once again, I want to welcome everyone to this cabinet meeting. I want to welcome everyone to Masaka, and I want to say good morning to you all. To Lion Prosper, I stood up, you saw me. You deserve the standing ovation. That's a wonderful presentation. Thank you for even the kind words about me. I have learned a lot. We have even celebrated the prodigal sons when they come back into the den. Yes. So this was very, very good. Arriving in time, of course, is critical. Dr. Kure, thank you for teaching us that. And this kind of show is there every Saturday morning since this year opened in July. Can you imagine how much you are missing, those who are not attending? The caliber of training is what he has done, and in many dimensions. Not only Lions leadership, not only Lions knowledge and information, public sharing on public health, and many, many other things. Can we please pull up our socks and every Saturday morning we attend? Can we also make judgment and say, this is for public sharing, maybe public health? Can we invite neighbors, friends, and they also listen in? You have given us everything, sharing with the communities. What can I say? Please, leaders everywhere, I always say that clubs are as good as their leaders. Not only the leaders, as their members. And I also say that we tap every possible talent, skill. That's what makes us unique as Lions. So thank you, Lionel Manzi, for giving your all to your club. Can everyone go back and do that? Clubs are not only about presidents, but also about ourselves as members. Let's give them as much as we can. With those remarks, Cabinet Secretary, I wonder what the program reads now. Is it tea time? For tea? Tea break. Let's go out and get tea, but let's not just get tea, but also interact. Let's learn from each other. Let's enjoy the warmth from the different places that we have come from. Thank you for listening to me.
Members and officers, if you can take up the front desks. I am not going to displace you if you're already seated, but if there are open seats, please let the cabinet officers, because we are going into a serious business where decisions are made. So we want to make sure the cabinet officers are well identified. Yes, Lion Julius?
High table members, the second vice district governor, you have a chair at the high table. Then immediate first district governor, and then the cabinet treasurer. We need them to take their seats such that we start. Lawrence?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, fellow Lions, once again. I'm Lion Dr. Lawrence Mujisha, a progressive Melvin Jones fellow, and I'm going to be a tamer for this next session. Assisting our cabinet secretary to make sure that we run a very successful second cabinet meeting here in Masaka, the great city of Masaka. Can we make sure, if you have not registered, this is an announcement from the registration desk. If you have not registered, please kindly, slowly, when we start, move out slowly and make sure you go to the registration desk and be able to register. A second announcement, once again, this is the cabinet meeting. It is an official meeting, and it has official members that discuss the matters to do with the cabinet meeting. So our request is, if you are not a cabinet officer, you are recognized to be here as an observer. And we request that you retain or maintain that position of being an observer. You cannot move a motion, but you can contribute when the governor allows you, but you cannot make a decision by voting to any matter that requires voting. And in that respect, if we observe that, then the meeting is going to run very smoothly and very fast. It is not that we are not recognizing you as a serious lion, but that's what the rules of procedures demand, that we transact and conduct this business as such. Yeah, we want and we wish to recognize your leaders. As we can see, for example, on this table, we have all our past district governors. If we can have a table where we have our region chairpersons, where are the region chairpersons? If you can come nearer. Where is Charity? Where Charity is, we can have additional regional chairperson and some past district governors. Zone chairpersons, where are you? We don't want you to be very far because we are going to raise and try to come in front. Zone chairpersons and district officers, please try to occupy the front so that the governor can see you very quickly. We want to change the mode of this meeting to make sure that every item agenda is done in exact time that was allocated to it. We also want to make sure that your scheduled lunch is done at exactly that time. We also want to make sure that the cabinet meeting ends at exactly that time. And we also want to make sure that you have enough time for fellowship and swallowship. Okay? So because of that, if we maintain that kind of peace and order, it is going to be very easy. My role is very simple. I will maintain the orderness in the room, but the cabinet secretary together with the district governor are in charge. I'm not in charge at all. I want to declare that so that you don't cause any confusion. It is the cabinet secretary together with the district governor that are in charge of this meeting. And if we are all seated and the cabinet secretary is ready, in a few minutes, I will be calling him to make sure that he takes on his responsibility and his role. But before he does that, I'd like to get a volunteer who will work with me to move the second microphone. When that time comes, when the governor is calling for some proposition and adoption of different items, and also when that time, yes, come and we are going to have a lady and a gentleman. Please come in front so that they see you. Governor, allow me, I've appointed the people who are going to assist me to make your business move very well. You can introduce yourself.
Thank you. Lion Mugi, Lion Godfrey Mugi, Hoima Albertine.
Wow, Hoima, thank you so much.
Lion Irene Kabazira, Wakiso host.
Thank you so much. So you can take strategic positions. Our public address system, these members will be moving like 2 more microphones when that time comes, to make sure that we get timely responses. With that, Cabinet Secretary, are you ready? Yes. Okay. Fellow Lions, once again, you are most welcome to the second cabinet meeting here at Hotel Boulevard in the greater city of Masaka. I remain your tema, and at this juncture, allow me to invite the cabinet secretary to take through the next session, which is the agenda, including the adoptions. Over to you, cabinet secretary. I think cabinet secretary will be the one to invite the governor to open to the cabinet secretary. You will invite your district governor to officially open this meeting, second cabinet meeting. Thank you.
Fellow Lions, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you once again. By the powers vested into me, I call this meeting to order. I will proceed to give a few housekeeping rules so that we proceed well in this meeting. By now we know where the washrooms are. We have the agenda. We need you to put your phones in silence. We want to manage time. And how do we do this? Listen well. Have respect for yourself and for others. Minimize movements and keep silence. Avoid side meetings within these big meetings and try to learn. Don't give a similar view if it has already been given, and be precise when you are giving your view or point for discussion. You have notebooks and pens before you. You can build your point and argument using your pen and a book so that it gets easy for you to give it quickly. And I think we shall give you a maximum of 2 minutes. If you can do it in 1 minute, that will be great. I also want to define the composition of this meeting. This meeting is actually called the District Cabinet Meeting. District Cabinet Meeting. And the composition of this meeting is we have the District Cabinet, who compose of the District Governors team, that is the District Governor, the Vice District Governors, the Cabinet Secretary, Cabinet Treasurer, Region Zone Chairs, District Officers, and of course coordinators. Those are the Cabinet invited members. But we also have observers. Our invitation was open. If you are not part of the category I've talked about, you are an observer in this meeting. A club member in Masaka, a club member in Hoima, a president in Hoima, you are an observer in this meeting. And these are your roles. Listen in very well. Make your observations on the many things taking place, including policy, best practices, new knowledge that you hear going on. And if you are called upon, when you put up your hand, you can give your proposal. However, be informed that you are not going to vote. Okay? And also, you can only advise, but you cannot give a motion on policy because you are simply an observer. But given that you propose your idea very well, a cabinet member may pick it and submit a proposal for policy on which the cabinet will vote. Cabinet members will vote. Are those instructions clear? Thank you so much for listening. Over to you, Cabinet Secretary, for the next processes.
Thank you, District Governor. The next item is taking you through our agenda of the day. And meeting calling to order has been done. Adoption of the agenda, that's what I'm taking you through. Then we shall have invocation. And I think Line Governor. Okay, I've been advised that we begin with invocation and we shall ask Lion Father Charles Mutabaruka to lead us in invocation. The microphone handler, you can take this microphone to Father Charles. Use this. Father Charles, you can step forward so that you do it from here for Lions to see you very well.
Thank you. May I request you to stand up? We thank God the Father for the achievements that we have attained as we begin the second half of the Lionistic year. We thank you for the able and good leadership of Lionism in Uganda. We thank you for the safe journeys that you have granted to us from far and wide. We thank you for our host club in Masaka, and we commend you all the work that we have to do in this meeting and the next activities. Bless us, give us your spirit to direct our decisions, and that we may plan for our various clubs and for our district in a harmonious and coordinated way. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord.
Thank you, Lion Father Charles Mutabaruka, for the invocation. Lion Administrator, you will help me distribute those booklets as guided. They are near Lion Charity. Lion Wilson. Our agenda of today, we are at point of invocation. We shall do roll calls and apologies. Then we shall have district governor's opening remarks and the presentation for the mid-year performance, including other matters. After that, we shall go through the minutes of our first cabinet meeting. We have matters arising from the minutes. After that, we shall have a presentation of our audited financial report for 2023-2024. We get mid-year financial report and any related resolutions. From that, we shall receive mid-year reports from district coordinators, and a list is for all the coordinators. After that, we shall have a lunch break. Then from the lunch break, we shall do reports from regions and zone. We receive a report from LCU Trust. Then we receive a report of Council of Governors. We receive AOB, which will, if it is competently tabled, you may do it now. We shall then have a vote of thanks and then have closing remarks and adjournment from the district governor. So we will now ask for 2 members. We need cabinet officers, one to propose and another one second, so that we adopt this agenda. But you can as well propose adjustments. This has been saturated for quite a while, so we believe you pass through it. Yes, Lion Richard. Thank you. Lion Richard has proposed. Who is seconding? Lion Rumanzi. Thank you, members. So that item is done. Okay, thank you. So we'll do a roll call. Just confirm the cabinet officers that are within the room so that we get to know them, those members or lions who are taking decisions on your behalf. And the first one on the list is our district governor, Lion Benon Kataate Tumushabe. Thank you. The next on the list, I have the first vice district governor and our GST coordinator, Lion Tushna Turinda Vasta. If you don't mind, you can stand so that people in the extreme corner can see you. Thank you. We have the second vice district governor and GET coordinator, Lion John Chikanu Vyarugaba. Thank you. We have our immediate past district governor and GM A coordinator, Lion Dr. Stanley Wubichire. Thank you. You have myself, the district cabinet secretary, and accordingly present. We have the cabinet treasurer who keeps our money, Lion Margaret Nshemerirwe from Mumbarara, right there. We have a district sub-treasurer, Lion Jackson Rwachija. We also have another district sub-treasurer, Cornelius Byarugaba from Rukunjiri. I think he's absent or is still on the way, being delayed, as we usually say. District coordinators, we have our dear JROT coordinator, Lion PDG John Bosco Ntangare. He's the one who was in charge of the morning's training, chairing the session. Our GMT coordinator, Lion Elizabeth Nansubuga. She will be here shortly. We have apologies from Lion MCC Danis Naturinda, who is our LCIF coordinator. We have apologies from our New Voices coordinator, Lion Masemirembe Ntangare. And the next cabinet officer is our district administrator, Lion Dr. Wilson Kasoro. Lion Kasoro, wave again, so these people see you. Thank you very much. We proceed to our region chairpersons who are also cabinet officers, starting with Region A chairperson, Lion Charity Atwine, that is Region A. We go to Region B, and in a special way they are sitting on a high table, and that is Lion Benon Musinguzi from Lions Club of Mbarara Central. He's here because he is the hosting region chair. Zone chair, don't ask why you are not also seated here. We go to Region C, and we have Lion John Bosco Mhozi, must be still on his way all the way from Uganda. We have Region D, all the way from West Nile, Lion Francis Abiriga. Thank you for traveling all the way. Region E, chairperson, Lion Semakura Moses. Not yet here, but at least we received all the reports. We shall go quickly through the zone chairpersons. Zone 1 chairperson, Mukono host, Lion Janet Opare. Zone 2 chairperson, Kasangat Greater, Lion Kasigwa Edgar. Zone 3 chairperson, Lion Dr. Emmanuel Iksame, I haven't seen him. Zone 4 chairperson, my own president, Lion Lydia Ibinjira from Lions Club. I know just Kampala Central. Zone 5 chairperson, Lion today. Zone 10, Lion Gerard Twebaze from Lions Club of Kamwenge. Zone 11, Lion Kure Medres Valira. You're very much welcome all the way from Kasese. Zone 12, Lion Dr. Gilbert Aniku Aliwa Arua. Thank you for coming. Zone 13, Lion Ochero Patrick Robson from Lira. Not yet here, still on the way. Zone 14, Lion Dokin Patrick from Nebi. Zone 15, Lion Karos Abiau Soroti City. Okay. Thank you. That is zone chair for 15. Zone 16, Lion Mangen Matthias, and and finally Zone 17, Lion Sam Bakulama Iganga. You're all very much welcome. Lion PDG, our GRT coordinator, while you are away, we introduced you as a cabinet officer. Kindly stand up for recognition. So thank you, members. Those are our cabinet officers. So Lion Treasurer, when you're paying $100, those are the people. Don't make mistakes around that. Not now, obviously, it is in the future. So Lion Governor, I would like to submit that we have the quorum and this meeting is should be officially constituted, and we start with the next agenda, which is your opening remarks and your continuing presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Allow me to speak seated. I want to recognize a number of people here with us, and please allow me a little time to do that. We have in our midst past multiple council chairs. Kindly stand up for recognition. Past multiple council chairs, Lion Robert, Lion Pole, and Lion Knight. Past district governors at that. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The coordinators, I believe. We also have the council chair for our district, 411B, Christine Helen Amonjin. You are welcome to this meeting. We also have a number of past district governors in our midst. Lion Cedris, Lion Dr. Stanley, and others. Please stand up for recognition. We also have key hosts, key members who are hosting us in Masaka. Lion Richard Aboke, Zone Chair, and Lion Aden Kamugisha, Mission 1.5 Coordinator. Please stand up, Lion Aden. Those are our hosts. Please stand up again. We shall appreciate you for a job well done when we finish well. But for now, members should disturb you as far as possible. We have in our midst club presidents. Club presidents, all of you, please stand up for recognition. This is marvelous. Thank you for heeding to our call and coming in. We will need your wise counsel. Please contribute along the way. We also have a number of other members. Lions Club of Masaka, our host members, club members. And Masaka, yes, Masaka first. Those who are around, please stand up for recognition. We shall also disturb you. We have noted you well. Masaka City, they are also our hosts. They are co-hosting us. President Masaka City is there. Lion Brenda. We also have members from Entebbe. Entebbe, please stand up for recognition. Followed by Entebbe Road. We have Lions Club of Kabale. Lions Club of Bushenyi. Lions Club of Ntungamo. President Lions Club of Ntungamo, stand up once again. That is the lady. Please be seated. Rukunjiri. Lions Club of Hoima. Lions Club of Kampala host. Thank you, Lions Club of Kampala Central. Good. Lions Club of Kumi Central. Thank you. Seated. Get seated. Lions Club of Kasanga to Greater. Lions Club of Mbarara. Lions Club of Mbarara Central. Lions Club of Jinja. Lions Club of Iganga. Lions Club of Busia. Lions Club of Arua. Oh, Arua, thank you so much for being in here. Lions Club of the newest baby, Manyangwa. Is Rubirizi represented here? Lions Club of Rubirizi, the baby. Lions Club of Mukono Host. Lions Club of New Century. Lions Club of Nyapeya. Lions Club of Shema Speciality. Lions Club of Nebi. Any Lions Club that I have forgotten? Lions Club of Makerere. Lions Club of Kamwenge. Lions Club of Ibanda Centennial. Lions Club of Kasangati. I hear we are penned the word original. You are all welcome, but we also have in our midst Leo Club members. Lions Club of Kachira. They might take Kachira. Oh, there is Njeru. I have seen it. Lions Club of Njeru. Where are you? Lions Club of Chira Host. Lions Club of Kasese. Any club that I have forgotten now? Is Nsambia represented? Is Kisoro here? Lions Club of Seta. Lions Club of Nachivare. Lions Club of Kanungu. Nachivare is here. Lions Club of Kanungu. No, I think we are over. Now, last but not least, Leo Club members in our midst, please stand up for recognition. And we have a special group, Leo Lions, in our presence. Also stand up for recognition. Leo Lions. Where is Biaruhanga? You are an exciting group. We want to build a discussion on you today. Get seated. Now let me also ask the district officers in a special way to stand up for recognition, because we seem to know the rest of the officers and these ones get lost in our midst. The district officers, beginning with the district coordinators. First get seated. District coordinators, please stand up. Recognition. Coordinators only. Lion JB. I thought Lion Nancy was also here. Oh, Lion Nancy, our marketing coordinator. Lion Elizabeth, our GMT coordinator. And the rest are district officers. Lion Romance, did you stand? Yes. The Lion leader. And yeah. So I think we are set to begin. We sincerely have the quorum, don't we? This is enough quorum now. Professor Lawrence, where are you?
I'm here.
Can you fix my computer? Yes. I am reliably informed that we have another club in our midst. I don't know whether they have just arrived because I asked Lions Club of Kampala East, where are you? On the gate, yes, I know, the gate we have two. Our marketing chair, our meetings chair is Kampala East. I think they're out there. Can you help me fix my computer in? Much of this the coordinators will discuss, and I want to digress and talk about the situation in the district in general. I have not been well introduced by name. Does everybody know me? Will you manage? Continue quickly. Welcome to Masaka once again. But in a special way, I want us to stand up and recognize people who have left us since we started this year. And one of them actually touches Masaka specifically. Masaka lost a great lion by names of Dr. Herman Musitwa. And I want us to take a moment of recognition, rather a moment of silence in remembrance of him. We start. May the good Lord rest him in peace. I begin with the district governor's visits. A few of the photos are there. A governor's visit is a very momentous period. You meet many people, exchange with them, receive gifts. Things are sweet, but they are sweeter things in the name of challenges. And I have visited all the clubs except 5, namely Kasese, Kampala City, Nachivale, Leader Urban, and Kakira. Kakira, Kasese, and Nakivale have good reasons. They asked for a reschedule, but Kampala City and Leader Urban do not have good reasons, in that they told me not to go. I don't know why. Clubs are doing amazing service, and I think they're good. I also did some LCI fundraising, inductions, in addition to meeting people. Mission 1.5, we are doing some work, but not so well. We had grown from 1960 to 2060 on 31st December. And one of my main jobs at clubs have been talking about Mission 1.5, educating people on how to grow membership. And I believe I have sincerely done it, together with a photo frame, which is in front of you. A number of you have managed to take pictures, but along the way it broke twice, and a few clubs may have missed as I prepared to make another one. And all in all, I want to say that new members are available in the communities, but the main reason from the consensus we built in clubs was that there was low focus on membership recruitment. Many members would come, fellowship, go home, but do not take in the whole year a moment to consider to invite a member. And so it has been a preserve of a few members in clubs. You find 3, 4, but the rest are not bothered. And we built a consensus that they will start inviting people. Mission 1.5 is generally well known, I believe. And apart from the challenge of people failing to invite because of consciousness, I think we also lack passion. Success in membership recruitment starts with passion. You must put your all in it in terms of passion, by appearance, by the way you talk, so that, you know, people love and think there is something unique in what you are talking about. And I think we need all of us to engage in spite of the few challenges of time, costs, and sometimes lack of absence, lack of membership kits, which we work on religiously to make sure that we supply. And one of the biggest challenges was we have established ourselves, continue, we have established ourselves in a number of places, up to 15 places plus, but you know, this is like incubation. Incubation time is not getting over to see the children or the chicken out of the eggs. Please work hard on that. The responsible person is that we receive the results. Roughly, those are the statistics. As we stand, we have 2 new clubs, but we were stretched to have 15 clubs. We have 304 new members, but we are stretched to have 900 new members. We have dropped to 39 people beyond the projection of 200 members for the whole year. And we have a net growth of 100, that's not 10. And we have brought back, interestingly, 35 new returnees, bring them back. They have come back, prosper, your message is not in vain. You only told us we should celebrate them. Let's push forward. We have received 2 new clubs, Rubirizi and Manywanga. Cheer them up. And efforts are on in those places you are seeing and even beyond. Let's keep working hard to bring them on board. In this meeting, we will also expect to discuss a presentation on bifurcation. Bifurcation is a split in districts to create 1 or more districts when the numbers can suffice. A new district requires a minimum of 1,250 members and 35 clubs. And as a district, we stand at 2,060, assuming we have the latest statistics, because that is December, and 55 clubs. This matter will be up for discussion. Please discuss it and give it justice. Service. We should have clocked 2.4 million people touched by our service between July and now, against a target of 2.5 million people whom we are projected to serve. Our reporting level is at 79% for the clubs, but only at 45% for the real clubs, which makes an average. Actually, our clubs are reporting probably between 80 and 90, but that pushes our average to 79% for the district in terms of reporting service. I want to appreciate in a special way Lion Vensa, please stand up for recognition, who assisted most of our clubs to report. Do you agree? Please stand up. Dr. Lion Vensa. Lion Vensa is an elder lion, but ICT related. We appreciate you for helping our clubs to get hooked onto the new portal, because initially it was tough for about a month. And I want to appreciate all the clubs for serving and reporting. Clubs, you are really doing marvelous things. Thank yourselves with a loud clap. I want to appreciate all the clubs which participated in the World Diabetes Day runs. Please cheer yourselves up. I think it was our most visible day as Lions this year and probably last year. It was great. And working with the first Vice Governor, we have discussed and think that this day should continue and grow into a marathon. We have had a pilot. We want it to become a national Lions Marathon Day this year. Okay? So please support it. You have also, or most of you have embraced the new programs of road safety awareness, and they are firing up. And we made about 5,000 stickers and distributed them. Have they reached all the clubs? Clubs in the West, are you okay? Clubs in Region A, are you okay? Because the region chairs were given those stickers to bring to you. Region C, Kasese, Kamwenge? Not yet. Region D? Region D, you are Region E. Region D? Region E is okay? It's not right if those leaders are not passing those things to you. We appreciate for the visibility, service through visibility, the road sheds, the media awareness programs, tree planting programs, and others. Thank you so much. We appreciate the support to the disaster victims of Kitezi. Please clap for yourselves. You know, we are new in office, and so fortunately, LCI have also topped up our efforts, and it was one of our most colorful days as well. Bolambuli is on board. Those who can support, please do. I think we have like only 2 million, which we think we should hand over through the region chair today. If you have anything to contribute, please give it. We thank the Leos and others for engaging, and we thank for the partnerships which are ongoing. Continue. That's Kampala East donating. Some of the service challenges are some clubs are not reporting. We have Tororo and Chisoro. They have never reported anything. Low member attendance in service. We see it a lot. I think I'm grateful that you share pictures and we see how many people are involved. Underreporting. A number of people don't know how to report and they end up underreporting. I think I have since discovered we really understate our figures. Look at this scenario. Ntungamo is one club which has projected visibility in the community very seriously. Three passenger sheds, and every day that shed is occupied by people, but when you check the portal, none of them has ever been reported as people who are served by Ntungamo. Can you imagine the underreporting that we are seeing? Okay. Some clubs have ignored working in the global service areas. Can you imagine a club which has not served through vision? Those are global service areas. Every club should participate. Ignorance of planning tools. The website is awash. Just feed in there. Service planning tools. And you not believe. There are good templates to guide you on how to plan a service, activity in vision, and other areas. Utilize them. There is a delay in the signing of the MOU between us and Uganda Police. We have been expecting the IGP to call us for a signature. Nevertheless, they give us a go-ahead to proceed, and we are doing that. And there is also an element of members' fatigue in terms of donating. We are asking our clubs for such a long time, many things, many contributions to give in service. And in this meeting, I want us to discuss other options of creating avenues for resourcing for finance, for service. Continue. Leadership, we are doing quite well. Our GRT gave us information this morning. The vice district governors are trained, and other cadres are trained. But also we had a seniors retreat. We also trained the governors this time around. And we had a nice day. I think the day was 12th January. And a lot of work was done, as you'll be given a feedback in subsequent presentations. We have 83 participants in online leadership trainings in the app called LEARN. It's on the portal. It's on MyLion. There is something called LEARN up there. Please, everyone log in there. Everyone is supposed to do it. Fortunately, 83 are participating. And we have had 31 virtual trainings. Very empowering. I've already talked about that. And I appreciate very deeply GRT. Thank you so much for mobilizing all those FDIs. When I came into this office, I realized we had, I think, close to 40 FDIs who were not doing anything. And I think we have put them to use. Thank you so much. However, I have a complaint for failure to participate in those virtual learnings. Marketing, visibility is high. And it's great for our for attracting membership growth, we need to keep it high. Signposts are improving by day, and we have a competition, and we shall award the winner in the evening. Please stay put. Bus shelters have been put up. Passenger shelters have been put up, and all these are talking miles for us in the communities. Please adapt to them. Digital visibility is high. The other day we launched a website in Masaka. Just put Masaka. You will see a website of Masaka, and it's great. And I'm told it's not terribly expensive. We also have a challenge in this area: disengaged marketing chairs, and of course resources, and also poor designs, and ICT illiteracy in a number of places. That is Masaka launching the website. LCIF, we have collected about 37,000 in donations to LCIF. Unfortunately, the challenge is that much of this is from a few individuals, only 70, and 22 clubs. We would wish that everyone, everywhere, does some donation, as this can be done online. LCIF is supportive to us. We have a real grant of $5,000, which we shall use to paint the School of the Deaf in Ntinda, which will be spearheaded by the Leos. Please, when Dr. Patti is around, you can join us and we paint that school. Overall, in the country, we have projects of about $3 million, which include in Zambia, I think that's about 300,000 plus. Children feeding in Karamoja, $1 million. We have East Lango diabetes program. We have West Nile comprehensive eye care program. We have Kegezi comprehensive eye care program. And all this support reserves reciprocation through giving to LCIF. We want to recognize in a special way our members who have grown to PMJF level 6 and 7, Rogers Kamhanda and Dan Naturinda. Please recognize them with a clap. But all of us can in a special way give to LCIF. $10, $20 is accepted. Let's make history. Let's make history by being the first club, first district internationally to register, say, 1,000 people giving to LCIF in varied amounts. You can do this online. Go on the website, you'll find on top of that website the word donate. Just click there and follow the prompts. And using your card, your Visa card, your bank account ATM, which has the word Visa on it, you will be able to donate. And you receive instant recognition and feedback. Please, let's do it. Solo numbers and the low speed of plaque delivery is also a challenge that we are facing. But also LCIF has changed the structures and guidelines of its grants. Right now, as we talk, every project will not pass through unless a 25% local fund collection is put on account and ring-fenced before that project can be approved or disbursed. So we need to think very seriously, and this is one of the forums to do it, how we shall raise that. Otherwise, no region, no club will access a new project. Also, we find the quality of appraisals coming out of clubs sometimes lacking, and we need to do better. In the latest news, Dr. Patti here will visit us beginning 6th February, and will be around with us up to 11th February when she will leave for Nairobi. On the 7th, she will inaugurate the pediatric cancer pharmacy in Mulago, 7th Feb this year, and then, up there, it should be 25. And then in the afternoon, she will also inaugurate the hospital, the comprehensive eye care clinic in Zambia. The block which we funded and put up in Zambia is going to be opened. And on 8th Feb, she will visit activities around Kampala. Unfortunately, she cannot go up country. The journey is long. She needs to rest a bit and look at a few places in Kampala. And we have lined up the Rio activity. We have lined up a diabetes program through the diabetes project in Kampala. And I have heard of Chira, Bwambale. Is that right? Yes. We are going to do something there. And then we shall have a banquet on the afternoon of 8th and the evening of 8th at Hotel Africana, where the fee is 100,000 shillings. Please come in, register. The registration is already ongoing, and receive her. But also importantly, try to donate between now and then, and you will be recognized in that meeting. She's coming with pins and recognitions for every donor that will be able to attend that meeting as well, and all those lions that have not received their plaques to date. But even those who have lately received, come with them as well. Please attend in good numbers. 10th, she will board a chartered plane to Karamoja to witness the Lions supported or funded project, the Karamoja Children Feeding Program, school children going feeding program. She will see it live because she loves children, and she has put it on her calendar to make sure that she interfaces with the children actually getting their diets. But also look at the pilot gardens. You know, we are behaving in a manner that should transform communities, so that the element of relying on donations can be brought down. So there are interesting gardens in Karamoja which grow orange, well-researched potatoes, and we want to see those gardens, but also the storage facilities at each school and the communities of the stakeholders in Karamoja. Continue. Club quality. Club quality continues to be challenging and dynamic, and I'm happy that this morning the GLT organized for us a training on matters of club quality, creating strong clubs. We want in this meeting to continue to discuss this because it's a foundation. It's a foundation of our service. We exist to serve, but we can't serve with clubs which do not have capacity to serve. So it's a challenge. I want to request the leaders to be sacrificial. As you heard this morning, I think he said club leaders are also providers. So club leaders must be sacrificial so that the clubs can grow. Club members also, you pledge, support your leaders and support your clubs so that they can shine. We have a challenge of disengaged leaders in clubs, but also in districts, at district level. Somebody swears to become a leader, and after that switches off his phone. It becomes a problem. Talk to him. And the phone is on. You can hear it. Actually, the phones are on. You can hear them calling, but the man cannot pick them. So it's a challenge. We need to repent this problem and come back on board. There are clubs in periodic chronic suspension. You will struggle and save the club towards December, and then a new cycle will start. Again in April, the club is on the line for suspension. And I name some of them. Tororo, Fort Potro, Chenjojo, Lira Urban. Okay? Please, let's discuss how to help them. There was a big member drop by Kampala Central, which is a reflection of some things not going right in that club. Please, let's discuss some of these issues. We have a challenge. 22 out of the 50 clubs have never deposited any coin to the district account for us to run the district. 2 clubs were actually cancelled this year, Ngora and Guru. And when I visited some of these clubs, there were serious indications that showed that they actually do not have fellowships. In some, I could detect it, but in others, it was difficult to detect. Youth programs, we are continuing to shine as a district with many real clubs. This year, we have grown from 33 to 42. Congratulations. I know Bushenyi. Which other club? Come again? Mitoma. It has been approved. Which other ones? Mukono. Mukono, how many? 1? I think Bushenyi is 2. Which other club? Entebbe Road, you also got another one? So there are many. Actually, I'm struggling to tell clubs that let's first manage 4. There is a rise in demand for Leo clubs. No wonder they have raised what they do. Leo clubs beef up our club members to deliver service. So Leos need to be well mentored to serve well. So please, Leo advisors, I have asked the GLT coordinator to prepare a special training for Leo advisors so that they can understand their roles. Because unless we do it, we are going to be disappointed. The schools will shun us. They say, you are not adding any value to us. The teachers will actually send us away. But also we are doing a disservice to ourselves. These are our future Leo Lions. We are doing ourselves a disservice. We shall not recruit teachers into Lions Club. So we need to show value. We are doing a disservice to our country. Our country is in shambles in terms of youth. Okay, the future of our youth. So we need to lend a hand in building our country. So as a district, I want to request this meeting that we also find time to discuss how we craft an integrated and comprehensive policy on how to approach Leo development so that we can develop them into Leo Lions. Actually, the challenge we have is that we have had Leo clubs for such a long time, but you don't see Leo Lions anywhere. That's why I made them stand up. So we need to see how best can we manage it in such a manner that going forward they become Leo Lions. We are not seeing as many former Leos turning into Lions. Our Leos are also not well branded in a number of clubs. Think about their branding and of course the Leo reporting, which I talked about, and then how we can measure impact in terms of especially the Lions Quest programs. We have done it for such a long time, but I personally doubt the impact we have had in places where we have had it. New voices, we stand at a ratio of 60 to 40. 60 men to 40, in terms of men, 60% and 40% women. We have 1,248 men against 812 as at 31st December. This is great. We are among the best districts internationally who have embraced the Lions New Voices program. Thank you so much, members. But we can do better. We want a 50-50 relationship. And in a number of clubs, this is already happening. I think statistics show Kampala Central, Kampala Host, Mbalala, Kumi, Kanunga, and a number of others. The variation is like equal or one less or one more. This is good. We look forward to a women's symposium in March 2025 in Mbalala. We have already discussed this with the New Voices program coordinator, who unfortunately is out of the country. Partnerships and fundraising. Partnerships are critical to the success of our service work. And this also is directly affected by our visibility. Once we are not visible, we will not get partners. Several clubs are getting there. I have realized Kasanga to Greater, Kampala Central, Rukunjiri, Jinja, Bushenyi, Ndungam, of course, have it. Let's learn from them in the course of this meeting. It's possible. Let's not close our minds. You talk to a club and they say, no, people don't understand those things. No, let's not close our minds. These things are possible. It's not rocket science. As a district, we have had opportunity to sign an MOU with Lions Aid Norway. The lady in the picture in white. PDG Annette is a past district governor in Norway. I met her in Nebi. And together with Lion David Mutaisa, we discussed a possibility of a partnership, which I shared with the Council of Governors and integrated their responses, and an MOU was signed. Lions Aid Norway is already doing a lot of work in Uganda. When I visited West Nile, I found their boreholes. I found their community gardens, community demonstration gardens, based in a number of places. I think one is in Nyapea, another one is at a school of the deaf in Arua. Unfortunately, I didn't capture the picture, but these are very interesting things. They germinate seeds, manage them, and there is an agriculturist around that garden, and they share with the communities. And these are in greenhouses, so that the communities can adapt to modern agricultural practices. And therefore, in my wisdom, I didn't see any reason to refuse a partnership, because they have gone beyond us already and they are dealing with clubs. So Lions Club of Arua, Lions Club of Nyapea, Lions Club of Nebi, thank you so much for those programs, and thank you for that partnership arrangement. Let's cheer them up. Thank you. And so it's available, and partnerships maybe, who knows, maybe a source of the local matching funds if we handle them well. So we need partnerships. And in this meeting, again, a presentation is lined up to discuss partnerships. Let's continue. Along my visits, I found clubs with interest in land, and these were a few. I managed to come around, but a number of them, they were dodged with conflict. Soroti, Tororo, Iganga, a bit of it, but not so much. Ginger. And so I would love that in this meeting, we also have a coherent discussion on what we can do about land. The Council of Governors last evening discussed. I hope their input will help us. We have a convention on 23rd April in Naivasha, and the early bird ends on 31st January. Please register. I will appoint a nominations elections committee soon after here. There will also be voting. Don't wait until it is too late to pay in your money for district dues and to register for the convention. And there will be a third cabinet meeting while there. And remember, this is time to prepare for the 107th International Convention in Orlando, Florida. Please register. LCF supported projects. The district has several running projects, as I have enumerated them before, and the projects committee will be presenting a report and a lineup of new applications. Yes. LCU Trust. This is the legal umbrella for our association now. Previously, we had LCU Limited by guarantee, and a decision was made in a cabinet meeting to wind it up, but also on the advice of the NGO Bureau Chief, because he advised that the way we were structured and legally registered wouldn't be able to fulfill or meet NGO requirements. And this would disturb us, including close our accounts and push us a lot. And so trust operationalization is ongoing. You remember we had an AGM, I think it was 21st December, a successful one. Also, which was a training. Those who attended, we appreciate, but it was rich. And so we have been supporting clubs which want to open bank accounts, which want to draft MOUs. We advise that actually you come to the district to cover you in this respect. And we also advise that clubs which are registered otherwise also disengage in those legal engagement arrangements and become part of the LCU Trust. The LCU Trust is going to be a good thing to drive us in many directions in terms of trust fund, in terms of member welfare, so that we develop cohesion and work well as a group. We have also rented a small office space in Ntinda, where I sit as a governor, and the LCU Trust contribution of 10,000 will go to this account, which will also resolve to open. But importantly, we learned that financial sustainability is something we need to adopt to relieve our members of the burden to donate for different things, welfare, service, so that we can reduce that level of dependence. We can build self-confidence as an organization, which builds trust by others. When you don't have money, you are like a poor man's dog. No one will trust you. A team will present this paper. I want to conclude. I've taken some time. We are on track in growing our membership to care, to share, and serve our different communities. We still have another 5 months plus to go. Let's strive to accomplish our goals in membership, in service, and other areas. We must not get compliance in any way. We need to ignite hope in the new members in our clubs, as we have been told this morning to do. And also, more specifically, those clubs which are being formed along the way. Because if 10 people have paid in their dues to open a charter club, and it doesn't happen, what shall we do with them? It would be an embarrassment to me and you. So we need to work harder and make sure that we raise the minimum of 20 and we have a club chartered and we put it out of the way. Go back, resolve to do that. If there is anything I'm begging for, let's do that. It's like a bus taking you from Arua and abandoning you at Pakwach. Can you imagine it? Can you ever trust that bus company again? So we need to make sure that we deliver to our promises. Let's create those new clubs. We also need to ask more people to join our new clubs, but also the existing clubs. Fulfill your membership obligations, be accountable in your clubs, and make your fellowships vibrant. We will have lunch and dinner together. That's opportune time to discuss many things here and network. I wish you good deliberation. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, DG, for quite elaborate presentation of our district for the 6 months. We shall allow a few questions because you can't leave the DG's presentation undiscussed. And the microphone handler, a gentleman from Albertine. But as he comes, allow me to recognize a team of Lions from Lions Club of Chigari Doyen District. Where are you? You're very much welcome. My Nyarwanda is very little. Muraho, muraho. Muraho neza. You're very much welcome and feel at home. This is Lions of Uganda District 411B, but we shall add on as we move on. You can resume your seats. So Lion Aaron, please make them comfortable. Okay, so we'll go into questions, comments on the governor's presentation quickly. Okay, we can start with Lion Administrator.
Thank you so much. Thank you, DG, for the presentation. I just have a comment on the issue of club quality. How do we had in the morning a discussion about the big clubs. I wish we could have time for them to tell us the challenges that they face and probably the tricks they're using, because it's amazing. So I thought that is something probably that we do here, because in the morning we didn't have time, but I think it's something very interesting. The other one is about the MOU. Quickly, please, I will not take time. The MOU with the police, MOU with Norway, how do we prepare ourselves to benefit from that? Is it too early for us to know what is expected of us when the finally, because especially the police one is done, but the one for Norway is being done, how do others benefit? Thank you.
Thank you. I will expect only one question per person asking. Let's go to Lion Muhozi, then to Lion Wiseman. Hey, please go ahead. Romanza, as Lion Muhozi comes in. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Who is seconding that? Do we second? Lion GMT Elizabeth. Thank you for teaching us, Lion Romanzi. Lion Mohozi, continue with your question.
Thank you very much. While the DG was presenting, he shedded some light on formation of the new district within our district. He highlighted on some numbers, so I did not get it clearly on how far we've gone as far as the numbers are concerned, the process, what does it require, and how good are we to go? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Lion Karuru. You see somebody with the unique hair in the room.
Thank you very much. Like it has been mentioned, my name is Lion Karuru, commonly known as Wise Man. DG, my question here is, in the previous AGM, we talked about the LCU Trust, and there was a document that was missing where the past Lions Club Limited, they had not winded up that company. Have we got any way forward that it has been wound up so that this other one is operational now? Thank you.
Lion Governor is first going to handle the first 3 questions, and we shall only add on only 2. We go on the next item.
Lion Kasolo, your proposal, I think, in the course of time of sharing ideas, I think will happen in the course of the discussions of the next presentations. MOU expectations, maybe we need to share the documents so that you see the terms as well. But already with Lions Aid Norway, I have information that engagement has started. Engagement has started. A comprehensive eye care project is being mooted for region E and for the whole region, so that and the Lions Aid Norway may come in to support that region with matching funds, which would otherwise be hard to get, because our projects are about $500,000, and you can imagine raising $125,000 from that region, when as a district we are failing to contribute even 100,000. So it would be foolhardy, it would be difficult. So those are some of the ways we can rate. But also, we have good terms that the district will be engaged every time. And so if you have an idea, it is something you can bring to us. They have a local agent, Lion Taisa, and you will be able to, it can be discussed and pushed forward to Lions Aid Norway. So the MOU exists and it defines many things. Lion Norman, thank you so much for guidance on procedure. We appreciate you. Lion Mohozi, a bifurcation paper will be presented, and your inquiries will be answered by it, or a discussion will be built after that presentation. LCU Trust, the Council of Governors, had a meeting last evening and noted with concern lack of feedback about the winding up of the Lions, the LCU Company Limited by Guarantee. And the Council of Governors Chair, who is our PDG, Helen Christine Apol, is taking it up directly with the leaders of LCU Limited. I think for now, that's what I can answer.
We shall take on only more 2 questions. Yes, we have many papers coming in, and we shall get more elaborations. You can give to Liana Simwe.
Thank you, our presiding officer. Our governor commented something on low attendance. I think it was about meetings. And this one has been a chronic disease among our clubs. I think if we can share some techniques or how we can improve it, because without meetings, it means a lot, lagging behind our clubs. Let us share about that, DG.
The DG has confirmed that that one will be discussed in detail. Let's hear from Leo Biarhanga. Leo Biarhanga or Leo Lion? Or both?
It can be both, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The governor has talked about Leos and then Leo advisors. I just want to comment and also have some remarks concerning Leo advisors. One is that the Leo advisors can serve a term of 3 years. And I would like to request that, if possible, going forward, all Leo advisors serve a term of 3 years in order to have continuity in the developing of these young people. And then Leo advisors as well can go on to serve as Leo district chairpersons. I think it is very important if we have former Leo advisors to serve in that position. The same case with multiple district. We have the Leo district, multiple district chairperson. I believe Leo advisors as well should prepare themselves to serve in such positions. And lastly is what they call the International Leo Advisory Panel. This panel has 4 representatives from each constitutional area, 2 Leos and 2 Lions. So the Leo advisors again are in best position to represent and advise Lions Clubs International Association on how to develop the youth if they have served for at least 3 years in developing these youth. And with this, we can be able to achieve the Leo Lion program, because if a Leo advisor serves for 1 year and then we have another one next year, there is some continuity that is lost in the process. But if we have one that serves for at least 3 years, we can be able to have very many Leo Lions in future. And in that way, I would like to request all former Leo advisors to always look out for the Leo advisory panelist applications and apply and represent the Lions in our constitutional area on that panel. Thank you very much.
I will respond to that quickly. Thank you so much, Leo Biarhanga, for opening our eyes. I have seen India in conventions. I saw it in Ghana, represented by very bright Leo leaders. And they were really shining. And you could see they were on a path to grow to international presidents as well. So we must not think local now. We need to upskill our thinking, upgrade our thinking so that we can aim at bigger things. Leo advisors who are here, clubs who are here, know that these are serious opportunities. And sometimes the bottom line is simply reading and acquiring the knowledge and then focusing there. I agree that Leo advisors can serve for 3 years, provided they are good. But if they are disaster, 3 years is about a lot of time for us. They will actually do more damage. So if they are not good, they should change every year. But if they are good, it's something we can adopt, and it's open to you clubs. It's open to you club to pick it up. And the other addition is that a number of clubs have more than one Leo club, and therefore they may need up to 1 advisor per school to be effective. Is that okay? If you have 4 Leo clubs, you can appoint 4 advisors one for each school, so that that school is quite engaged, well engaged. So all these are good suggestions, and let's aim high. Let's aim high. When we show our Leos how big things in the future are, they will even be motivated to join the association. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. We promised to only do 5 questions. So we are going to look at the minutes. But as the minutes come, some housekeeping rule for those with computers who want to access internet. You check for the username of Hotel Boulevard MSK, and the password is Boulevard 666. I'm not saying be on your phones because we agreed to switch on the phones. So that is just for those people with their computers who are helping us in managing the meeting. Hotel Boulevard MSK, that one when you search you will see, and the password, Lawrence here. Okay, now according to our notes and agenda that we shared, we allocated the time for each of the speakers. So I kindly request that we keep to the time. I think apart from the minutes and the treasury, all other reports do not go beyond 5 minutes. The good thing, the people who are going to present their FDIs and all that, they know what time management means, and I hope we shall align to that. We gave the governor because a lot of time, because he's the chief executive, and the good thing, he has made our work easier. He has touched almost across all the sections. So we go to the minutes of the first cabinet meeting that was held at Bugorobi, Silver Springs on 20th of July 2024. So we are assuming that the minutes have been read, and for all the cabinet officers, you have a document on your desk and you can go through with me. So we shall go to the page 1 that really has the agenda. The attendance and apologies are annexed to the same document. We shall go to page 2. The way these minutes were formatted, we put remarks, reactions, and decisions, or any actions that will have come up from the minute. But we also have an action paper at the end. It should be able to help us. We go to page 3. That is governor's presentation. Page 4. Page 5. And for other members, these documents have been saturated on our WhatsApp platform, so you can access them. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. There are many pages. 10, 11. Page 12. 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. And page 17. Okay, so page 18 is an action log, which we shall go through line by line. Then after that, we have page 19 that has attendance. Page 20 also has attendance. 21 attendance. And 22 we had to put a budget as discussed then so that we are sure that the city will make the changes. And then the last page is where we sign. So I would like to ask the cabinet officers to confirm, for those who have read or who already read this document, if this is a true record of what transpired in that cabinet meeting. One person to propose and another one to second. Yes, Ryan Charity. Thank you, Lion Charity Atwine, Regional Chair, Region A. Lion Kasoro, you want second? Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, there could be some corrections. It is a true record, yes, but if there are some corrections that you have identified that you want us to make, I can call upon you to mention them so that we take note of those corrections. Attendance, yes. Attendance start from about page 20. Are you there? Page 19. Yes, somebody mentioned attendance. Any corrections? I think those are usually particular areas of misspelling people's names, their titles and all that. I will take silence as none and we proceed to our resolutions and action logs that came out of that cabinet meeting. There we can discuss and give update. Okay, we have confirmed whether it is a true record. Now we receive the minutes, right? Okay, thank you. We are picking online Romanzi's guidance. Okay, receiving and seconding so that we discuss the minutes before we go to these action logs. Cabinet officers, yes, Lion Edgar. Thank you. Lion Edgar Kasugwa. Lion Musingzi, Benon. Okay, thank you. So we'll go through our pointers of discussions, which are usually resolutions and action log. I beg pardon? Yes, that is the action. Okay, let's go with the summary right there. And I will mention an action and give an update. In case there is something missing, we shall pick it. So one of the actions was getting an office around Kampala. It was supposed to be done by myself, and as the governor presented, you currently have an office in Intinda, Chisache Mall, 2nd floor. That's one. Resolution to change bank signatories. The accounts, your bank account signatories were changed to the current leadership team. We had an issue of new voices workshop, and it was arranged and it happened, I think, in October at Hotel Silver Springs in Kampala. Leadership training for both Leos and club leaders, GLT and cabinet secretary. I think I take this as something that have been happening continuously. Every weekend, we've only had a break during the Christmas time, but we've since then resumed. Club reporting on Lions portal. Lion Governor has talked quite a lot about this, where he appreciated Lion Vensa, but I think we have a few exceptions that can be discussed. Now, during the meeting, we talked about the struggling clubs picking members from diaspora. You are in Kagadi, but you can have members who are in Kampala or abroad to support you, enable the club. This is something we've not monitored. But if there are clubs that used it and it is working, then that would be great. We also talked of revising the annual budget to include some aspects, and I think our cabinet treasurer will give an update on that, but I'm sure it was done. Sharing stroke saturating of the merchant codes to be used to pay district dues. As a district, we have Momo and merchant. So the role of the cabinet treasurer was to keep sharing them so that whoever wants to use that option, it's used. She will give an update when she's presenting, but I remember they were corrected. Within the revising the budget, we are meant to allocate some budget of fundraising dinner for international guests, and they are already here, and I believe it was also done. Clubs to elect their trustee representatives, yes. It was about both the clubs and the regions, and I want to assure you I followed up on all of you. As we talk, we have only one region pending, but I have seen Lion Francis Abiriga, we should be able to sort it, and then that activity will be done. We had them confirmed during the annual general meeting of the trust. Then keeping track on all club handovers, district administrator. Yesterday we were in a meeting, and I think we need a way of tracking to ensure that clubs hand over, but at least over 80% of that happened. Payment of district membership dues, all clubs. The cabinet treasurer will give a report of how you're doing, but I believe we still have pain points that we need to sort out. Mission 1.5 awareness, all clubs. We have all mission 1.5 ambassadors. The GMT should be able to talk about that. Process of acquiring Lions District home stroke building. Now that was allocated. It is a process, it is not an event, but I think later among the projects we may talk about, maybe Lion PCC, Robert Munanula may give a comment. Then fundraising for a governor's appeal fund. I could take it as a district fund, and we gave it to Lion Frank Muramura. He's already doing something in terms of fundraising for the district, and he submitted his papers that we will discuss. So those were a summary of few actions that we picked, but I want to bring to your attention, I think there is a resolution that we made for approval of money for the DCG grant that is under LCIF. The request of USD 6,200 for matching the grant funds was approved by the cabinet. That is to support, I think, diabetes project. Then there was also mention under LCIF about fast tracking completed projects, because when they are hanging, we close the window for applying new ones, and that included, I think, in Zambia and Chishaze. Then we also approved a real service grant for submission to LCIF for consideration, and I think it has since been approved. I think it is the one we are waiting to use in Tinder. So, dear Lions, I think that is a highlight of our meeting of July, and now I can submit it to you for discussion briefly as we stick to our 5 minutes promise. Over to you, members, quickly, 1 or 2 people, if you have any question. Okay.
Thank you very much, our secretary. As Arya said, I'm Venantius Kazora, the zone chair, zone 8. I was trying to look at the action report. I felt that we should put some amendments, like for example, the minute number for a quick reference, in case one wants to see the minute that talked about that resolution. Then we put a resolution of what transpired, then action taken, responsible person, and the timeline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that is noted. I think what we are missing is the minute number. So in the minutes of this meeting, we'll have that improvement. Thank you, Ntungamo. Another question or another addition, we can go to Lion Imelda, my president.
Thank you very much, Ryan Imelda, Club President, Lions Club of Kampala Central. With your leave, Ryan Presiding Officer, I would like to comment on the issue of the grant that was passed or resolved to be asked, being the 15% of the LCIF grant, 25%. Yes, I'm interested in how this grant is determined because I am aware that also my club has some funds at LCIF, and we had a big debate on this, and we categorically resolved that our fund is not to be requested this year. So I want assurance from your team, Ryan Governor, that from the funds you are requesting for, the fund that is Kampala Clubs is not part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's take one more question. We'll give a small clearance on that one. Let's come to a member from Lions Club of Kabare.
Thank you. I don't know how the team concluded about our project in Shaze, but there is the far we've gone. I don't know if you'll update us so that really our good news is to hear that actually the district really has now joined us, because the governor visited and saw us on the ground, and we really need to have that project completed so that we can proceed.
Thank you. We have a substantive agenda item on projects. I believe it will address all project issues. Here the emphasis was that they should be closed as soon as we can to open the door for other new projects. DCG grants, there is an issue of protecting the component that is for the clubs and the component that is for the district. We need to make sure that there is a clear boundary, that there couldn't be any mishap to find that the club's money is being applied. The last update I had, that what was applied was for the district, and the one for the clubs is there. So the governor needs to affirm that so that in case of anything, we know that it was minuted, but that is the position.
Lion Imelda, thank you so much for that question. Before I sign a request, I make sure I study it well. And so, no club in Kampala which has contributed to LCIF, none of their funds has been eaten up through DCG support or running programs. I got wind of that question and it was answered. What was consumed is the district, not the clubs. And for the information of everyone, you can access your 15% contribution of unrestricted funds to LCIF through a simple board resolution of your club. You resolve that you need it, and you go to the website, download an application. Of course, you discuss a project. It can't just come back to you. And Rode Rukunjiri has accessed it, and it constituted part of money that created a passenger shed at one of their hospitals, Nyachiwari Hospital. So rest assured, Kampala funds are intact. They are available.
Thank you. Thank you, Lion Governor. I think qualifying club has Kampala Central, Kasangat Greater, but you can reach out to the governors in case you need to apply that for that money, and you get to know it. I think we shall close that item at that, and we go to the next item on agenda, which is the finance section that includes presenting the draft audit report for approval, the mid-month, the mid-year financials and all that. Lion Cabinet Treasurer, over to you. You can do it from here. So we are going to present with Lion City that audit report. We can also be supported by the sub-treasurer in case one or two figures is not familiar to us or we are not familiar to it. So our accounts of 2023-2024 were audited by your approved auditors, and we just want to take you through the performance and then the opinion from the auditor. Then I think later we shall approve them for signing if you agree. And the rest are standardized formats, honestly. So the P&L shows usually the money that was received and the money that was spent. So those narratives are standardized. But we are saying that for the year 2023-2024, no, go to the income statement. Okay, we can first read out the opinion. So usually, when there are issues, the auditors communicate it in that report. Okay, but the auditor is saying that we have audited the financial statement of Lions Clubs International District 411B Uganda, which comprise the statement of financial position as at that date and the statement of income and expenditure, and then the statement of accumulated fund and statement of cash flows for the year then ended. So they are talking about the year that they looked at. So they are giving an opinion. Usually an opinion is what tells you whether the figures are okay or not. And they are saying that in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the district as at that date, and of its financial performance and cash flows for the period then ended in accordance to generally accepted accounting principles and financial regulations and bylaws of international associations of Lions clubs. So your accounts are okay, in short. So the figures you see were checked and verified that they are mentioning, but I just want to take you through the figures quickly. So the performance is there. It shows that in a year, the district generated 255 million. You can see that figure in the middle, compared to the previous year where 214 was generated. Now, it was spent according to those items that you see: subscriptions, district meetings, district travels and visits, blah, blah, to a total of 289. And we made a deficit. You see, when you're starting a year, there is some balance. So, but for that year, we made a deficit of 33 million. Then we continue. So that is your income and expenditure. And I think that usually comes from the balance we started with. Correctly checked. We go to the balance sheet or the statement of financial position. So as at the end of that year, we had cash and cash equivalents that Lion Governor Kataate started with of 3.7 million. You can go down. That is usually the major item. and it is usually represented by fund balance and a payable. A payable is usually the money you accrue when you're going to pay the auditor. So that money, have we paid? Okay. But because they do a cutoff as at the year end, they put it there as a payable. So in simple terms, members, those are the accounts. I request that two people propose and second for receiving the report or for discussion. Then later we can have some comments and then approve them for signing. Because the auditors can't sign before we accept and sign. Okay, over to you, Lion Lydia. Thank you. Seconded by Lion Abe. Thank you. So the report has been well received by the cabinet meeting. We could give some questions and comments before we go to another item. But this is the performance of our previous year. Over to you, members, for any questions, comments, or any guidance. What does silence mean? Ryan Frank.
This is Ryan Frank Muramura from the Lions Club of Kampala Central. I have heard in the accounts that we closed with a deficit, and at club level, we are required not to have a deficit. We would want to know why we have a deficit at a district.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan Frank. Let's take this question.
Thank you. Lion Engineer Olport Simon Julius, Kumi Central. The last two figures, 23 has a bigger balance. 24 has a very small balance. What do we learn from that? Some explanation.
Thank you. Any other question? We'll answer 3 questions. We will need 3 questions, then we answer. There is a hand from Madam Ekule, right?
Thank you. I'm Susan Asio, CPA. I was just wondering how you start spending what you don't have, because the expenditure is beyond the actual receipts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Albertine. Sorry, I call you by your club names because that's what I pick quickly.
My name is Lion John Mary. I think it is a unique name. It will be easier for you.
Okay.
A question. I have had some questions about assets. Does the district own any tangible assets?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, members. The bigger question is about the deficit. Now, in terms of explanation, it's not that we entered into, it doesn't mean that the leadership we entered into liabilities. No. The only thing that the previous year left a bigger balance, and maybe this immediate last year did more activities and consumed in the area balance of the district. But it does not mean that maybe they left us in debt or anything. No. So in terms of the lesson, it would be appropriate that for every year we survive within what we've corrected, but facts on the ground can always be the other way around. The truth auditor checked and said the figures are facts. But for good practices, maybe would recommend that for each leadership year, at least fit in within your revenue. I think that would be a good practice, so that maybe our balances keep growing, keep growing, keep growing. I think that is a debate that has been keeping on one year after the other. So, but that's what it means. Then for the assets, I think CPI have explained. Yes, just go to one other statement, Lion Lawrence, the statement of changes in equity. After the balance sheet, there is another one, I believe. Okay, so this is usually why I'm saying that we started our year with a balance of 36 million. Can you see it, members? This document shows that we started the year with 36 million. But because we overspent a little from what we generated in that year, we ate in what we started with. That is the only, and that's why we remain with a smaller opening balance. So if you want to pronounce yourselves that governors or each year, try to generate as much as possible that we don't eat in our on our accumulated balances. It would be a good practice, but practicability sometimes can be hard. But it is not that it is something unnatural or it doesn't happen. It happens once in a while depending on the performance of the year. I want to go to assets, then I will give Lion Emma Kansime. Now, the Lions Clubs Uganda, now the current, which has not been, I think, a registered entity until now when we have the trust, does not have assets. That's why you see we are trying to buy the assets. But the clubs now own the assets. So even if they come in the names of the district will be holding them in trust of the clubs. That's how it is structured. Clubs have assets. The district does not have, at least as of now, until we buy a major asset. We are discussing with Charity. He said this project is for the district. I was like, but I don't see it in the books. Maybe it was for the project. It was for the project. So we need also to get a way of transferring assets of the projects to the district when that time comes to answer in that line. I'm hoping I have explained on all the questions that have just been done. I will take more questions, then we close this item. Lion Emmanuel Kansime.
Thank you, Lion Cabinet Secretary. My name is Lion Emmanuel Kansime from the Lions Club of Kampala Central. If you could go back to the income statement again. My question is, and allow me 1 minute to give a preamble. We know the expenses that the districts, the items that the district spends on. This is the governor's travel, visits, and all the other things. What was extraordinary in the year for us to spend 33 million of the accumulated fund? What activities did we do out of the ordinary to spend 33 million of the accumulated fund? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Lion Emma. Let's hear from Lion Asimu Elizabeth. Accountants don't make this an accounting meeting. We shall lose the people. Okay, Lion Elizabeth.
Thank you so much for the financials.
Yes, Lion Asimu.
Thank you so much for the financials. It was good. You have shown us what you received. The balance brought forward was okay, but the deficit was scaring. To me, I think it is brought about by you are not focused when you are budgeting. It's good. We start from the beginning. We budget well so as to avoid the deficit and the suspicions from the hearers. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the Lion Cheng who handled it before. I think it will bring us closer to conclusion.
Thank you very much. I don't know at what time we make resolutions, but when you look at the income statement, when the district is stating the possible sources of income, a balance from the previous year is not one of it. So why would you spend income that is not what you expected? So let's just make a resolution that what you find on the account, you okay to spend it when you're starting the year, but make sure it is back to the account when you're closing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Laine Chengu. He's proposing a resolution, and among the items of finance, we are saying other resolutions, you could later adopt it, but you need to practically also manage it to ensure either you're transferring it to a trust whenever you leave it and leave something minimal or something like that. Now, Lion Emmanuel Kansime, the extraordinary thing I remember, okay, from the figures, members will realize that we don't pay as expected in terms of our contributions as clubs. That has been a consistent habit. You see, if they had a budget of 524 and we are only generating 255 million, that is not an adequate support. Now, when you go also to expenditure, they actually spent much less than budgeted. They had budgeted 496 million, but they only spent 289. So that is looking at the budget and expenditure bit. So the only unique thing I remember that happened, we had a convention in that year, isn't it? You never knew it could have stretched the district to go beyond their natural flow. Okay? But those are the facts at hand. I would like to request that members we approve the accounts for the auditors to sign, because the figures are factual. Well, that's what the auditor said. What we are talking about is performance in running the organization. Can we be better? Okay? But the figures are okay, and I would like to request the cabinet officers to propose, and we second so that these accounts are approved and the auditor signs, and the governor and the sitting cabinet treasurer. Over to you, cabinet officers. I see you talk about your cabinet office position.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm a district officer. I propose that we approve the financials.
Thank you. I need another cabinet. I need 3 people now. Another cabinet officer, Richard Aboko. You second? Or propose I need another seconder. In case they say an officer does not. Janet Opare? Okay, thank you. So we have Asimwe, Richard Aboko, and Janet Opare. Thank you, members. The resolution, do you want to do the resolution now? Echengo has moved out. Okay, so, but it is something that we can pick as for future action. Thank you. We shall go into the media financial report, and we shall give our dear city to tell us her performance so far.
Good afternoon, members. After a discussion of very many questions, you'll bear with me, and I present mine, but the questions were too much. There were some items which were missing in the budget, and one of the items included the hire of premises for our district. It was included there. That was the item which was missing in our budget. We can now go to the financial report from 1st July 2024 to 17th January. We have a quorum of different clubs and the number of members in those clubs as at that date, then the invoice amount, the paid amount, the balance, And the rest of the columns reflect areas from various years. Then the last column, it is showing LCI invoice dues. I have some small notes down. Before we go to the notes, I have 2 pending deposits. The money was deposited on account. I've reflected the dates, but up to now I don't know who deposited because they didn't mention the club name. Those 2 figures.
Deposited by Derek. At least this one should be known. Derek. Isn't it Kasanga? Kasanga.
Then we go to the notes. As the communication from our district governor, we mentioned the clubs which were cancelled. We added on 2 more clubs on those previous 2. Then I would like also to inform you that Kasanga Tigreta, Ntungamo, Mitoma, Kampala Host, Arua, Kampala East has completed their district dues of this Lionistic year. 35 clubs have paid their first half district dues for this Lionistic year. The information is got from the upper part. 17 clubs haven't paid their first half district dues. We currently have 52 active clubs after cancelling Ngora and Guru Metropolitan. The 2 pending deposits I've already mentioned. So we need, before we end, to clarify that. To date, we have active member count, which stands at 2,060 Lions. Then I'm glad to inform you that Kasanga Tugreta, Lions Club of Untungamo, and Lions Club of Kampala East have completed their both international and district dues. A statement. This one. As we are still looking for the statement of accounts to be displayed, I've seen it. When we were starting this year, last year in July, we had a balance of 2.8, 400, 328. Then, so far we have corrected club dues. Yes, please. They are looking for it. Club dues corrected as of 31st December. We have 100 million, 113 million, 61,400. Then Lions Club of Kasese has paid its arrears, totaling 4.5 million. Club LCI dues. When we were in the process of some clubs to be cancelled, Lions Club of Nachivari Light, I'm very happy one of the members is here. We agreed that the money they deposited on the UG account should be converted to door account, and then we pay their international dues in order not to be cancelled. So Nachivari Light hasn't paid any of the district dues. LCI grant, the grant we got from Chitezi, when we converted into Uganda shillings, we got 37,100,000. Then the Chitezi Support Local Fund, we collected 10,376,500. The RTG deposits, those are the pending figures I had mentioned previously. Then I added the bank interest on a positive side, and that is how I arrived at that total. Expenditure. My expenses are shown according to months. And I mentioned even some days when that activity was held. Then some explanation in the middle. Do I need to read all of them? So we continue down according to months up to the month of December. As at 31st December, we have 44,799,208 on our UG account. On the USD account, we have 17,344.20. When I converted using that rate down, I got 64,173,540. And below there are some notes trying to explain exactly what is taking place on the US dollar account. On the 12th of July, RTG transfer Lions Clubs of Tororo, $345. On the 31st, Chitezi Relief Fund transferred to UGX district account for relief items. On the 9th of September, International Association of Lions. In a special note, I would like to thank Lion Jackson. You're always there for me. Lion Charity, Lion Julius, First Lady, and the District Governor. So it makes you comfortable when you are making your work, when you have consultations. You have made my work easy because you are always there for me in case of any guidance and queries. Once again, I appreciate the clubs who have paid their dues in time, which has enabled us to run the activities of the district successfully. Lastly, always avoid sacrificing your club. Instead, resign and another willing person takes over.
Thank you. Thank you, Lion City. The smiles mean that there are no questions. So has received and has been received, and we are going ahead to discuss it. We start with a question on that table. Both of the gentlemen can give their submissions.
Thank you, Ryan, Presiding Officer. My first is really a commendation. I think the governor and the team deserve a very good hand clap because the half year is looking very good. And if we continue like that, we won't be in the deficit at the end of the year. So they deserve commendation for that. Land presiding officer, I raised on a procedural matter. The first presentation, there was some item that was mentioned, and I think that is office rent, that had not been included in the original budget. Did I get that right? So if that is an amendment, to avoid the questions we are having now, I think we should present it and the budget is amended, or is it called a supplementary? Yesterday I saw a very huge supplementary. So we can ask, I mean for the parliament, not for us. So I think we need to have this amendment registered so that we don't get questions at the end of the period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lion Emmanuel Kansime. I think the budget had been approved with those recommended amendments, but as a matter of procedure, what do you want us to do? We have somebody to confirm, right? Okay. So can cabinet officers, can we confirm the amendment, approve the amendments in the budget? Okay, one to propose and another one to second. Cabinet officers, Omugurusi, Kutora. Can't see me.
Maybe that they have not shown us the figure, but I propose. It is there. Okay, okay.
Okay, budget amendment proposed.
Yes.
We need somebody to second. Lion Benon Musingu's here is seconding. They are saying it must be heard, so he has to say it.
I second.
Okay, thank you. The procedure matter addressed, commending the DG team, noted. Thank you. Let's hear a submission from there, then we can go to Lion Kabagambe. Please submit.
Thank you, DJ and the team. Robert Asiku is my name, Club President of Lions Club of Arua. 3 core issues. First is a request to the Cabinet Treasurer. Next time such presentations are made, I think let the copies be shared earlier. I note that the Cabinet Secretary said these things, I think yesterday or in the morning. I don't think many of us even understood. That is why one of the Cabinet officers was making a proposal for supplementary without figures that are not very clear. So I think it is very important that share these documents early so that people will be able to understand. Secondly, I thought it would be good to also share source documents like the bank statements, telling us that the UGX account has 44 million. I think to me is not just enough. How does someone prove that? I draw this from I did the same thing for my club of Arua, whose report is here. I'm going to share with you. Actually, one of the attachments has bank statements, so that people are really, they feel our money is where? Is there, isn't it? These are things they may look a little simple, but they are very, very important. Issues of money, there are no assumptions in them. I think the other third issue is about the waivers on areas. DG, you can recall, I did make a request as a club through our board for a waiver for some areas of 2022 and 2023. I needed to be guided. How does the process go? Because I'm aware some clubs were waived some areas. And what terms or conditions are there for a club to qualify to be waived areas? And in any case, if the areas are still pending, what happens to such a club in reference to issues of elections, so that we need to understand what would be the bearing in terms of the effects of such kind of areas to the clubs, and so that we don't be real caught unaware and we know the repercussions. I thought this needed to have been raised so that we go with the clear information. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Lion Robert Asiku. One question per member, so that we move very fast. Lion Kabagambe Siriako. They've under Centennial now. Let's first give it a break.
Mine is, I was not understanding because I thought the proposal to amend was moved by the cabinet treasurer, and therefore we should have been seeking for its approval. But even when it had already been proposed, you are still asking for proposals. But my thinking is that in recording, the proposal is from the treasurer, and she was seeking for approval from cabinet.
Thank you for guidance. You're making me better parliamentarian in the future. Yes, we are learning the practices. So when you see me sometime in the future, you say that is our kid, we trained him. Okay, it is noted, and we'll improve on the practice. Lion Israel Manzi.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you all. I want to commend the Cabinet Treasurer for the job well done so far. And among the proposals, I want to advance in safeguarding and securing our finances, especially as far as compliance of club payments is concerned, is come to the convention time, the clubs which will not have paid district dues, not to expect trophies and the thank you that come at the convention. Because these things cost money, you might find some of the funds we encroached on where for those things you find a club has performed well in some aspects, but he has not paid the district dues, and it's a cost. So among the notes you were putting, you can include that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lion Manzi. Just an addition on one of the note of $20 per member, the total value outstanding should be less than $1,000 in a debt. The cabinet treasurer was explaining to you that if you have an outstanding balance with international, they compute and see if the average is above $20 per member, you're going to be suspended. But even if you're less than $20 per member, but the balance is above $1,000, you will still be, just for clarity, don't total like in Tungamo may have 2,000 outstanding, but it is still less than $20 per member. You think you are okay? No, they will suspend you. So I will ask the governor to answer. We take note, Robert, on the bank statements and all that. Cabinet treasurer can pick up that in our future reporting. But there is something on waiver. I have seen one request, but I want to ask the governor to comment on that one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are privileged for your good comments, and we appreciate for that. Lion Manzi, thank you so much for the guidance. And I want to continue to explain that actually sanctions that were passed in the previous cabinet meetings are still on for those clubs that are not meeting their financial obligations to the district. These include removal from the voters register when we are selecting leaders at the multiple district convention. Now on the waiver, this is a subject I led personally at the cabinet meeting, second cabinet meeting like this in Mbarara, and it was a heated debate to have clubs benefit from a waiver. But I was strengthened by the very long and comprehensive research that I had done about problems of those clubs, which included, among others, COVID period problems, which included others, hurriedly opened clubs that eventually lost members, and others. And in spite of that difficult reception, I convinced the team that let's waive for a number of clubs. But it had conditions. One, they had to apply, stating their reasons. And they did. And when they did, we tasked the cabinet treasurer to bring the attention of all their reasons to the committee, and we together resolved to waive a number of them. Some all the years, some half of the years. And then the other resolution that was taken was that this is a once-off gesture. A once-off gesture. That clubs are given a clean sheet to start on, and that would be the end. But otherwise, it shouldn't be a tradition that people would default dues and then ask for waivers. So I wonder what happened to Arua, how it failed to apply for a waiver that time, and what period they are asking for a waiver now. That was a period before, I think that was 22, 23. Because we were in the period before 23, 24. So what dates are you talking about? Which periods are involved in that? Mr. Siku, try to reply.
Thank you. I think the period we are referring to is 22, 23. That was a post-COVID period. I think the challenge we had, probably our leadership could not bring this.
Because you are not a new club.
Yes.
That's there. You are not opened in a hurried manner. You were there. What happened?
That I cannot vividly explain because in my period, as I talk now, even I've already cleared. I'm one of the clubs that I've already cleared. But I think the key issue is that this was an issue that ought to have been brought to the attention earlier. This was a post-COVID period effect that should have been handled together with those other clubs around that time. But it was not, I think, brought to the attention. I found it.
We didn't wait for every club because those who had hopes to raise the money, because that was like a previous year to that current meeting. We thought they were working to raise it, and you also didn't raise a complaint. And also, as a leader who came into the office, you inherit whatever you find there. There is a common saying in most cultures that when you inherit a widow, whatever belongs to her, whatever assets she has and liabilities, you inherit them. So what have you done since inheriting those debts?
So members, I'm tempted to close this here, but I'm seeing the Uketi all the way from Goma. I may not stop him. Okay, kindly proceed.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify these issues of raised by our president. The immediate DG is there, and during the Entebbe Convention, I'm the one who paid the last year dues for Arua under the condition that we will vote. I did vote. Why did I vote? So in my head, I cannot even recall any debts because we were allowed to vote in Entebbe. So personally, I'm completely confused because we did vote under the condition that all our dues will be waived. So I don't know how to explain this situation. Thank you.
Members, can I request that we review that matter, look at the figures, then we come up with an appropriate, because we can't do reconciliations in such a framework. We must look at the figures, and if there is something, we can get back to the club in that regard. But at least the governor has made himself clear on the areas.
For procedural purposes, Lion Robert, this is what you are going to do. Raise a communication to the cabinet treasurer. First of all, do your homework in the club and see year by year how you have cleared your dues and how that figure appears to be outstanding. Okay? And then what the good doctor is talking about, you raise it and then you request for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, City, for the very good presentation. There was an item of media-related resolutions, and I don't think we have any tabled. We are going to use 30 minutes before we go for our lunch. So we'll now go to the presentations from coordinators.
Before that, we have special committees. One is bifurcation. Another one is fundraising. Which other one? There was a third one. Welfare. Yes, let them present now. So that we start coordinators in the afternoon.
Thank you. We'll start. And the chairs of those committees, we have Lion Frank Muramura, we have Lion Elizabeth Nansubuga. So let's start with Lion Elizabeth Nansubuga for the welfare related. Then the fundraising will follow, and then bifurcation. We said all these reports, we have a maximum of 5, but you can do 3, 4 would be good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lions. On 11th Jan, the senior leaders of Lions of Uganda held a retreat, and we had a keynote speaker who challenged us. I want to give a background to this. I think this has been shared, so you will read the details so that I can use 8 minutes. So the keynote speaker challenged us and said one of the challenges of these service associations is extortion. How do we use them to extort money? When somebody dies, when we lose a family member, a judge, a what, we post, Liz has lost, and people start contributing. When PDG Ntangare loses a person, we collect 20 million. When Liz loses, 2 million. It depends on the club, it depends on your status, but we are all Lions. And then some use it to extort money. Like we need to find for whom do we contribute to. Should we contribute to my judge? Should we raise a list? Or should some people whom we lose remain in our clubs? Then the other thing, we have LCIF, we contribute to international, but we can benchmark. Rotary has a local fund, an equivalent of the LCIF. We can send money to US, but we can also collect locally to build financial sustainability of the club, of Lions Club Uganda Trust. So the proposal was that DG tasked us. I, as part of the team, we have Lion Jackson, and then we have the cabinet treasurer, the cabinet secretary on that team, the 3 of us, to come up with a cabinet paper on how we can build financial sustainability of the district 411B, but also how do we improve member welfare and minimizing that extortion, member satisfaction that we can contribute. So the team came up with an idea. We can establish an investment club and later transit to a circle because of the legalities around a circle. And then for those who will have joined, we work out the modalities of going, having a part of that circle or fund, a benevolent fund where we can contribute for members who die. I work at Makerere University. We have one. For those, it's called the Makerere University Social Support Fund. When the actual member dies, you get 15 million. When you lose a partner, 7 million. When you lose a child. So we stopped contribution of lists, of having lists every other day, contributing towards members. So those are the three. Either we have an investment fund, so we are seeking a cabinet approval, either to start an investment club which will transit into a circle depending on the numbers that will join and the policies that will be set up. And then we have a benevolent fund to improve member welfare, to contribute in case a lion dies, but also some close people to that member, depending on the terms. And this is done by insurance companies, so it will not be hard science. It will be, then we also start a fund, a district fund. That one is easy, the equivalent of the LCIF. We could start with as little money as $100, not $1,000, to build financial sustainability for the district to be able to conduct certain activities. Expected benefits, financial sustainability, access to affordable credit and saving for members. If we start, yes, Lauren? Economic empowerment at club level, social safety net, and promotion of the investment culture. In terms of financial implications, we want to start with member contributions as a primary source of capital, but we ask LCI Trust can also give us seed funding to set up the initiative, but also to explore external partnerships. There are potential risks if members do not sign up for this circle: mismanagement of funds and limited funding for the initial setup, and we have mitigation measures. DG will request for approval of either a circle, a fund, investment fund, or a trust fund for the district seed funding, and DG to appoint an interim team of lions with expertise to manage the oversight during implementation. Thank you very much.
Kindly scroll. I need to see the committee members of that team. At the end, we are trying to keep within the time. So thank you, Lion Elizabeth Nansubuga. That is the paper. They are requesting that we approve as a cabinet. One, it could even be odd. I don't know if that is. Because two of them serve Lions, then one serves the district. The Lions Fund, really it is for the district to pick matching grant monies and all that. Then these other welfare like Benevolent Fund and the circle and the investment club serves you as an individual. You have money you are saving with your colleagues. Later you can borrow, or if we are not borrowing, we have bonds and whatever. I'm just giving a futuristic impression. So we are requesting that if those are approved, then the nitty-gritties of how to set them up and all that happens, and the governor will take charge of appointing who is who. Okay, can I move a motion for approving? Okay, or you want first ask some questions? We receive the report. Receive Lion Lydia, seconded by Lion Opare. So it is receiving and set for discussion. Let's keep it brief, members. We are standing between our lunch. Quick questions. Start with Lion Smith.
Thank you for this proposed item. It has been long overdue. Some other districts started it a long time ago when they became districts. However, it is like you have set up some standard you are only waiting for approval. You don't need our indulgence as in, because I did not hear sickness, you are talking of death. The sickness was there, okay. So I think we need to, we may approve it, then we also review and add some other things that are missing so that we get the proper document that we shall present to other lions in other clubs. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Lion Smith. I think it is a concept that we shall develop to the nitty-gritties. Thank you. Lion Mohozi.
Yeah, I want to thank the presenter, but I have this to suggest. I fully support, but I suggest that we start with one of them. Because if we start with all the three, it might. Yes, so me, I'm proposing we start with the one that deals with the welfare of members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lion Mohozi. Mohozi is proposing that we do one. Now, members, I need to, if you have been following the governor's presentation, each project now we shall get needs a matching grant. So actually the district must have money. Otherwise you will not get any project from LCIF, so you can actually even stifle the operations of the district. And I have seen many of you applying for this, so that LCIF of Uganda could actually cater for that. Ryan Emma.
Thank you. I'll start on that note. My recollection and understanding was that the reason, if I recollect very well, the reason Lions Clubs Uganda was formed was to actually create that fund, because I believe when it was formed I was around. So if it has transitioned into a trust, wouldn't the same principles apply to the trust, so that a certain amount of what clubs pay to the district is actually transferred to the trust and we build that fund? And so if the previous cabinet left 36 million, if this cabinet, unfortunately for you, started on zero almost. So if this cabinet left 36 million and the coming one left 36 million, in about 5 years, we shall actually have a fund to have all these matching grants we are looking for. So it's a matter of, I think the trust is in position to manage the funds at the district and create a fund. So I actually support Ryan Muhozi that let's go with something that deals with members' welfare, because we already have a fund at the district, only that we haven't managed it very well. Because I remember Ryan Munanwa left 36 million, the following governor left another 36 million, but you can see we've gone into deficits. So let's try to manage the fund that is already there and then deal with members' welfare. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lion Emma. Let's go to Lion Siriako. Then we'll stop on Siriako and then approve the positions.
I get excited by Lion, my friend there, but I would want an improved way of doing it, so that this fund is not depending on leftovers. Because there are some people who eat and finish their plates, and it is okay. It's okay. If you give me my food and I eat it, fine. So to me, the ideal situation would be to give it a percentage. The way we give to a constitutional area, the way we give to the district, the way, so that the money we pay, we say that $50 or $1 or $2 is given to the trust, to the fund. So that instead of, because now, what the presenter said about extorting money from people, it appears this proposal can bring it back. That now more money is going to be imposed on me as a Lion to pay to the fund. But if we are saying that on the money we pay, we are getting a fraction which goes to the other trust fund, then over time, and without depending on leftovers, would be able to build that money. But it should be also, Lionism is more than 100 years old. We should also give it time so that people now don't feel, again, a burden, but we plan better. So I build on his idea.
Okay, thank you. I like the analogy of leftovers. Now we shall give Lion Elizabeth to just give 1 or 2 comments. Then I request cabinet officers to approve these proposals, 2 of them.
I just want to give clarification. There is no cost that will be added to you as a member. I am an MJF. I think there are several MJFs in this room. It is optional. It is like how I am MJF, we can find a name. Even the team tried to propose, can we find one prominent lion? Bagaine Fund, where you are donor. MJF, I'm international donor. This fund, I'm local donor, where I can choose to donate. It has nothing to do with the district dues or your club dues. It's just an avenue of fundraising, just like how I get $1,000 and send to America. Can I get $100 and live here? PDG, during your time, I gave Julius $100. It never reached. So we had tried, and he reminded me. So we had tried to build a local fund in one of the cabinet meetings, but it didn't. So it has nothing to do with your cost. You can be an international donor. You can be a local donor. Yeah, so that's the clarification.
Okay, so thank you. We have understood. Mohoz had proposed, I believe, on both. Can I get a seconder? Somebody to second. Cabinet officers, I'm taking that Mohoz you proposed, right? Lion Nancy, seconded by Lion Nancy. Thank you. So the two resolutions is both for the welfare and for this fund where we can donate. The governor's appeal fund worked and $100 was reported to the district. Thank you. We shall go to fundraising. Now Ryan Frank can tell us actually how we can generate monies for the district and all these initiatives we are bringing up. Ryan Frank, over to you. Microphone.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Frank Muramura. I'm from the Lions Club of Kampala Central. I and those other people listed there were given a responsibility by the governor to propose ways that the district can do fundraising, and accepted the assignment. And when we accepted the assignment, we had to think of what could be that activity that unites the whole district. If you are fundraising, it is all lions of the district that are participating for a common cause. That was the difficult part. And we thought that a national project that could be appealing should be thought about. And we thought of what fundraising mode can be adopted in the whole country. We thought doing a marathon for all clubs in Uganda would be a good fundraising mode. And to achieve that, we would need also to have other partners who may not necessarily be lions. These could be corporate companies or corporate organizations or even individuals. And because we have always faced a question which we find it difficult to answer, when you go out to fundraise, they say, and where are you located? I guess many of you fumble with that question. So we thought it would be a good idea to have a national headquarters for the Lions of Uganda. But we said if we did that, it would not sell to the public. Because how do you fundraise to build your own house? So we thought we'd do something which serves the public. So we thought about a medical diabetes center. Medical diabetes center. So we said, okay, that one needs a location. And it should be located on land. It should be physical. It should not be virtual. And we were wondering whether we are going to have money to buy land. We are struggling even to fund the governor's travels across the country. So we looked at what land is available already and belongs to the Lions. We identified some land in Jinja, in Iganga, in Masaka, and even in Buryankuyege. That land of Buryankuyege is owned by the Lions Club of Kampala Central. Then there was land also, I'm not sure whether owned, but at least being used by Lions Club of Entebbe, where they have a children's play park. We thought Entebbe, being as close as it is to Kampala, would be a good location to have a national head office. But we could do it together with a Lions Medical Diabetes Center. So that's how we zeroed on the Entebbe land, if you are seeing those notes. But we know that currently it is under the management of Entebbe Lions Club, and therefore we think that the district will need to obtain consent from Entebbe Lions Club to let that land be used for the national activity, which consent we think would not be hard to come by, because we think Entebbe Lions Club has similar aspirations like we do. So we propose that if that is agreed, then some members, some Lion members are engineers, they should be persuaded to help us come out with some architecture designs. And I'm not sure whether we used the right name of, there are those videos they make which accompany architecture designs showing how the property will be used. So that if we go to meet Entebbe Municipal, is it also a city now? Okay, for now it is a municipal council. If we go to meet them, to ask them to make sure we get the title, we are able to show what we want to do with the land different from what it is currently being used for. And I believe that the engineers among us would be kind to donate that service, and they generate architecture designs and 3D videos that can be used in meetings with the council to obtain registration. Now, Entebbe Lions Club, of course, is not a registered entity, and since we are talking of a district project, we thought such land would be registered in the names of the trustee. Now, whether it is the trustee or the limited company, I think is sorted, because it seems as a district, we agreed to go ahead with the trust. And when those discussions have been done and we have succeeded, then we put up a 4-story building, and we can decide whether the treatment center occupies 2 levels or 3, but at least we reserve one which can serve as our headquarters. Then that will be easy to answer a question, where are you located? And of course, such a center would need to be equipped. So when we are fundraising, we are not fundraising for only construction, but also for equipping the center. And we thought that since we have 2 very good hospitals in Entebbe, grade B and grade A, we can have some memorandum of understanding with them to help to work with us in running that center, because it would be a full-time center. And then lastly, if we have an office, we need to equip it, and it needs to have a secretariat. Therefore, we shall need a staff, or I don't know how many staff, but we shall need staff to run the secretariat, and we shall have answered two things at the same time. We have a project which serves the community in terms of diabetes treatment, but we also have solved our problem of renting in Ntinda. We occupy our own building, and we have made it good use of the land. Okay, the current use is good, but we think that the proposed use is even better. And Entebbe, we thought is central enough for all of us to feel comfortable to have it as housing our headquarters. We also have a list of some proposed corporate organizations. I'm not sure whether he has it, and we are not going to read it, but the Cabinet Secretary will be sharing this presentation, and you can look at the list. It is not exhaustive. You could have better options and proposals whom we can approach to be our partners in such a project. But you can at least display the land if you have the land we are talking about, because we have an photo from Entebbe which shows the land we are talking about, and it is approximately 1.3 acres. We think that's big enough to accommodate what we are proposing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lion Frank. Members, can we receive the paper for discussion? Yes.
Presiding officer, I propose that we receive the paper for discussion.
Thank you, Lion Tush, our first vice, seconded by Charita Twine, seconded, and Medress. So, discussion, we'll have 3. Governor was excited. I'm going to give him the microphone first, and then I heard you speak. I thought you wanted to comment. Okay, let's give line IPDG.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am personally seeing this for the first time, and I am very excited.
Thank you.
I'm from Entebbe, I'm sure all of you know. But one of the things I want to correct that if we are to move that way, we don't need to discuss with what we call grade A and grade B. Actually, grade A is only the private wing of Entebbe Hospital, Entebbe Regional Referral. So it would be one entity. That is the information. 2, I am 99% sure, Dan Frank, with all due regards to the Lions who are here from Entebbe Lions Club, but I'm 99% sure, because we have been discussing, and we have not been reaching far. I'm sure the Lions Club of Entebbe would give you a consent. And then we move on. I think that is all.
Thank you. Another suggestion, let's go to Lion Karuru.
Yeah, thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I thank Past Governor SBK for reassuring us that they will consent. But however, when you listen to his presentation, there's a lot of butter, ghee, and honey. One thing we have to consider is that mine is mine, ours is ours. And you know, this is a property of Lions Club of Entebbe. We don't want a situation where we shall reach somewhere and they say, no, we bought this land or we have this land and we must make something for a benefit. Because Lions have to, you know, when you have a property like this one, you utilize it to fundraise. Have we made an arrangement of getting an MOU? And if this is done, can we have, is it going to be rented? Is it being given free? That should be done in the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you, Lion Karuru. I think Karuru is mentioning that we have to go into an organized arrangement and the district has already approved that any partnership or arrangement should always be guided by an MOU. So it's already an agreed practice, and it would save that challenge. Lion Father, Charles Mutabaruka.
Yes, my name is Lion Father Charles Mutabaruka, Mbarara Lions Club. The partnership is good. I want the old Lions to recall that we have some more projects which were actually even funded by Lions Club funds. And we have lost touch with those projects, maybe with the memorandum of understanding. I give an example. I'm not very sure whether the Lions Club of Kabale have any connection with one of the hospitals. Is it Rugarama? Secondly, in Mbarara, I'm sure, I may not be very sure, but others will bear me out. There is a health center 3, which was started by Lions Club. But now the municipal council has almost put us on, we're almost out. When you go, they even don't know. Then I think there is something about Ruharo also. So how do we avoid such if we are going for this? And then my last worry is in relation with Lion Karuru, how someone in Fort Potro or someone in Arua is going to put his heart into the construction in Entebbe, if at all we go with Entebbe, or Mbale somewhere. So I think we have a lot of work to do in order to have that general acceptance of the project, and we all put our efforts there. Thank you.
Let's hear from our first vice.
Thank you. Sometimes when the man of God speaks, you think, you know, they are visionaries. And the other, in addition to what he's inquiring about, is to know any piece of land that is located in the capital, the city, it has big government attachments, to know if Entebbe can array our fears that it won't be claimed and then lions are kicked out when you've put in quite a lot. I think we need to know that as a procedure.
Thank you. Let's hear from Lion Tibbs. The governor will give a comment and then we close this item.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. I am up on the issue of ownership and what the wise man has raised. When the Cabinet Secretary actually was presenting the financial report, there is something I had and noted when you said that the clubs, the trust actually the district holds in trust the different portions of land owned by the clubs. I thought and I think it should be vice versa. And that is how we can solve this. Take an example, Mbale Lions Club had land and Mbale Lions Club is no more. Where does that land go? I believe ownership of land, whichever actually all properties of clubs, should be by the trust, and that is by the district. So that if Bushenyi Lions Club, for example, has land and it goes off, it is no longer there, the district maintains that land. I think it is proper if we can register all clubs properties, actually specifically land, in the name of the district, so that we own land everywhere. That will solve the problem of getting into a memorandum of understanding with Entebbe Lions Club. Take an example. if the district actually, local government, that is to say, all lands in a district, parish or sub-county lands are owned by the district. The cow is the one in charge. If you go to churches like the Catholic Church, you will find a parish deep in Kaware or in Rukonjiri, the land is owned by the diocese. So it's better we register all lands belonging to the clubs into the name of the district, and the district owns that land.
Thank you, Tibbs. What Tibbs is saying is actually what the trust is there for. We shall legally have the titles in the names of the trust, but the physical usage and the ownership is by the club that is there. It is exactly the same model like the church that we adopted, and there shouldn't be the worry. So, but when you say that the districts own the land, the clubs get worried. No. The club keeps its land, it is its land, but we have the legal ownership. If the club closes, the district can hand it over to the other members who will come out of that club. So it is clear legally they are in Lions of Uganda Trust, but usage of the land remains with the clubs. Thank you. Let's hear the governor to wrap up this part.
I thank everyone for their contributions. Lion, Dr. Stanley, thank you for that kind of affirmative response. I'm not sure whether Entebbe land has a land title, does it? So the more reasons we need to intervene, because this land is actually at risk. You can imagine that prime land being there. Our claim is just cosmetic. It's not real. So if we got a real title processed by ourselves, that would sort the MOU issues. But in case Entebbe gets it faster, then we would either enter an MOU or they would transfer it to us. So intervention is real. Land grabbers are abundant. We need to understand that. So we would first, assuming we agree to go forward, land ownership would be the first solution we would do. Then regarding Father Charles's misgivings, we are opening a multi-million pediatric cancer pharmacy in Mulago. We couldn't build it everywhere. It's not possible. But Mulago is a central referral point for Uganda. So we believe if somebody cannot be managed in Mbarara or Arua, it ends up in a center of excellence in Mulago. So therefore, we need to have faith that what we put even in Mulago is in Entebbe is in Uganda, and it will assist whoever reaches there in time. And so we need to start somewhere. We can't keep on rotating. Why about the issue of being forgotten by partners and stakeholders we deal with? This is also a solution. We are being forgotten because we simply put up a block and left. But this will be our own in reality. So stakeholders will be secondary and will be primary, unlike what has been happening. We go to Mbarara University. Mbarara University, of course, is a primary stakeholder. We are just visitors. So it's like with time, we simply lose contact, and depending on our abilities and vision of our leaders. If we don't keep the relationship going, it collapses. And finally, I think from the little background of my projects funded by LCIF, this is even a fundable project by LCIF. If we write a smart proposal, we raise a matching fund, this is a fundable project because diabetes is one of the key service areas of Lions International. So I think we should support it, and then the modalities can be worked out. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I don't know the question that I have to pose to the cabinet, but I think we need to approve the submission by the committee. But the nitty-gritties, as we've said, will be revisited to ensure that we minimize any risks that may come along. The land, we have a committee on the land, and I think Governor will talk about it later so that we can use them to support the clubs to deliver something. Cabinet officers, I need a proposer and a seconder. Lionel Wilson, they have advised that somebody has to be heard.
Thank you. I propose that we adopt this proposal and that it goes ahead to be developed with the comments and suggestions made.
Thank you. We take note of that rider on the proposal. Seconded by?
I second the proposal that all the amendments be done so that we move without any error. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. The governor will give us a break, then I will guide on how the lunch will be. After. Okay, bifurcation first. You.
Thank you very much. Fellow Lions, I think you allow me to be a bit faster. But be alert, because this affects you and me. And some of you are asking for it, others are fearing. So what is bifurcation? We hear about it. But it refers to the process of dividing an existing district like 411B into two. They could even be more. By the way, Rotary has done it. And it can be done to improve administrative efficiency. Imagine the governor visiting Chisoro, Arua, and Water, and 6 months he's not at home. And you know, many times you develop backache. Enhanced membership growth. We are talking about 1.5 million. I can assure you, bifurcation is one of the means and strategies. Increased community engagement. We have been advised, we were in a senior retreat at Chisubi recently. And one of the presenters, who has been a board chair, advised us, and we agreed. He has been an NSSF board chair for a long time. A short, tiny man, but very powerful in the head. Those who are there, you know, you agree with me. But you must choose a community. Fellow Lion members in your clubs, choose the community that you want to serve in order to be relevant. Sometimes they say, don't spread out, and eventually you are too thin on the ground and you have no impact. You are there, you are touching. Better align with the geographic and demographic changes. We know we are increasing in population, isn't it? How can we remain? And we must also judge from history. Actually, we were 411. Eventually, 411B, including Tanzania. And then 411C went to Tanzania. Must we remain like that? I want to tell you that in Nigeria, Smith is here. He's usually fond of getting that information. How many districts in Nigeria now? Now you're here. So why not? We can do that. And I'm going to share with you the benefits. So, but we must undergo a process. By the way, this, mark my words, it's a process. We are not saying bifurcation should be tomorrow. No. I think this organization 411 should say we undergo this process, and I'm going to show you the timelines. It may take 2, it may take 3, it may take 5. But I also want to tell you, we can actually borrow from history. And I'm glad to, you see whom I'm facing, our own PCC Munanura. But I'm also first eyeing Lion Pori. When we were given 411, the 2 districts, actually, one of the people who never went through the ranks of deputy vice governors is Pori. He just became a governor. But he became a very powerful governor. So this one should not, and districts, and Tagobia is where? You know, he works in the district. Yes, they give you a district and you go and manage. And now I know what you have become. So people become chair when they have been councillors, isn't it? So, but then some years later, Munanura also becomes, you know, he's also like, you can call him a charter. He had prepared for Tanzania and Uganda. Sometimes he tells me he remained with so many logistics
especially the pins and what have you. Those are his secrets anyway. I have spilt them without his permission. But there he is. So we have got gurus who can guide us. You get me? So you must have an initial discussion. The district leaders, and I want to tell you that there has been discussion, and this is also part of the discussion, isn't it? It's a process. You must do a little bit of a study, and the study doesn't mean that it should be very academic. Sometimes people become too academic. How many of us are professors? So sometimes you call professors, but you tell them now to reason not as professors, isn't it? Yes, that's why they can even be good cabinet secretaries. Do you realize? They don't have to apply the knowledge of membership vote. You know, members must agree. Okay? Some discussions have been going on, and this is another discussion at cabinet meeting level. When cabinet agrees and you want to give it a time frame, you must seek approval from multiple districts and eventually international what? Approval. And then you go into the implementation. Next. So what do we need? Clear communication and stakeholder engagements. We have been doing it, you know, and then we are continuing. Strong leadership, I've already told you the gurus we have, so they can continue guiding us. Financial planning, and I'm glad that I'm presenting this after Frank Muramura has talked about many of those. And I think Elizabeth has also talked about the welfare and what have you, and circles. All those have some bit of financial implication. We must get support and buy-in. Let's not be in the world of fear. Buy-in. And align with the policies of Lions International. Next. So, whatever you're going to do, you plan. Somebody has presented something about a big 4-storied building. You must do planning. So, you must do the constitutional requirements and abide by them. Obtain necessary approvals from the clubs, from the district, from the multiple. This one I've talked about. You must have a bifurcation plan. Don't simply say you are going to bifurcate tomorrow. Establish new district leadership and infrastructure. This to me is not a problem. You can see how we are growing. Ensure continuity of services and programs. Don't bifurcate in order to go and kill the what? The services. Next. Geographic and demographic factors. These are things I would like to hear after my presentation. If suppose we say we are going to split into two, bifurcate into two. Where would be the borders? We must look at the membership growth. We are driven by the mission 1.5. But Nigeria is now talking big with close to 10,000 Lion members. And I want to tell you, when you go to international now, and the Nigerians are there, you know numbers matter, isn't it? How many of you believe in democracy? Democracy is about what? Numbers. There is financial sustainability. I want to elaborate on this. Somewhere you had the governor, and many governors in the past, including myself, people are always saying, projects, you know, you have brought in 8, but it can only be 2 at a go. The more districts you have, the more chances of what? Of projects. So leadership capacity, I want to elaborate on this. You know, I have a small eye, but I'm now seeing so many potential governors. And like in the past, some of these gurus will tell you, Uganda would now be saying, there is a time when Tanzania presented 2 governors consecutively, and they were threatening to get the 3rd year consecutive. The Ugandans were fearing to be governors. Now they are all working seriously very fast to become what? Governors. We have governor materials. Okay? And what do you need? You must do a lot of development. GLT people are here, the experts are here. Then we shall serve our communities better. And I have already put partnerships, and Frank has done it for me. Next. Okay? So engage stakeholders as are and continue quite often. Conduct those studies. Develop clear communication plans. Don't put it to yourself. And you are probably Governor Kataate, and you think you are going to call the DG Advisory Committee, and you say we are taking a decision to bifurcate. Open it up so that you either agree or you disagree. When you agree with those reasons. When you disagree, you should also give what? Reasons. But bearing in mind that when we are born, we continue growing, isn't it? Aging is part of the normal process. Establish strong leadership and project management. I think I've already talked about we have potential governors. But just go back a little bit. A bit of project management, we have already been talking about the trust we are talking about. And we have also been saying projects which we can earn from LCF and any other partners belong to the district. Monitor the progress and adjust plans accordingly. Those who have done management, you know. Takeaways. I want to convince you that bifurcation will improve administrative efficiency and membership engagement so that we can say 411B, we are in the lead. We have more and more people. Otherwise, you cannot continue doing things the same way and expect better results. Governor Toto reaches 2,000. Governor SBK comes backward. And then he struggles with his team, they reach 2,000 plus. Towards the end, Benon comes, you know what we are going through. We need to do some of the things differently. Careful planning is what we are talking about. It's very crucial. We can make sure that our service projects are better managed through those different partnerships. Next. Policy requirements worth noting. I think I've already talked about, and all those approvals. Next. Guidelines. Members must approve the bifurcation. I've already said it is not the DG's work alone or the Council of Governors. The multiple district and international, and then you implement. And when you're implementing, you must agree when you are bifurcating what are the boundaries. Criteria to follow, look at the geography of Uganda. Because it doesn't make sense, we are trying to put a club in Moroto. And then you say Moroto will be with Chisoro. I think it doesn't. Let's be realistic. I've already talked about, we are talking about retention and growth. It will be a strategy that is a bit different, but we are borrowing from these gurus. They are all here. Community engagement and service. We shall serve our people better. One of the obvious things is that we shall increase in numbers. The other one, we are likely to attract more projects as we bring in more partners. And financial sustainability, and have more governors in leadership and what have you. Preliminary, rather estimated timeline, I'm about to finish. The engagements, seeking opinions, which is part of what we are doing, about 3 to 6 months. I want to say that I was first asked to talk about bifurcation in one of the regions about 4 months ago. No, 3-4 months. So the process has been going. And it is not cast in stone. When I say 3 to 6, it could go to 8, it could go to 10, no problem. But it could also be reduced, isn't it? Membership vote. You must make sure that the cabinet now, do you want to wait for the next cabinet or do you want to agree now? And I'm using the word vote, but it doesn't mean that we are going to say no. You know how we do our things, consensus, isn't it? And then that is only when we can go to the multiple district. So what would mean if you agreed today that we start the process? We can seek approval from the multiple district before this Lionistic year ends. And then it is only after that that the multiple district would allow us to take it international, so that we also have something to show Manoj as we vote him in as the second vice international president, that, oh, his region is producing more what? Districts. You know Manoj. The benefits, quickly, new leadership opportunities, I've already talked about it. You'll have more posts. Increased representation with diverse membership. When I say diverse membership, there were many Lions clubs in Region D. What we must start, we have been discussing it in the Governors Council, and I am also responsible for GMA. But you look at the numbers. We cannot continue doing things the way we have been doing them in Region D. Isn't it? Even Region C. Then Region E, 239. I think people have been trying to ask that, can we share and what have you, DG product. But this table should be able to strike your what? But the question is, what does it mean? Some of the requirements is that, you know, when you split, ideally, you should be at least 17 clubs. And they used to say, when we are going to split, yes, yes, yes. So, yes, I'm sure of that. We can Google that if we have a problem. Yes, the minimum. And you know, a district ideally should have 1,250. But by the way, they have now reduced. But you can be allowed a provisional district status. Then you work hard. I'm not going to talk much about it. It only took Uganda how long? To come out of provisional. Yes. Only in your term. So even if you were 600, you can actually reach over 1,000 in 1 year. If you employ the Munanrawat style, isn't it? Yes, this is possible. So you don't have to wait for the 1,000. There is a provisional district, and it is about 500 for 50. Minimum 17. So there we are. So we can go into provisional, then we move on. Then go back to the, very briefly, the slide above. Yes. The slide above again. I want it. Yes. There will be opportunities for training. Sometimes you want to, they say slots are only limited per district. When you are a governor, you have a program. Whom do you sign for? And then there is also a benefit. Membership, I think I'm not going. Next. But I want to show you that there are challenges. Definitely there were challenges. We have to be aware of that. Now, no, there was, yeah. So I want to show you, you see that table, but I want to conclude by saying that is a passionate land who is ready to care, to share, and serve in order to leave a mark in the communities. I had to end with that so that I actually please Benon Kataate, our DG. Thank you.
Thank you, IPDG. Cabinet officers, propose and second receiving the report, the paper. You know we are standing between your lunch, so you better do it quickly. Lion Lydia and Lion Mohozi. Okay.
Members, I propose we receive the papers presented for discussion.
Thank you. I will allow only 2 questions and then we resolve whether we're going to. Okay.
I second that we receive the paper
For discussion. Thank you. Can I have 2 submissions on this paper? Ryan Frank Muramura and Lion Tone Uketi, then Benon, then we close at that. Proceed, Lion Frank.
Okay. Without sounding selfish, yes, I have to put that first. We have been discussing ways of doing a national project, including a national head office. But now we are also discussing how to divide and cease to be national. I don't know whether there isn't a contradiction here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Lion Uketi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like really to congratulate IPDG Stanley for this presentation. You know, I'm a member of Lions Club of Arua, a distant member, and I live still in Congo. I'm based in Mahagi. You all know, on Saturdays, I'm among those who follow the training regularly, and I'm faithful. And what is happening within District 411B, very exciting. With my title as Technical Advisor for Vision in Francophone countries, I can tell you that Uganda is leading. I'm very proud of what is happening here. And the conversation in this presentation is the way to go. There is no reason to go backwards. So mine is just a comment. I'm happy to have 3 delegates from Lions Club of Kigali, Doyen. I know what is happening there, and I'm very happy that today they have come also to follow these discussions. It's very, very useful. Why? Because District 409, which includes 3 countries, instead of moving ahead with membership, they are moving behind. When we started with 800 members within District 411B, at the same time, 3 countries had the same number. Today, District 411B has 2,000. We are talking, in terms of membership, between 1,800 to 2,000 minimum. But in District 409, from 800, today we are 500, coming down. So
Thank you.
we are leading, so thank you very much. For me, I really support this development. Let us move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The technical advisor has said, let's hear from Regional Chair, Region B.
Presiding officer and other members, I also think that we should bifurcate. We cannot keep in the comfort zone. When Lion Munanure became the district governor, I was his district officer in charge of Melvin Jones fellas. And I know how much work we put in. 1, to raise the number of MJFs. Number 2, to raise the numbers. And we were in fear that we would not make it. But because we worked hard and came out of our comfort zones, here we are. So I want to think that when we bifurcate, we put in a lot of effort and the numbers will increase. And therefore, I do support.
Thank you. We go to Lion Ekule. We'll stop it at that, and then we can approve the process to start.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Lion PDG is a scientist. I thought you'd have brought in some history as well. When we were 411, how was Lionism in the 5 countries then? Uganda, Lion 411B, has shown tremendous growth. What is it now in Kenya and Tanzania? First of all, let me congratulate the other regions that have grown numbers. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Also, the Lions Club of Intungamo. Is it Intungamo? Congratulations. We were at your stage at a certain time when I was president, when I was region chair. We did that. A governor came, you are too big, divide. Now you've heard, Ngora is cancelled. Ngora was with us in Kumi. Okay? Have we looked at the history of Uganda? Why do you think Lionism is strong in central and southern western Uganda? Have you done research? Have you looked at it? We are about service as a nation. We are about service as a country. Uganda, if we bifurcate, one end will completely collapse because the yoke will be heavy on the few that will stay, and Lionism will get obliterated. Look at Tanzania. Look at Kenya. We go to conventions. Why is Uganda dominating the national conventions, even the international conventions? Let's not be in a hurry because we want to see that we are growing numbers. The issue is mindset. We are looking at how much we can get from LCIF projects. That's the wrong mindset. Ours as Lions is to give to LCIF, not to receive. We are becoming greedy, let me use that word, that we want projects in our country, but we are not contributing to LCIF. Tonight, I've asked the governor, I've received pins from LCIF worth $1,000. and I want each one of you to match. Each pin is at $50. You give $50 to LCF, I will add $50. That's how we should grow our club, our association. Let's not be in a hurry for numbers and positions of governor. It's wrong. Let's change our mindset. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ekure. I had promised to close it at that. Now we have to go for lunch. I'm also going to only allow the marketing chair, Lion Nancy, only use 20 seconds, then I close the debate.
Thank you very much. And I want to appreciate everyone
20 seconds.
For the views, yes. And thank you for giving me the chance. I think I also want to support the issue of bifurcation. And I want to talk to my friend, Doctor, that sure it's not about the leadership and all that. I think in numbers speak loud. Our immediate past district governor has presented, and we've seen how numbers are. By the way, if we do that, it is one way of encouraging the other areas to grow up. Secondly, by the way, I belong in both. I am in my brother in Arua, and I want to go back home. And I help them, and we help each other to grow even from the other side. So I think if we remain, these things, sometimes we do them intentional. It's hard work. But if we sit in our comfort zone, we shall remain in that. So let's give it a trial. And after all, we've been guided. It's a process. It's not coming tomorrow or the other day. But we can embrace the suggestion, and then we see how it goes.
Thank
and that
you.
one alone will make other people to work hard, and we see how we grow in numbers. Thank
you, Lion Nancy. I have I've paid attention, and there is one person who claps hard whenever we support the bifurcation. Ryan Smith, do you want to become a governor? Okay. To cabinet officers, can we approve the process to start? Do we have a proposal and a seconder? I want from different regions. Ryan Rumazi, Ryan Kazora, and Ryan Lidi Vinjira. So just mention it on the phone and we proceed. On the microphone, we proceed. Ryan Rumazi.
Presiding officer, I wish to propose that we adopt the motion to bifurcate. Yes? And we start the process today.
Thank you. Bring to Ryan Lydia. Member, okay, give him his.
I second.
Thank you. Do you need us to add on more? No, those two are enough. Let's ask the governor to give us a break for lunch. Then I will guide on how the lunch will be. Thank you, Governor.
Fellow Lions, thank you so much for your attention and attentiveness. And I want to declare the first session of this cabinet meeting closed for now for a break of, we have a lot to do. We have 30 minutes to do. The discussion is rich. I increase it 40 minutes and let the cabinet secretary please guide us.
So, thank you, Lion Governor. Dear members, I believe each of you has a card, right? Our lunch is served in the restaurant down here. Now, there are stairs and a ramp. For people who are not comfortable with stairs, you can use the ramp and you move straight. We shall be back in the next 40 minutes. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Been highlighted. What did we set out to do? Our goal statement was by June 2025, we should have recruited 900 members, chartered 15 clubs, and achieved a net growth of 600 members. How have we fared? Of the 900, we've only got 385, and that's 43% of the set target. So it's already mid-year, but we are below 50%. Dropped members, we assumed we shall drop only 300 to achieve the net growth of 600, but we're at 81%. So we are doing well in the negatives. Net growth of 600, 142. We have so far got a net growth of 142. We started the year at 960. We are at 2,102 as of 23rd Jan. So while I was still worried that we have not hit the 50%, I checked on my neighbors, Tanzania and Kenya. While Uganda has had a net growth of 142, Tanzania has had negative 35, Kenya has had 47. So we are still doing far much better than the other districts, but these two districts have set the hurdle too low that we don't have to compare with them. Our target was 900. In Lusaka, they insisted, your district 411B, you need to set bigger targets. Digi talked about this, 39% are females, but to highlight, Lira Urban has no female in the club. We need to talk of diversity. We need males, females, the young and the old. Lira Urban has no female member in the club. We have only 6 Leo Lions registered on the system, 335 family units with 604. Who are the top members, top performers? Who are that? Who is in the positive? Top performers in membership growth? Which one? You don't believe in yourself? If you're in this room, how is your club faring? How is your club faring in terms of membership growth? How many have you added? Yeah, Nyapei added. We need to clap for Nyapei. I'm going to talk about Nyapei. It was a priority club at the beginning of the year. They've added 9 members and they've moved out of the priority status, and they are among the top 10 performers of the year. Kumi Central is part, yes? Yes? You're not sure of your other clubs? Which one? We need to first clap for Ntungamo. Ntungamo has added 50 members. Kampala Central has dropped 50 members. Ntungamo has added 50 members. They have not dropped any member. They've done, they have a total membership of 169. These are the other clubs that we need to clap for. Nyapei, congratulations. Rukunjiri, Mbarara, Bushenyi, Shema, Jinja, Edgar. What happened to Kasanga Tigreta? The awards are in April. So these are the top performers of the district. And I want to commend Ginger, they have not dropped. And Kira Host, David, yes, they have not dropped. Kasese has not dropped. Kanungu was a priority club and has moved out of that status. Congratulations, I think almost 50% of the membership growth has been contributed by Ntungamo. Those are almost like 2 clubs. It is high time Kampala Central benchmarks from Ntungamo and these clubs. The president of Kampala Central and the cabinet secretary and the PDGs. So far we have chartered 2 new clubs. We are chartering Manyangwa on 22nd Feb. I would like to take the honor to introduce the charter president, sponsored by Perina. She got to know about Lionism 8 years ago when I became a lion. She has never joined, but has done all lionistic activities. Kasanga Tigreta wanted to steal her. We fought for her. But we worked with Edgar, and she joined Manyangwa Club. All these are the other areas where we have clubs, and I think that will be discussed further by the second vice. 30% of our clubs are priority clubs. Those are 15 clubs. These are the clubs of concern. Priority clubs, Mitoma, if we can, they have 19, if we can get to 20. So if you are zone or region, these are the priority clubs we need to focus on. We have 13 clubs, they have not added. We talk about Mission 1.5, many of us have paused, but we belong to clubs that have not added a member. DG, negative growth. Kampala Central has dropped 50, and they have only added 8. Nyapei has added 9. Huh? It is a shaming for Kampala Central. We have tried. They sponsored Makere Club, and it is a shaming to be here. And my sponsor club is becoming a new definition of priority. The other club is Bwambara, which has negative 14. It's a fun fact. If Julius, Cabinet Treasurer Secretary, can help us read.
While Lions Club of Untungamo has added 50 members, another club has dropped 50 members. Thank you.
We set out to do a lot of things to contribute to Mission 1.5. DG, we have achieved half of the things we set out to do in Lusaka. By this, wherever we have done, in Lusaka, we thought we would identify clubs that would help us sponsor 1 to 3 clubs. In Lusaka, we sat and convinced everyone. Kampala Central will be one of the clubs. That assumption has been defied. For most of the things, we are on track. The challenges, lack of effective retention strategies, financial constraints when we want to conduct membership drives, slow progress in payment of dues, even for the new clubs, low attendance, and financial suspensions. Recommendations, we want to support the clubs that are in formation. We chose to identify 15. We have identified the 15. 2 have been chartered, and we hope we can charter this by April 2025. Region and zone chairs to focus on the priority clubs. More concerted efforts for Kampala Central and Bwambara. Region D has not contributed to Mission 1.5, and we need more efforts. Clubs that haven't added any member are encouraged to at least add 3 before April or end of year to strengthen the retention strategies, to use the Just Ask strategy that the DG told us from the beginning, and continuous monitoring of the clubs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elizabeth. This morning we had a very good tutor in the name of Lion Prosper. He told us leaders should have the vision, but also the ability to pursue the vision and also exercise brutal honesty. I think something like that is what I got. Not so? So can I ask the Mission 1.5 leaders to stand up? Support teams. Hey guys, you mean you are not there? Please keep standing. Can I ask the region chairs to stand up? Keep standing, keep standing, keep standing. Region chairs here with us. Can I ask the zone chairs also with us to join in standing? Can I ask the coordinators to stand? Coordinators. Coordinators. Coordinators be upstanding, Elizabeth. So standing, we have mission 1.5, coordinators, region chairs, zone chairs. Can I ask the district officers also to stand up? District officers. Musitwa. Now, one of the strategies of receiving mission 1.5 was that each district officer would bring on board at least 3 officers. Then club leaders, 2. But I don't want to go down there. So if we saturate, let me, by show of hands, who has achieved their share? 3. Are you sure, Elizabeth? Hands up again. How many have achieved 2? Yes, those with 3 seats. Those with 2, hands up. I can see you. Sit. Those with 1. Because I'm about to give you a microphone and you tell me whom you brought. Okay, you can sit. Those with we can see where the problem is. Lion Elizabeth, we no longer want stories but results. Just go in the inbox of each one of these and ask them, how many people have you brought? And check the website and tell me. Yes. Because if we need, that's what Prosper taught us, not so? If we need results, we must pursue what we have set as a vision. Let's not come here to waste time. Presidents, please stand up. Observers now, officially. President Rukunjiri, sit down. I know your case. But you can tell us how many, so that they can hear. How many have you brought on board? Rukunjiri? 4. President Kabali, how many? 6, sit down. President Kamwenge, how many? Huh? Are you sure? President Kamwenge, I have doubts. Because your club has been losing members. And you didn't bring all the 8 on board. You are not I want yours, the ones you brought. You can see how they tell lies. President Shema, how many have you brought? You can sit. President Mbalala? Robert? Are you sure? You didn't bring them on board. Robert, I'm the one who inducted your members, and you didn't bring them alone. I inducted at least 5. President Nebi, Doctor? They are laughing, but thank you for being very honest. You keep standing. Thank you for being very honest. President Kampala Central? Are you sure? Because they said the club has added 8. But Lawrence has brought several people. So you agree? You can sit. President Hoima? 2. You can sit. President Mukono? Two? Am I the one who inducted them? President Kakira? Are you sure? So they are not there. Because Kasoro can induct them. You don't have to wait for me. President where? Huh? Msheni specialty. I know your case very well. How far? You are still discussing. Thank you for being very honest. President Entebbe Road. I think you are okay. Thank you. Sit down. President Masaka City. 5. Are they all on your arm? Can sit. President of where? Huh? Masaka. President Kum Central. How many have you brought on board? 14, and you are all on your own? So let me visit. You can sit. Let me visit the strategies. It was that every district officer must struggle and bring on board at least 3 members. Lower level, 2. Zone chair, presidents. Then every member, 1 person. And the source, I have already talked, the source is here. There's nothing that is not here. Whether you want to pay LCIF, whether you want to repair your car, the solution is always first line where? Here. So guys, let's be serious. We can get on board these new members. We can, if we really are willing. Okay? So, the next thing is to see me in your inboxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Line Governor and GMT Coordinator, for that exercise. They have said it all. I will ask GET and GMA just to complement what these others have missed. Starting with GET, then later GMA. Like 2 minutes, because GMT has been discussed in detail.
Thank you very much, our Cabinet Secretary, Presiding Officer. I'm here to present on behalf of the Global Extension Team. My work as a GET is to grow clubs. And I have moved, I think, in all corners, though the recruitment is not easy. Like everyone was saying, getting a club, chartering a club is not easy. But like our DG had made his goal was to have 10 clubs chartered during his Lionistic year. But like Lion Liz mentioned, when we went to Masaka, we were stretched 15. So all our struggle in my docket was to make sure we get 15 clubs chartered. And Lawrence, have you got it? Oh, it's coming. Yes. So this is where we are as far as our GET docket is concerned. DG's goal was 10. The stretched goal were 15 clubs. So far, I must report that at least 15 have been identified under information. The first one is Lions Club of Masaka Greater. Formerly, we wanted to start this club in Karisizo, but somehow things didn't work out. I want to thank Lion Eden and the team for guiding to where we are. It is being guided by Lions Club of Masaka and Lions Club of Masaka City. At the moment, their target is 20 to charter it. But now, 13 out of their target have already paid, and they are in a process of applying for a charter to be chartered before our next convention. The second club is Lions Club of Mbale City Lions Club. You know, I think this is going to be the third time changing the name for the Lions Club of Mbale. It's now called Mbale City Lions Club. Their target is to have 36 members. So far, 12 have fully paid, 4 partially paid, and they are in process of applying for a charter to be chartered soon. It is being coordinated by Kumi Central under the guiding of Lion Opolot Johnson. The fourth is Manyangwa. That one, it is part of, it's now our new baby. I want to thank Kasanga Tigreta for the job well done. The zone chair, thank you so much for a job well done. The fifth one is Lions Club of Chengera, which is being formed by Lions Club of Kampala Central. Their target is 20, and 3 have already paid. The next is Legacy Leo Lions. This is going to be the first one in Maripo District to have a club where all members are former Leos. And it is being coordinated by Kampala Host under the guiding of our Leo Maripo District representative, Leo Wilson Biarohanga, who is there, can stand up for recognition. This is going to be the first of its kind. Already 10 members are paid, and we are waiting to have another 10 so that we apply for the charter. And they have already set the timelines for having it. Another new baby, Lions Club of Rubirizi, organized by Bushenyi Central, Bushenyi Lions Club. I want to thank Lion Smith for being among those who have been pushing for this. Already, their target is 42. Those who were chartered as charter members are 31. Thank you so much. The next is a Lions Club of Chanja, also being formed by Kampala Central under the guidance of Lion Gervas Ndianabo and Lion J.B. Ntangale. They are doing a good job, but it is still in formation. Lions Club of Bushenyi and Albertine are organizing Kakumiro. They are still in a discussion, but already the club and members some members have already committed for that. Lions Club of Kahunje is also being organized by Kamwenge Lions Club. Still, they are in a discussion, but already 8 members are committed. Lions Club of Undibujo, also under the under Bushenyi, it is also in formation, and Lions Club of Bugembe under Jinja, being organized by Frank, Ryan Frank Kayemba. We want to thank him so much because the meetings are actually taking place in his home. You can imagine how committed he is. Then we have Lions Club of Rushenyi, which is being organized by Lions Club of Ntungamu. Imagine they are already 170, but again they are making Lions Club of Rushenyi, where they want to have 35 members. 8 already paid, 2 partially paid, and because they are growing so big, they want to make sure that they send 15 from 170 to join Rushenyi so that Rushenyi also grows very fast. We have Lions Club of Muhanga, being organized by Lions Club of Kabare. I want to thank you so much, Kabare, for a job well done. They have identified 30, That's the number they want, and already 20 are paid. Actually, they have submitted their charter application to the DG, ready to be chartered once it is approved by Lions Club International. We have also information, Chitagwenda Lions Club, being organized by Uganda. Our regional chair is here, and they are still in the discussion, but already 10 members, 10 Lions are committed to join the club. And by next cabinet, we'll be having a full report about that. There is also Lions Club of Rugazi information. The information I got it when I have already done this report, and also Lions Club of Weju. We hope those 17 clubs, and with our stretch goals of 15, we will be able to move forward. But already we have 2, and at least by March, we should be having 5 more chartered. The challenges are not different from Dr. Riz has mentioned, are the same. It is the dues, it is the time for meetings, and the way it had been mentioned. I thank you so much.
Lion Chicken, it's not enough to tell us challenges without putting suggestions. Can I give you the microphone again? Suggested solutions to the challenges.
You know, when the DG asks, I know there are many solutions here. And I would want to pose the same question to you. Can we help? And we have the challenges, how to address the challenges. How do you address the challenge, for example, of failure to pay dues? PDM? Any other member? Yes, Father?
Thank you, Lion John. I am here to report another addition to your report that Mbarara Lions Club has already, through its processes, through the board and the general meeting, agreed to surrender 20 members, and we have already our leadership, our plans. By the end of this Lionistic year, we shall give you a club called Mbarara, Lions Club of Mbarara City.
Thank you so much. I can see now another challenge, the way DJ have asked, is to make sure that the bigger clubs split and form other clubs by where the clubs are being formed. Actually, Kampala Central is releasing 5 members joining Lions Club of Chanja. That is how some of those challenges can be addressed. But the biggest challenge we have is actually payment of dues. When you are trying to chart a club and you are breaking down the payments needed, they say that $47, the 27, and the 3 and 1. That's where now the problem starts from, asking members to pay. When they hear Lions, they think Lions are people who have money. And when they say, that is for the rich. If you want to know the challenges, Governor, they think Lions, when you try to bring members, these are rich people. For us, we're not rich. We don't have money. So we can't pay. You want to give me more? Thank you. Solution.
Thank you, Lanchkan. To me, you know, it is always hard to just get money at once. Now that we always have fellowships, it is all about continuous payment during fellowshipping time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know there are many challenges, and the docket of forming new clubs is not easy. That's why even members at the Lions Club International has been 1.4. I joined Lions Clubs in 1996. It was 1.4. It is still 1.4. Do we say that the entire world has failed to move and the challenge we're having of 1.5? I think no. So some of these problems are not only in Uganda, they are everywhere.
Thank you. I also want to share maybe what can be a solution I think the district should really think more of one day having a session for only club presidents. We never get an opportunity sometimes to share. But I think leadership really is one of the key deals for club sustainability. The moment there is a problem with club leadership, even if all is done, you can track Lions Club of Kaba and you see the dropping rate, how it was moving. Resuscitating that club was really hard. Really hard. And I'm not happy, Dr. You didn't mention about Kawari. We have not dropped anybody and we've added 8. I didn't see it in your report. It would have become one of my biggest motivation in this meeting. In summary, I request really members to create a session for club presidents, specifically, because you realize they have recruited more people by the way, and we face a lot of challenges, but we never have really a good platform to share some of these things.
Thank you so much, President. On behalf of Liz, we apologize. It could have been it's an oversight, not that it was intended. So, DG wanted to guide. I know DG sometimes has some good innovations, which he also would like to guide on how to overcome these challenges.
Any other suggestion out of the plenary? Yes. We are spending some time on this because it's one of the critical areas. Yes, Imelda. The microphones have disappeared.
But thank you so much. We want to appreciate your concern, but I wanted to put some caution here. Some of the challenges we face there actually have been criticized for being point blank. So maybe as a leadership, we also need to put some stop on how we handle some of these and manage our tongues. For instance, Kampala Central, we have been castigated. Every time it is us, and I think I needed to be strong to take this. But I wanted us to mention that the drops of Kampala Central, because we've been the biggest club, when we drop, you should be worried. But most of the drops are negative drops. We've sent 2 people to Entebbe Road, 1 to Kabare, 1 to Seta, 1 to Ruberizi. We are sending 5 to Chanja, 2 to Manyangwa. So it is not fair to us to tell
Thank you so much for explaining.
I wanted to comment then on the droppings, because some of these drops are being picked elsewhere. So are we taking care of this? Because it could be like a Nyawawa. They say it picks an Aswam and then it picks, I found another one. So we need to get clear figures, just as a matter of caution.
Thank you, thank you. But one of the mistakes which I observed in this process, I personally recommended opening of WhatsApp forums so that you engage people casually as you meet them, organize them. But in some places, it seems to have become an online engagement. So I want us to move out of our offices, our homes, and as far as possible, get one-on-one with the people we are trying to recruit. The second area is like these forums. Once they were stocked to 25 people, we relaxed and stopped. Yet we are supposed to bring in more and more members. Because this is an invitation to treat. It's not that once you have 25 people in the forum, those are going to be automatically what? Members. So continue going out and appealing to more people to enter. And once somebody assures you is not going to be, drop him out of that forum. But more importantly, get physical. Because when you are selling something, this person you are selling to buys the impression he sees in you, the words you use, the passion that you show, and eventually thinks that maybe there is something good in what he's saying, or he poses questions directly which you answer, and you clarify or you clear the mysteries in his mind. And then regarding the money, again you negotiate and say, please, halfway or quarter way, once there is a commitment, almost surely that person is going to pay. But if you are on zero commitment and you say they are committed, I sincerely don't want to say that is a positive development. But once one commits 100,000, you can be sure that with constant engagement, that person is going to add more, because he's also not willing to lose his 100,000. So like that, we should be able to get 20 members. They are not too many. And once those are made, then you make the application. So now, going forward, we are going to move much faster. Let's have service next. Service, please.
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon. Did you have lunch? Can we see that affirmation when you're standing? Everyone who had lunch, stand up. We are going to do a small energizer. I'm using one hand, but you will use two hands. So raise your two hands. This is called Badu Badu. Up, not this way, up. Then here is Badu. Ba. Can we try it? You do what I say, not what I do. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. We are going to move very fast. On service, I want first of all, ask all of you to clap for yourselves because you're all serving. I've seen there are clubs maybe which don't have, but maybe who are doing service. It is just that what we have here are those which have reached international. This is downloaded from Lions Clubs International. So if you're doing service and you don't appear here, it means you're serving and keeping it under the box. So we should be able to report our service. The people in green are those members who have served more than 50,000 people in green. And then there are those who have served more than 25,000. Those are in purple. Purple is not seen properly, but if you are allowed to pick your phones, this rundown is on GST platform. How many of you have your chairpersons on GST platform? Clap for Bushenyi. You mean your GST chairpersons are not there? Lions of Uganda, Lion Lawrence, send it on Lions of Uganda for me. And they see. Those in gray are those who have reported below 25,000. In total, we've served 2,008 activities, and our target is 2.5 million people to be served by 30th June. But if all clubs were reporting, actually we would have surpassed that. Because we have Leos who are serving and not reporting. Then we have Lion clubs who are serving, but their activities are not being reported. I believe that every club should have a Vensa in their club. You remember how they recognized Vensa, supporting some members to serve. Lion Vensa, do you want to share a bit how you do it? Which clubs have not called you? The ones which are not appearing here, isn't it? Some who are not appearing here. So really we want to encourage every club. If you don't have any member in your club who can help you report, to reach out to a neighbor club to help you with a member to support your reporting activities, isn't it? Otherwise, I think, DG, you believe that if every club had reported, we would have reached 2.5 by now, and now would be in bonus. So I believe every club is doing their best, and I want to congratulate you and thank you so much. The other advice is to make sure that if you have a Leo club, you guide them and engage them to do service. I believe most of you have seen that Leos are doing great, and they can be our resource in boosting our service activities. And also reaching out to the younger generation. I was looking at under youth, we don't have much that we've done. Well, I know we focused on the five service areas, but the three, the youth, disaster, and also humanitarian, we should really reach out and make sure we are serving in all the areas. So, diabetes, our target is diabetes, they've served 200,000, vision 300,000, environment 600,000, hunger 6,000, childhood cancer 3,000. On youth, there's nothing. On disaster, there's nothing. But on humanitarian, 5,000. So we need to cover all areas to be able to be the best district in service. First of all, when we recruit members, we recruit based on what they are able to do. They come with the resources into your clubs, but are we engaging them? Are we using their skills that attract them to our clubs? Or when they join clubs, sometimes we don't engage them in our different activities. So we need to make sure that we allow advice, we allow the resource that we brought into our clubs to remain active and alive. Questions, supplements are all welcome. Thank you. I would like to ask Dr. Kasoro. We are buddies in this service. The district administrator, Dr. Kasoro, he's been helping to share the roll down for service. Please stand up, and they should appreciate you. And if your service chairperson is not on the GST platform, by the time you leave here, please make sure they are added, because then you stay in touch with what is happening in other clubs.
I want us to keep this microphone here. Where is the second one? Second microphone is where? Okay. And let's react once later. Thank you so much, First Vice Governor, for being time and spot on. Next, let's have the GMA coordinator. Microphone this side. Okay. Dr. Stanley, kindly, not more than 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, DG. GMA is just a strategy. It's an approach. And it really stands as an abbreviation for Global Membership Approach. Just an approach, or you call it a strategy, but it enshrines many strategies. So there is nothing that is going to be new. It's going to be a repetition, but with some bit of emphasis. Okay. So there. And it was devised sometime to make sure that we develop membership through this strategic process for a number of reasons. One, to rejuvenate districts with the new clubs. And we have heard from the other coordinators that we have a target of 15 clubs, stretched from 10. Revitalize clubs with the new members. And I think the DG has been challenging all of us to make sure we add on to members. But when we have the members, they should be well motivated. Otherwise, meeting finished, adjourned, that's what we say. Fellowship continues and the president packs his or her bags. So what fellowship is going to be there? Okay? But we must do everything to make sure that we improve our services to the communities. You may laugh, but those four matter. That is why there is that approach called global membership approach. So somebody is saying something, the first lady in Runyankore Ruchiga, but you approach her later. She'll explain to you. So it has 4 steps, and you can read about them. One of them is really you must build a team. You as a leader at whatever level you are, build a team. And you share a vision. You must have a vision which you share with others, okay? And then you must make sure you develop a plan of whatever. It may be 1 page, and you work towards building a success. And like I will point out later, once you have succeeded in achieving something, celebrate. Celebrating is important. No wonder a number of clubs, we are told this morning, when they don't get trophies, recognitions. You have heard my young brother Kawari saying he has not been recognized. Yes. So, Elizabeth, I think you may have to revise your presentation because editing is normal. I also want to believe that Kawari is doing very well. I know how Kawari was performing 2-3 years ago, including last year. And I know what it is going through last year and this year. Those who come from that region and who have been governors, you know what I'm talking about. So these strategies are to ensure that we contribute towards 1.5 million mission of ours. And what are the objectives? Very quickly. Rejuvenate the clubs, revitalize the clubs with new members. We increase the membership we have had. Improve member retention. Make sure when you bring them, and how do we do that? Strategies. We must make sure we do what? We mentor them very well. Sometimes, let me tell you why some people run away. You want to bring in new members. Yes, we are being told to bring them. And you tell them, oh, you know, you only need to pay $100 without telling them that there is an annual subscription. Please, be sincere and tell them. Because we do not only have to bring in new members, but they should be quality what? I think you have had a presentation by Manandra. Has he already presented? Or he's on schedule about quality club initiative. He did. So please, if you missed that, make sure you go and revise. But we must train. And GRT is just here. Trainings every Saturday are in the morning. They are very helpful. But you know what? Almost same faces. I implore you, please. Okay? Enhance diversity. Make sure you look across the board of age, the gender, we are doing very well, and ethnicity. For example, Nachivari, where is Nachivari? Now you must not only look at the refugees, also get the host what? Community. Yes. So make sure you go beyond. I'm now putting a challenge. And the upcoming governors you have had. When you go there.
1 minute, Dr.
Yes,
Stanley.
thank you very much. Now, these were the district goals. The target was that one. Now, I want the comments only. We must make sure that we accomplish these clubs like the GT has said. And I think 3 are already cleared. The new members, you see, we are quite many. We can use this GMA approach. Make sure that we bring all those back. We can benchmark from the leading clubs which are doing very well. They'll be touched about that. Support them with trainings which I've talked about. We have welcomed 35 new members. Let's look at the new strategies as I conclude. Expand online presence. Leverage technology. Develop targeted marketing campaigns. Marketing officer is here. Foster strategic partnership. Muramura has already talked about that. Leadership development programs. Recognize and reward, and I think this afternoon we shall also hear evening. Support club extension and charter growth, which you are doing very well. Which are the other strategies? Building a team of leaders. And we have agreed as a team of governors and other leaders that so many trainings for future leaders will be organized. So please go there and train, because if you don't train, when eventually you want to be a leader at any other level, people are going to look at your CV. Otherwise, how will you campaign? You'll be difficult to say. Not just, yes. And then, develop a strategic plan. I've talked about the technology. Now, let's build on LCI funded projects. Those areas which have projects, whether LCI funded or otherwise, use them to increase visibility. Don't simply talk to yourselves as Lions members. You bring the communities in various cultural leaders, religious leaders and otherwise, and make sure that you promote visibility. Because the projects belong to us, they don't belong to only one club. Okay? And I think I want to make a comment about the West Nile Comprehensive Eye Project. You realize that those of you with the books, it's only that project that has actually put its report on how it has performed, including expenditure of money, and it's strategically put among the first pages. I want to challenge all the other clubs, rather areas with projects, to do a similar thing. This money belongs to all of us as Lions. Okay? Now the challenges of this GMA, our declining membership, that's why it is there. We can talk of limited resources, but we can maneuver. Changing the demographics, you know what that means. And what are the innovations? I develop a membership retention plan, explore new membership models, go out to other areas. For example, you realize that some of these clubs which are actually expanding, I was talking to, I think, the club in Tungamo. It has got now so many priests and reverends. There is one club which has got a bishop now as a leader, isn't it? Yes, these are the new strategies that we must what? Look at. And otherwise, if you remain doing the same things, the same way, you should be expecting no better results. We shall continue getting fewer and fewer members. But GMA is about those processes, those strategies, and it is geared towards membership growth, and it contributes to the 1.5 million mission. Somebody is saying we have been 1.3, 1.4, but must it remain like that? No. I think we can do better. And I want also to give you, by the way, there are installation dinners, induction dinners. I don't want to talk about fundraising. By the way, you can package your fundraising in a way. Those of you who have done financing have not done it. But you know, you can be very strategic. And the people you invite, you must make sure that out of that you'll get a pool of new members. Some of the clubs which are doing very well, I don't want to mention names, because the same name may continue happening every now and then. But if you bring family friends, business friends, and then other associates, and you dine with them, they are likely to go out, finish the day by saying, I think we want to be Lions. So that is it, and I think that's how we can develop other strategies. These are just examples.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stanley. Thank you. Is Dr. Cheng in the house?
Yes.
Projects, come forward, please. Leader GRT, you'll be getting ready.
Thank you very much, Governor. I'm going to present a brief report on the projects, those that are ongoing, and then those that seek our approval. They were supposed to be presented by our second vice, but he has delegated me to do it on his behalf.
He has told
He's the
me.
projects coordinator. Okay, let's wait for it to go online so that we go stepwise. But the first project is the diabetes project ongoing for Kampala. It aims at serving over 500,000 people, and its purpose is to ensure access to diabetes management. In the first project in Kampala, they did create awareness on diabetes, and then they noticed that there was a challenge on management. Yes, you test, people get status, but then they can't manage. So a second thought was made that can we give a second project is to manage diabetes amongst a few people. Creating awareness, you do a large number, but management, the number shrinks a bit to 500,000. And that was the first project we want to talk about, ongoing. The next project is a comprehensive eye care project in Kabarole. Okay, now we are here. The second project, the first one we have mentioned it, and it is, what I have not mentioned is the project cost, $127,000, and it's funded by LCIF with matching funds. I think some information has come in late. It has not been provided in this script we had sent earlier. The second one is the comprehensive eye care project in Kigezi. This one, the purpose is to provide comprehensive eye care services, and it aims at providing infrastructure in terms of renovation of buildings, training needs, equipment, and then services. And it has achieved up to 50% of its objective. The cost is $320,000. And then the third is the Kabarole Comprehensive Eye Care Project, also aiming at addressing three aspects: infrastructure, human resource training, and services. It has achieved up to 100% of its targets, and this project is due for closure. It only has a small component left. And then the West Nile project, we expected fine Dr. Mosia to give us the blueprint. He's not there, but it's also a comprehensive eye care project to the tune of $334,000, and it seeks to provide infrastructure, training, and then services. The project, we have not yet received information, is in Zambia. It's a comprehensive eye care project, and it had done one component. It's incomplete. It has done one component, the infrastructure. And as we heard it earlier, our LCIF director is going to come to launch the structure or commission the structure which has been made under the project. And then there's a school feeding program. This one is run by WHP. They were not able to, WFP. They were not able to send us the print by the time we needed to add this copy. But it's aiming at school-going children in the areas of Karamoja, the districts of Karenga, Kabong, Moroto, Kotido, Napak, Nabilatuk, and Nakapiripirit. And as we heard, our LCIF president is going to visit two districts which are next to the airfield. That is Karenga and Kabong, to assess how the feeding program is ongoing. It is the amount we have had it before, it's $1 million. And then the pediatric cancer, this one also the blueprint has not come, but run by LCIF Direct in conjunction with the Cancer Institute and another group. It's worth $500,000, and it's establishing a pharmacy. And then we have the Lions Quest projects. These ones are recurrent projects. When you complete, you can always apply. The current one is going to end this year, mid this year, and it aims at serving up to 5,000 students, and it's ongoing. It has a grant of 15,000. And then there's the Lango Diabetes project for East Lango. It's ending mid next year. It is worth $113,000, and it aims at creating awareness and access to screening services for diabetes in the East Lango region, and aims to screen up to 40,000 people for diabetes with a blood sugar test. It's operational in 4 out of 5 districts. The last district will be by end of this month. The M&E has not yet been done to get the numbers of those that have benefited from the screening. And then there should be a last one. Okay, this is for ongoing projects. We have gone through them on your behalf and on behalf of the district governor. Some of them we are supposed to give a progress report. Others have interim reports for approval. And then there are other projects that are coming in. Not all projects require money from LCIF. Some clubs gang up and then they require money from the district. Some clubs mobilize within themselves and then are able to raise their funds. Then some, they require additional funding by LCIF. So let's see the ones we have. I think it should be the one on top. Okay, there is a challenge with our internet. Sorry about that. There is the comprehensive eye care project for Elgon region. This one is supported by Lions Aid Norway, and LCIF has also indicated it will be able to contribute funding, some funding for this project. It's a comprehensive eye care project, but now comprehensive eye care projects have to be structured in such a way that the funds you raise as matching funds and what you get from LCIF should be able to meet the needs. So you'll not run it full phase, it is phased. So in this case, this project is phased, and the first phase is to improve the quality of services and satisfaction levels of eye care services at Mbale Regional Referral Hospital. It aims at building infrastructure and then establishing cost-sharing schemes to ensure sustainability of the eye care services. It's $132,000, and like I said, funded by Lions Aid Norway, and LCIF is also coming in. It requests our approval for submission to LCIF. And then there is South Ankole Comprehensive Eye Care Project. This one we had approved. The battery here is low. We had approved, submitted to LCIF. However, because of the projects which are ongoing, its approval was deferred by LCIF, and now it has to be submitted under the New Vision Grants Program, which has matching funds up to 25%, and it seeks to provide comprehensive eye care services in South Ankole.
How much is that? How much is that?
It's 200,000. So the matching funds is 50,000. I think the information was not entered on time. And then the hunger fight among your schools. This one is spearheaded by Lions Club of Bushenyi. It seeks to establish a school feeding program by supporting one of the technical institutions to reduce on school dropout rate among the schoolgoers in that institution. I'm not seeing the figure, but seeks up to $100,000. And then the last one is the Kizia project. This one is under Lions Club of Rukunjiri. It wants to expand on classrooms in a rural school back in Rukunjiri, and then ensure that the completion rates for schoolgoers is higher than the expected. Because at the moment they have semi-permanent structures as classroom blocks. It's 100,000, 25,000 for matching fund, and 75,000 for LCIF grants. This one also requires our approval for submission. Likewise, the hunger fight among the schoolgoers requires our approval for resubmission. And like I had told the coordinator on the sidelines that we need a little more work on the hunger fight among the schoolgoers. So please, if the project administrators are there, please contact us so that we share more information on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lion Dr. Chengu, for that service to us and compilation for this outcome. What do you suggest? Don't go away. Don't go away. How do you suggest we proceed, Dr. Chengu, given your requests?
In the interest of time, I think we can have the approvals because we have gone through them and we have provided the detailed information to the governor. on behalf of the members present.
We give
can
them
see-
blanket approval, and then
Yes,
you get one-on-one with the promoters of the project.
correct. But maybe what I would remind them is that approval at the cabinet meeting is just that we have consented and reviewed the project at our level. It
But
does
it's
not
not
in
the-
any way guarantee
Yeah.
reception of funds
That you'll get
from
the-
LCIF.
Yeah. Ours is just tentative, but the other authorities to look at them. Maybe for you specifically, I want to ask members to propose and second, and then we take them as approved by this cabinet. Proposals? Proposals? Yes, PDG Helen.
I propose, DG, that we adopt the report for the projects.
Seconder?
DG, I second the proposal.
Christine Helen and Ryan Kazora proposed and seconder. Let's have a third one.
I second it.
Abe Ayabaza. That is reception of the report. But now we want approval. Do we take that as approval? Okay? Yeah, proposed and approved. You may resume your seat and we continue. GRT, kindly, as usual, very fast.
Thank you, Governor. This time I will not be fast. You have given others more time. So I also want my portion of the time. I'll begin with goals. Governor gave goals and he said by 15th July, 100% of the club leaders will be installed and serving. I didn't get that information, but Governor told me 80% did that. 2, 80% of the district officers will have been trained by 1st August 2024. We trained 13 of the 17 zone chairpersons, and that is 76%. Regional chairpersons, they were 2, 40%. Now, the district officers, I want to see the district officers who attended our training at Silver Springs. Put up your arms. If you are at Silver Springs, Governor, you can see the number is small. The percentage was only 18%.
Oh.
Yeah. Then by 30th August, you said, you asked, the goal was 80% of clubs would have trained their club officers. And I received reports from zones 1, 2, and 3. They trained their officers jointly by 31st August. If others did so, they never reported to GRT. So we need to know that...
Zone chairs, please know that you have to report whenever you train.
The fourth was to have officers trained for 20 for Regional Alliance Leadership Institute, 10 for ERI, and then FDI. Under that docket, we had the vice district governors. Both of them attended the training. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes one fails. But both were there, and I want to congratulate them. Join me to congratulate them. ERI, the target was 10. Governor, we surpassed the target. We got 12. Now, for LRI, we also overperformed. The target was 20. But when we originally were supposed to run only Regional Alliance Leadership Institute as a multiple, but we requested Alliance International to allow us split into 2, do ERI 25 and do LRI 25. So out of the 25, we had 11. So we had more than, that's a big number. We actually had 12, But one of us from our district was admitted, never went, never communicated, and that slot was spoiled. If anybody in your club is ever selected and has a problem, it is important to communicate so that we fill that slot. We had one participant who attended the FDI in Dar es Salaam from 13th to 15th of December. That is a very small group, and it is for the entire of Africa. And he was here this morning. Ryan Prosper, stand up again. And congratulations. The fifth goal was that the district will have registered 150 members in the Digital Alliance Learning Center system by 30th of June 2025. It is ongoing. We have 83 out of 150. We are more than 50%, and we are half year. So, Governor, I think we will achieve that, and these leaders from here will go and register for that course. But if I may ask, who of you is on the Alliance Learning Center? Put up your arm. Okay, Governor, you can.
President Rukunjiri, you are not yet on the Lions Learning Center?
You can see the number is still small. These leaders should be the first ones because knowledge is power and it is free. You only need to buy data and save time. In terms of training events, we have had 7 physical events. Those are organized by the district, and others are organized by the zones and region. 31 virtual trainings. I commend Zone 1, sorry, I omitted Zone 1 and 3, Zone 1, 2, 3, Region A, and Ntungamo Lions Club for reporting their training to the GRT. Clap for them. Now, it is only the GRT coordinator who can report Lions Clubs International. That means if you do a training and you don't report the GRT, you are denying your members credit at Lions International. And later on, when they want to undertake advanced courses, they look at your history. So help your members and report. Saturday trainings. There is a time we exceeded 100 and people were locked out. We increased the capacity. When we increased it, you decided not to come back. Encourage your members. It is, you can leave that bed. You can even attend from your bed. Saturday from 7 to 9. And these virtual trainings are going to continue. I think I had the last point. Okay. So, those who attend virtual trainings, if you are here, don't attend as a Techno, as Samsung, as iPhone. Write your name. When we are reporting, we report a name. We say Jackson Wachisha, we go and click on Jackson Wachisha. And don't only put Jackson, because it will be difficult to know Jackson. So make sure you put your full name and possibly your club. I want to thank you, Governor, for giving me the opportunity to lead the global leadership team, which comprises of Lion Elizabeth, Lion Imelda. Imelda, where are you? And all the FDIs. If you are an FDI here, please stand up. FDI. Please clap for them. Governor, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Marketing, are you there? And now, learning is a benefit to you as a lion as you come. So please log in into the portal, and on top you'll see something called Learn App. And then you keep it, you pick it. And if you know how to go there in your club, help somebody get there. Okay? Because once you actually smell that app, I don't know whether that is not Prosper picked from me in a bus. Is that the one? Once you smell there like this, that is enough. You'll never leave it. Is that what happened to you? It is quite a very enriching program that will empower you beyond what you know. Okay, marketing.
Thank you very much. As he's trying to look for the presentation, marketing is on how you sell your product. And for you to sell your product, you must be passionate about that product. I want to thank all the clubs across board for really we have improved on our visibilities and our branding. We had a competition of signposts, and I'm glad to inform you that 12 clubs met the deadline. But 2 of those clubs, they just add artistic impression, not real signposts, because we said you have to plant those signposts. And allow me congratulate these clubs who managed to participate: Kasangati Greater, Rubirizi, Lions Club of Entebbe, Lions Club of Shenyi, Bwambara, Kumi Central, Rukunjiri, Shema Speciality, Entebbe Road, and Hoima Albertine. As I have mentioned, Busia Greater and the Lions Club of Masaka, they were just artistic impressions. However, there are 2 clubs which sent their signposts later after the deadline. That's Lions Club of Ginger and the Lions Club of
Kumi?
No, Kumi is part of this.
Okay.
It is Ginger and I'm remembering Mitoma. Yes, Mitoma. So they came a little bit later, and you may not see them here. Maybe for purposes of seeing the signposts which they shared with us, that is Entebbe, Lions Club of Entebbe. Thank you so much. Be a little bit faster. That is Lions Club of Kumi Central. Lions Club of Hoima Albertine. As you can see, you planted under the Rotary Club. Yes, it happens. Those things happen everywhere in the world. Yes, next. That is Lions Club of Bushenyi, Entebbe Road, Kasangati Greater, Rukunjiri. And this is what I was mentioning about Masaka. Those are artistic impressions. Next. That is the Lions Club of Shema Speciality. And this is Lions Club of Rubirizi, the baby in the house. Yeah, and then Lions Club of Bwambara. I'm also glad to inform you that we had applied for a grant for marketing, and it had been approved. However, it is for the District 411 multiple district, and so we are being waited to give the matching fund, and then we can move on. So the rest will follow. I want to thank you for really showing the visibility wherever we are. We have this beautiful signposts. I know there are some clubs which didn't send in their signposts, but maybe you have. I imagine the district governor and the gracious lady moved around, and they were giving reports that there are some other clubs maybe which didn't send, but they have nice signposts. We have beautiful bus sheds. Yes, as much as we didn't really come up with the clubs which have very beautiful bus sheds, but they are there. The likes of Lions Club of Untungamo, Rukunjiri, Mbarara. Mbarara has had a very beautiful one of late, and we thank you so much for that, among others. That one shows our visibility. No wonder Ntungamo is doing magic. Those who are asking, that is one of the ways. Show the visibility in your community, and people will be interested to know who are these people and how can we join them. So keep it up, and that's very nice. We have also some clubs which are coming up with the magazines, and I have had one of them is Lions Club of Rukunjiri, and others, however, we will not got the information. We thank Lions Club of Masaka for launching the websites, and finally, district, we are almost done with the half-year district bulletin. In fact, we are delayed by some of you, the club. We have been asking for the articles and the photos for 6 months now, but I want to assure you up to yesterday, some people were still sending in. So we wanted to present something, but it becomes a little bit difficult. We would love that each club, if the governors visited you, you should appear in that bulletin. So kindly, for those who have not done so, you are pulling us backwards. Once again, let's go out there, we shine, and we market the brand, we market our product. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Do we have anything from Leos and youth? Lion Romance, are you in? Be quick, be quick, be quick. After that, I will ask for receiving of several reports in one batch, which didn't have any debate. And then
Yes, protocol observed. Good evening. Leo Yona Kwesiga, the Leo District President, District 411B. This evening, I want to appreciate the Lions for the great work they are doing towards the development of the Leos. I want to say that as Leos, we celebrated the World Youth Day, that was 25th of August, and I appreciate the Lions Club of Sheila Host, who did a great job to make sure that we have that activity a success. We also reached out to a school of special needs, Chireka, and we contributed some items to those kids with special needs. As a Leo district, we have tried our level best to make sure that we coordinate with Lions to increase the numbers of Lions and also do the services. However, we have also faced the challenge of not having enough funds to run some of our Leo district activities. In that due case, as a Leo district, we applied for a grant as a service grant, and it was approved, but it needs a matching fund. And that is what we are trying to make sure that we attain, and that service grant is provided to us. The matching fund is around 9 million, and
it's about 6.5 million.
Okay, 6.5. And in that factor, we made sure that we put some of the activities to make sure we raise this fund. We have organized a Leo district dinner. I really humbly invite each one of us to be with us tomorrow at Skylight Hotel, that is in Mbarara. The dinner starts at 2, and everyone is invited to that.
That's at 2
dinner.
p.m. or 2 a.m.?
2 p.m. And in that dinner, we made sure that to create awareness and create visibility amongst the Leos, we put a competition for Mr. and Miss Leo District. I believe most of you have received some links to vote in some members, and we put that to create that visibility, and it has yielded much because now many people have gotten to know what the Leo district is all about. Some even inquire more, and we are receiving more people who would wish to be part of us. And however much we are organizing this, we also have a limitation on the funds to have this activity as a success, because as a Leo district, we are not financially well in our treasury. And to maybe request that I have come with the treasurer of the Leo district. You can stand up. We came with a small budget for that function. I request maybe you can reach out to some of us and we do some contribution towards that activity. Then I've had more of us talking about Leos not reporting and all that, which is really bad because we have seen 40% of us do report. And the biggest challenge could be since the system was changed, and you find that the previous cabinets, which were originally using the previous one, had not even fully handed in the materials and told the previous ones, the current ones, how to handle that. But as a Leo district president, I've tried in my means to reach out to a few Leo clubs, and those Leo clubs are doing well. They are the ones trying to raise that 40%. That means if the Lions don't help out the sum of the laws, it will require me to reach out to a few of them, more of those Leos, of which me as also a Leo, I've tried out on my means, but like I've told you, as the Leo district, the treasury is not really that well. So I request maybe the district to...
You can organize them together and we do a virtual training.
We have tried to do the virtual training, but they don't show up for that.
Then the second problem could be that the Leo advisors have not reported, even the members. So I think somebody behind you will try to clarify what they could have done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Lions.
Good evening to you.
Thank you, DG, for giving us the opportunity to present before these great club members. I want to begin on an unfortunate note that most clubs have Leo clubs, but they don't even know that they have Leo clubs. Yes. The old leadership that created clubs never handed over the Leo clubs to the new leadership. So you call a president and he says, I don't know that we have a Leo club. Some clubs exist, but they have no members. For example, Kumi. Kumi has 3 Leo clubs, but they have no single Leo member. All of the clubs don't have a single Leo member.
On record.
It's on record. We have other different Leo clubs that are in Kampala, but the clubs they come from do not know that they are Leo's clubs from the same clubs. Some are competing here and there. So the Rio clubs that you see reporting are the only Rio clubs we have in the district. I want to say that. Those who are not reporting are not the Rio clubs. Because I've tried to call here and there different clubs.
No, like in Kumi, the Rio clubs exist. Only that they have failed to update the system.
But
I went there and saw them.
And these have been existing since 2019, but there are no members whatsoever on the portal, on the Leo portal, which means we cannot say that they are the club because they just exist, but we cannot say we have a Leo club there. Okay.
The challenge is when you get that information and you keep quiet as well.
The reporting, the clubs that are reporting and have Rio clubs, the Rio clubs are also reporting. But the clubs that don't know the portal, they don't teach the Rios the portal. So the challenge is with the Lions clubs other than the Rio clubs. Look, a case in point is Bushenyi. Bushenyi has 2 Rio clubs. They are all reporting effectively. Rukunjiri has 2 Rio clubs. They are all reporting effectively. Kabare has 2 Rio clubs. One is reporting effectively and one is in hibernation. So we have that challenge. If we train leaders of Lions clubs, then the Rio clubs get infected by diffusion. I want to report to you, DG, that I received a package of pins for the Rio district leaders, which I need to hand over today to you, so that the Rio leaders who are here, the Rio president, the Rio secretary, district secretary, Rio district treasurer, and Rio district vice president can be pinned for their offices. I beg to hand over.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You can get seated. We will give them at an appropriate time. I need proposals for reception of the following reports: membership, GMA, leadership, service, youth programs, and marketing. We want to receive them jointly, and it's on record that they are received and approved. Hands up, please. Lion Charity. Proposal for adoption of all the reports. Thank you. Second, Janet Opare, Richard Aboko. And now, region leaders, get set. Region A, together with your zone chairpersons. You had zone chairperson, you all submitted your reports to your region leader. Just stand with her and she delivers your report. Lydia has gone away. Region B, get ready.
Presiding officer, cabinet officers, fellow lions, Leos and guests. That's how our region is. Zone 1, the zone chairperson is here. And those are the clubs, Kampala Host, Kampala East, Seta and Mukono. All of them are represented apart from Seta. Zone 2, Lion Edgar Kasigwa is in the house. Kasanga to Greater, Kasanga, Tichira Host, Makerere, Manyangwa. All of them are in the house with our presidents. Zone 3, the zone chairperson, Dr. Emmanuel Kisame, is away with apology. I'm surprised the secretary did not mention that, and I gave it to him myself. And we have Kampala New Century in the house, Victoria with apology, Kampala City with apology, and Entebbe we have them in the house.
Was it in writing? Apologies are accepted in writing, or it was not in writing?
He wrote to me. Zone 4 chairperson is Canon Lydia Ibinjira. She was in the house, but she abruptly left. We have Kampala Central. Nsambia is absent. Wakiso Host is here. And Entebbe Road. That one has already been reported on. But I must emphasize that the negative growth we have, we are doing housekeeping. And that one we are not very apologetic on it, because we are going to work. We've already started, because I think by now we've already returned like 19 members. So we shall get there on our target. This one has also been reported on, and we are not doing so badly. We are doing well, especially on family membership. And this one has improved because membership was not being reported. The family membership was not being reported very well. But right now we are doing it. Next. Leadership development, I think according to the report which the GOT coordinator has given, we are doing very well in Region A, and we implore other regions, please take it on. You can benchmark from us, and we shall tell you how it is done. Those are the targets. On reporting again, those are not the figures which we've done. We have some clubs in the region. That includes Nsambia, it includes Kampala New Century, Makerere. They were not reporting right, because even there are some clubs, activities which I personally attended, and the service matrices were higher, but they were not reporting. But right now they are reporting. I believe by the time we go to the convention, the figures would have changed. Next. This one has also been talked about, so we don't need to look at it. Marketing and administration. Unfortunately, Lainase were not able to participate fully because most of the Kampala roads are under reconstruction, so we have nowhere to put the signposts. Even our second district vice district governor has a signpost for Kampala Host in his house. We have nowhere to put it because of the road construction. However, we are working on the bus sheds. So very soon Kampala will shine. Fundraising efforts, we are doing fairly well. And we got a grant of 5,000 for the Leos. And that status of 19,000 has since changed. Even today, I think we received around 2,000 in our region. So district governor, don't be worried about region A. We shall get our target in the time we plan to. Now the challenges, payment of dues, they've talked about it, but for us, what has worked for us, apart from a few clubs, is payment in small installments. And that's the reason why we are doing housekeeping. Some of the clubs that dropped, that is Entebbe, Kampala West and Kampala Central, was because they did not meet the deadline of December. And it's working. Low turn up for meetings. The solution or the impact that we've gotten as a region is encouraging the presidents to get involved, to get everybody involved, the engagement. That was our theme right at the beginning of the year. And that's the reason why when all the zone chairpersons were training, it was something we kept on emphasizing. Get everybody involved so that we can improve. And we have seen results. Improve on the agenda, invite speakers, and some clubs have adopted hybrid meetings, and it is working wonders. But it does not apply to all clubs, so you need to first do assessment and see where it works and where it doesn't work. We have an issue of the low support to the board members. It has already been talked about, and it is affecting it is getting the PST burnout. So the encouragement is to go for training. That one has been emphasized. Let's do the online courses. Let's come for these trainings, the Saturday morning trainings, and also do the early and the RLI. Reporting on the portal. We still have gray areas, but I want to thank Lion Vensa once again for the support and for the zone chairpersons. You're doing a very good job. Then limited resources, it is on record. Zone 2 and Zone 4. And I think Zone 1. They've tried partnerships and they are working. So in that area, you can also benchmark. They are here. Before they leave, come and benchmark. So Rukunjiri Ntungamo, we are on other key practices that have been adapted and succeeded. That's the local partnerships. I think you could see the Zone 2 marathon that we had. Then this other diabetes run we had in November. At least the visibility improved. Then we also been able to adapt the use of the scorecards. We benchmarked it from Makerere. It motivates members. Before the DJ comes to appreciate us, we've already known where we stand. So there are no complaints that Rukunjiri are missing. I mean Kabala are missing because you're already seeing how you're performing. No, go back a bit. Okay, team building activities and home hospitalities. I want to employ Entebbe Road. I think they are leading in this. You can clap for themselves, for you. Then the member satisfaction surveys. When you get feedback, you're able to know where you stand as a leader. And family fellowships, at least those ones are working. Even in Kampala House, we have one tomorrow. Where are my members? I don't see them. Now, I want to take this opportunity. Actually, that's what I want to do. To appreciate you zone chairpersons, club leaders, and all the membership of Region A. Despite the challenges we've been going through, we've been able to keep afloat, and we will achieve our objectives. I want also to appreciate 3 outstanding clubs, Entebbe Road, Makerere, and Kasanga Greater. Payment of dues, they are doing well. Reports, they are doing well. And when it comes to payment, I mean to motivating their teams. They are above the rest. Slightly ahead again, the last one. Kampala Host, Entebbe, Makerere, they are the only ones actually who make comprehensive reports. Kampala Host, Makerere, and Kasangat Greater. Please go back and tell the president who is not here. They are the only people who report minutes on time. Immediately after the meeting, they forward the minutes. So you get to know what has been discussed. There is no approving the minutes in the next meeting. You can approve them there and then. And Entebbe Road, once again, you rock and rock and rock. And I want everybody to clap for Entebbe Road. It's a very new club, but they have a website, they have signposts, they meet, they communicate. Their communication is high. And to prove that these are the only clubs which give reports, comprehensive reports. This came from their reports. This is Makerere. They reported from the governor's visit to the donation of the dustbins to one of the biggest camps I've attended, where more than 15,000 people were served in Rutengo in partnership with the Muslim community. So kudos to you, Makerere. Are you here? Hey, Makerere is around. So we can adapt that and it works wonders. So other zones, other clubs, please let's go to them. Now that is Entebbe Road. From Chitezi to donating chairs, everything. This is in their report. They made this report, the mid-year report, and this was included in their report. So, and when you look at the activities, they are really impactful. Thank you very much. District Governor, we commit to achieving our objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lion Charity and team. And thank you for giving us a new club. Just a word of caution about all the members going into new clubs. A club which is starting, upon starting.
So far, we have recruited 144, but I think we are four. We already have four signature projects. We already have four signature projects. We had planned three. We have projects. We had planned three. We have two in progress. Funded projects. We had planned one. We have 0. Key partnerships. 0. Key partnerships. We had planned 5. We have 3. Why we decided that the outgoing presidents become club LCIF coordinators, because some of them are not doing their work. Actually, majority of them not doing their work. Actually, majority of them are not doing well, and that's why our contribution to LCIF is not forthcoming. Presidents are doing, but I think we need to engage more and see whether that decision of making them bringing in results. Fundraising, I think we are also not doing very well, and some clubs, actually majority of the clubs are struggling majorly because they don't have funds. And yet there is a lot that we could do about fundraising. For example, the region where we come from, we have got a lot of cows. We can go to families, some families have got 100, 200 cows. When you go there and engage they can give us cows to sell and get money. Especially thank the Lions Club of Rukunjiri. They have done very good collaboration. We need to do a lot better in that. Go there and do very good work there. So those guys have concentrated on the elderly. So those guys have concentrated on the elderly, and they are doing very well. Priority clubs, governor and members. We have 2 priority and members. We have 2 priority clubs, Mitoma and Ushenyi Speciality. We promise that by the close of this last year, they will move out from the. By the close of this last year, they will move out from the priority. The people of Isinjeros have a Lions Club. I'm wondering why he should not put it in his report.
Thank you so much. Please take notes. We shall react at a go. Take your seats. Region C. Region D, please get ready.
Good evening, Lions.
Good evening to you.
Mahos John is my name. Region C chairperson. Besides me is Lion Midres, Zone 11 chairperson. I have zone units to be formed and family members to bring other family members on the basis of half payment. So if you tell a family member that when you bring a family member, this one pays half, people will easily understand. And we are hopeful with that strategy, we shall get more members. GST, we are doing services and we had projected to serve not less than 300 people.
300,000?
300,000. And out of that, 183,000 people have been served. You don't give us a clap, you think it's a joke. Yes. Yes, very good. So we have looked at all areas and I summarized it. Out of a target of 300, 183 have been served. You may proceed. I want to summarize. On LCIF, I will get to that. On LCIF, all the clubs, what I need to remind you about, I'm running a region of 3 priority clubs. Priority clubs. With only 3 active clubs. So what I've done best is to make sure that these clubs do not go into status quo. That is one. And therefore they are not dropped. So for the first half, these clubs have paid all their dues to zero balance, LCIF. Isn't that a big achievement? And in these clubs, we had a target of about 8 MJFs, and so far, 4 have paid to become MJFs. I've seen intending MJF Makuru there, you may wave, he has already paid. Others have not come. Even Lion Gasham have forgotten. Our former region chair, you may stand up for recognition. From region C, when you become an MJF, it is not a mean achievement. And in region C, we have managed to have 2 progressive Melvin Jones fellows. One of them is around, PMJF Benon Kamu,
stand up,
from Uganda Centennial. Actually, he's going to second. He paid first PMJF and is going to second. That one is a man of surprises. I hear now third. We have another person who became MJF and immediately paid for PMJF from the Lions Club of Kamwenge. MJF Habiona, President, you are here. You may stand for recognition. Kure Baltazare from Kasese is also doing the same. So, I'm told my number may raise to 12 by end of this year. On grants, we had one application for the grant. It was sent back for polishing. We are trying our best and we are praying. We hope at one time it will be accepted. And we are encouraging even other clubs to do the same. Administration and marketing meetings are regularly held, but of course, some clubs are still weak, but we are encouraging them. That's our duty, to make sure that they do the best. Communication, we have WhatsApp groups, Facebook, and really clubs are communicating not forgetting direct phone calls. We are doing our part. Status to Lions portal. Every club at least accesses the Lions portal, and it is put to good use. Result of reporting, majority of the club presidents and secretaries are reporting, but of course we cannot go without having some challenges, but we are encouraging those who are not reporting to always do so. The rest are like what you have heard from other members, the challenges, the achievements. I don't want to waste much of your time. That is Region C. For God and my country, we serve.
Thank you so much. Members, please take notes and react once. Region D. Francis, are you there?
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have a very good voice. I travel throughout the night, but you'll bear with me. Yeah, so, but I felt I needed to do this myself. Yeah. The Region D has 3 zones. Zone 12 consists of Arua and Yumbe, and the zone chairperson is Dr. Gilbert Aniko. And Zone 13 consists of Gulu and Lira, but currently now we only have Lira because Gulu has already been cancelled. I think that one is there. And then we have Zone 14, which consists of Nyapea, Nebi, and Pakwach. Yeah. So our target was to actually go up to 170 members, but currently, as we talk, we are at 142. And I have some notes there. I think it will be emphasized. When you look at this table, you will see that this is how the membership data has been moving. We wanted, especially the priority clubs, to hit the 20 mark. But out of that, as it has already been mentioned, it is Nyapea that has made us so proud, and we are really very grateful. I just wanted to summarize that we contributed to Mission 1.5 by recruiting a total of 21 members, new members. Yes. However, that is across the region. However, we dropped 26. Now, the 26 is just because we lost Gulu. Yes, it's mostly because we lost Gulu. Otherwise, our net contribution to Mission 1.5 should have really been substantial enough. Yeah, this is the summary. You can take us to the next. Yeah. So, new clubs, I just wanted to emphasize, you did not have any list of any clubs in the northern region particularly. Yes, but you need to make an effort to that. Personally, we are trying to, I don't want to say that maybe we are resurrecting and so forth, but we're already making efforts to bring Koboko on board. We have already formed a committee, and the committee is chaired by Dr. Amos Nyathirombo. We have already started doing activities there, so far I think twice. And we have already identified champions, 4 contact persons for Koboko. Yes, and I believe that it will be possible. To inform you, DG, we are also making a lot of efforts to resurrect Gulu. Yes, and meetings are already going on. Actually, we have already met in the first meeting. We are meeting 10 lions soon. We want to bring back Gulu on board. We are trying a branch in Nyaravur, and also one Leo club in Arua Nurse Training School. We have been singing this song, but one day it will materialize. Yeah. Yeah, you can take us. Family units, we are not doing so well. We only have 5 family units, the entire region, but we will get there.
Is it because you have no family?
Families are there. Yeah, we shall get there. yeah, so I think generally you can take us up. RLLI, of course, yeah, two members were trained from Lions Club of Arua. That is also good. Regarding services, I just wanted to say that we had 7 clubs to start with, and our target was the 50,000 mark for each club. And out of that, so far we have done 81,000. I just wanted to emphasize here that Nebi Lions Club has not been reported any activities. If you go in my portal, and I have been talking to them, if they had reported, the number would have been really big. Yeah, so that is a big issue. Reporting is a very big issue for us. Yes, but our main focus is mostly on diabetes and site restoration. Yeah, as you have been informed, we have the comprehensive eye care project in West Nile. Yeah, peace poster contests. This time we haven't done anything. I believe we should be able to get back to that. Signature projects. I just wanted to emphasize one thing about that here, that there's good performance here because we are, like a particular Lions Club of Arua is known for building good partnerships. Currently, Lions Club of Arua is in partnership with Spice of Life, which is actually receiving funding from Norway Aid. And just as the DG mentioned, we have a very viable agriculture projects at 2 sites, and we have drilled 4 boreholes estimated at over 100 million, and that one has really helped us to reach out to people. And I also encourage you to learn how to build partnerships. I remember in the last Lionistic year, Lions Club of Arua received an award for building good partnerships. Yeah, so that's what we do. You can move forward. Yeah, these are the service activity details you can move. Most of the clubs are holding meetings, except that as a region, we have not really had any physical meetings. We mostly rely on some of the meetings that have there. About this, yeah, this one's a 0. You can take us. Yeah. Take us forward. Is that all? Yeah, these are just descriptions and so on. Take us. Yeah. I think that really marks the end of my presentation. Yeah. Maybe just I want to re-echo one thing. The region is too wide. The region is too wide. Imagine operating from Ukoboko this side to the tip of Uganda the other side, moving up to Gulu, then sloping this way up to Lira is really hell.
How about the network? Telephone network, is it
Telephone network is fair, yeah, but there are challenges as well.
I think it's also not there because some clubs told me you were out of touch.
Yeah, that could be possible. Because where I work, actually you are right. Because where I work, network is also a very big problem. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, maybe this is the coordinator for the SEP project.
Oh, not Amoth.
Not you. He is the chairperson.
He's the chairperson.
So maybe just one word.
Yes, he can tell us how he's using the project to marshal membership.
Yes, thank you, DG. Thank you, my region chair. I think as the records get updated, we should be able to indicate that the zeros actually are not 0, especially under LCIF donations for this year. We should be past 1,200 or 1,000, close to 1,500 USD. If we check with the Lion Dance.
You're already there?
Yes.
How about the projections?
Okay, here you are. And the projection for the region was still around 1.5. So we are headed there in a way. We're around 1,200.
No, that one you said is already there. Project, you have a huge project ongoing.
Yeah, we just received $1,000 from Dr. Biarohanga as a PMJ, and $130 from Dr. Amos, $12 from Pamela. The president has just pledged $50, and this young man here also made a pledge. I don't know how much it is. So,
No, the details. So just on the project, we have a report. This is attached. Well, actually, I was a bit surprised when the project's coordinator.
I think it's time.
Yes, we do have it detailed here, and as he has mentioned, we are using the project to try to improve on our marketing. It is the basis of why we think we should be able to get back Koboko on board. The discussions are about, do we reactivate the old club, do we create a new club, and so on. And so, as said, we are using the coordinator who is more available and mobile and carrying out the project activities of site restoration. And I should at this point add that we have only not, although the project spectrum was site, we have actually onboarded what? Hearing care in that, because we didn't realize that there's actually a huge need of that. The detailed report is due in the next 2 weeks, and we are commissioning renovation works on the EI and ENT unit in a rural referral hospital soon after completion, and we will possibly be inviting you for that, along with a grander launch. So we should be able to have this give us better marketing.
Have we held at least one meeting in Koboko and we have enrolled members?
Yes, we have.
Has anyone paid?
Yes, the members have paid, but this is
how many have paid?
We have about 5 who have made the payment, and of course, our target is to have at least the minimum of 20.
Do you have a social media forum for them?
Yes, we do.
Can you kindly add me there?
Yes, we will. Thank you very much.
As Biriga sits, he should prepare to tell me why there are no families in Arua.
okay, we shall interact over that.
That's what you told me, there are no families. Region E, kindly push forward as we near a close.
Good evening, fellow Lions.
Good evening to you.
Engineer Julius Olupot. I'm the zone chair for Zone 15, but I'm here to stand in for the region chair for Region E. He has been caught up in so many activities. He lost an uncle this week, and then I hope most of you are aware that he's a director for 2 schools, and schools are opening on Sunday. The private schools are opening on Sunday. Having been away for a whole week, he could not miss Friday and Saturday, being in his business enterprises, to make sure they are active by Monday. So I'll make a disclaimer. I am not Moses Semakula, but I'll try to make sure I talk like him. Region E has 3 zones, 15, 16, 17. 15 is headed by me, I'm the chairperson. 16, first of all, 15 has 4 clubs. I could say now 2, if we were to look at how the Lions club runs, because the other 2 were dropped. That is Ngora and Soroti City.
Soroti City has come back.
Oh, it's back now? Okay, good. So now we have 1, but Ngora, I'm also reliably informed. I got a WhatsApp message here showing their payment. Yes, they have paid about $486, something, close to 500. So meaning they should be able to come back also.
So
but
you can organize
but the 2 clubs always are like that. They go out, they come back, they go out. So anyway,
go and quickly organize the communication.
16 has Tororo and Busia. And then 17 has Jinja, Njeru, Kakira, and Iganga. So zone Zone 16 is headed by Mr. Mangeni. I don't know his face. I've not met him. I don't think he's here.
He's not here. He's not
Okay,
here.
he's not here. Then Zone 17 is by this gentleman, Sam. Membership development were targeted 12, but we brought in new clubs, sorry. Targeted 5, so far 2 are in the formation level, Mbale and Bugembe. Governor, you're well aware about how far with Mbale. Bugembe is being spearheaded by Ginger. And they mentioned the key person behind, Lion Kayemba. Campus clubs, 3. They're also in the Ginger area, the Busoga area, with MOOBs and those other universities there and institutions. Branch clubs, none. Leo clubs, 6.
You are
3.
saying campus clubs exist? Status is 3?
Yes, because Njeru has
Those are Leo
MOOBs.
clubs, eh?
That's what the template says.
If they are Leo clubs,
they
then
are
they are
different
not.
from Leo. The template, when I was beginning, I made a disclaimer. And I'm reading the report that was presented that is part of the main document that we have been saturated with. So, I don't know, campus clubs might be the higher institutions, really. That could be the reason. Universities and they talked of MOOBs and other universities and tertiary institutions around the area of Busoga. The branch clubs, none. The Leo clubs, I'm quite aware about that because there are 3 in Kumi area. By the way, they said that there are no Leo clubs in Kumi. A club not reporting does not mean it doesn't exist. If the challenge is maneuvering the system, it's not right to use the word that they are not there. They are there because even some of the DG's photos in his report are showing Leo clubs of Kumi, Wiggins, Bishop Oporu. So it was a bit tight comment there, but they exist. Lions registered on the portal. I don't know why he said uncertain, but I know there are some. Certified guiding lions. I know there are guiding lions, there should be 2. Clubs implementing quality service, 0. Your club, your way to. Participants for RLLI. We had 2 members from Kumi Central who were in Nairobi, participated in that. At least I'm aware of that. You're running too fast. Have I finished that part? Okay, family membership, that's important. You wanted to skip that because I'm sure DG would ask. We have 22 family units in the region. That is important. Most of the people you see here actually, when we're attending every event, maybe apart from this particular one, we move with our spouses. And I would like to recognize 2 people who always have even been challenging me. That is Dr. Kura and his wife. And the Amos. Our security is guaranteed when you see that couple. The numbers served, 576. Focus areas, there are 8. All the 8 in the region are being handled. Peace poster, Kumi participated. I've just had results of a second runner-up. I didn't know that they had even released the results, but signature projects, there are 6. The most notable is on environment for most of the clubs. Funded service projects. We have the Lango Diabetes Project. The lead club is Kumi, but all the other clubs in Lango and the region are part of it, though I know Kumi is taking lead. Service partnerships. There are ongoing projects, again on environment. What is the number 1? Club and zone meetings. Yes, we am aware of zone meetings are going on, and I'm aware of one region meeting that was held in Tororo, which helped the Tororo club to be noticed. You know the challenges in Tororo, but having gone there as a whole region changed the status quo there a bit. Availability of club communication channels, yes, WhatsApp commonly. and a few clubs have sites, the websites, not only websites, but active on those other. You want me to skip all that? Okay. Fundraising, that at club level. I remember someone complained that you are over scrolling and we are failing to see, and you are doing the same to me. But I think I have exhausted. Is there anything below? Okay. The other information, I guess the chairperson assumed that it's the same challenges, and already you have brainstormed on the likely measures to correct the anomalies. Thank you very much.
Go back and together with the team, ensure that Mbali Club gets out of the way through a charter application and approval so that it happens. Combine all your energies.
Sure.
It is only less than 50 kilometers from Kumi.
And
If you cannot go around it, I think it should work out.
And maybe apologies from the person spearheading that, Lion Opolot Johnson.
Yeah.
But also I'm aware Dr. Kura and team in his other connections of the medical association, they are trying to sweet talk Kapchorwa. So soon you might see Kapchorwa also beginning to...
Let's get what is in the bag ready.
Okay, thank you.
Before we harvest more. So thank you. Get seated. Members, we have all the region and zone reports. They have been presented. I want somebody to propose that we receive them and give a few comments and then move on. We are nearly closing our session. Hands up quickly. Lion Allen Tush, First Vice Governor, proposes that we receive and adopt. Seconded by Kazora and Jackson Wachisha and Christine Helena Paul. We receive them. Regions and clubs are very important. If anyone has noted something, kindly raise it. On my part, I've already noted the absence of families in Arua. I need an explanation. Anything that you have observed? I also observed that the President, Shema Speciality, will spearhead the dancing tonight because she enables the elders to dance. That is the one. I'm also told that Mitoma, I don't know how true it is, Mitoma already has 20 members, but it's unable to report. Is that true? Abe, why? Vensa is there. Why are they unable to report? Yeah, sort it. Any hand? Any other hand? Lion J. Bimhozi. Before you. In addition to enabling your clubs to survive the acts in December, I wonder what other strategies you have, because their next axe is coming. But why should you wait until they are being axed? Tell them to pay now. President Kamwenge, please, you want to say something?
Thank you, DG. Good evening, Lions. Yeah, Mr. DG, I'm raising on one point of projects in our regions. I'm sorry, I had wanted to talk about it before, but I will still seek for indulgence to allow me to say it now. One of the reasons why in our zone we have challenges with Fort Potro. In our last regional meeting, we had a very big complaint about our partnership with Dr. Lunga Eye Clinic. It was so much challenging that Fort Potro discerned anything good that could have been brought by this project. And we felt so much concerned because for us, we were feeling that sincerely, being it located in that locality, it would have been motivating for them. And when we critically listened to their submissions, because Kamwenge participated in the implementation, we did mobilization for the eye screening camps and the other activities of implementation that had been designed. But when the technical persons, specifically in those areas of health, and then they were involved in treatment, they did not appreciate anything of value that the Lions Club could have done. And if it could be the same in other regions, I think such projects would not earn us anything big. That's one. Then two, as a young club, Mr. DG, you notice that we started in 2022, we are 32 charter members. But of recent in this, I think in this period, in the last 2 months, we dropped over 14 members and who were charter members. Because at the charter night, there was much big excitement that very many people came in and they were recruited. The past DG, Christian, can witness. But moving forward, they didn't fulfill the obligation, the requirements of the club. So we could not hold on them because they were becoming a very big burden to the active members now. So when I was submitting and said we recruited many this Lionistic year, it is true because last year we had a sluggish in performance, I think because of leadership. But in this year, we were reactivated much further to the extent that during the installation, the first district governor installed 7 lions, and they were inducted, and they are active. Among them, we have an MGF. And you, the DG, also, when you visited us, you inducted 6 lions, you are aware, with even a progressive Melvin Jones and a priest. So we are trying to do a screening exercise so that we have a stable membership, hoping that it will help us at least grow much bigger and stronger in our region. That's my submission. Maybe lastly also, yeah, about the project, I mean about the submissions that were presented, I picked something of interest, making reference to what our Progressive MDF had requested you, the DG, during the time when he got excited and wanted to do a contribution. I think when you open up on the presentations of having a Lions Fund, such ideas of what was his mind, for him he had wanted to contribute to the eye clinic specifically. He wanted to pay $1,000 and is addressed to a specific and particular project in that region where local people could benefit. But it wasn't possible because there was no opening that would allow him to do it. So what he did, he was like convinced to accept that it must be also declared as a contribution to the LCIF, and he becomes a Melvin Jones Fellow. So the suggestions that were brought and presentations about having a local fundraising strategy, I think such interests would be catered for if it is approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for President Kamwenge. During dinner, you talked to PDG Toto, who excited everyone there to become a lion and didn't come back. But that's the right thing to do, to drop them when they are not complying. And thank you for the nice words about the local fund. Regarding Dr. Runga's partnership, yes, we received a complaint together with my chairperson, Lion J.B. Ntangare. The region chair was also engaged. Only I didn't know that Kamwenge similarly was in the background, and we organized the meeting between Dr. Runga himself, because previously we were dealing with the managers on the ground. Dr. Runga himself met Lions of Fort Potro, and they discussed a whole morning. They took pictures, which they shared with us. Unfortunately, I couldn't go there. The very day we had a retreat of senior leaders here in Kampala, and something good came out according to Lion Rionga, and another one who represented Fort Potro. In Lion Rionga's words, he said, we are looking forward to see that the pledges and promises are fulfilled. But otherwise, he came out happy. Thank you. Now, like there is nothing more to do, can I call Lion JB Ntangare to come forward and present
There has been a hand up.
a proposal which we need to receive and adopt to support a borrowing for the multiple district project, mooted project, but being managed in our district here. And as the report of Council of Governors gets ready, and then we conclude.
Presiding officer, I have some proposals, some contributions to make.
Where are you?
I am behind here.
That sounds like Eddie.
I've already been given the microphone even. Presiding officer, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Only we want to hear your voice, but I was going to shut you down.
Yeah,
please.
My name is Eddie Nam from Lions Club of Nyapea. I'm the IPP. I just wanted to make some additions to what our zone chair was presenting.
Region chair
was presenting. We have an active MOU with Spice of Life as Lions Club of Nyapea and St. Aloysius College Nyapea. They're supporting us to establish an agricultural learning center for the community. Currently, what they have done is to establish a greenhouse, fenced it, and is working through an irrigation scheme, which is solar powered. But in the second year, we hope to increase on the animals and also do something like the fruit crops and the trees, and even the fish ponds. So I wanted to just make an addition to what he has said. It is not only in Arua, but also in Nyapea. They also drilled 3 boreholes in our...
Yes, I know. I saw some of them.
Yeah. And even in Nebi, although it was in the last diagnostic year, but we also want to talk about them. Something about how we are able to increase on membership from 14 to 23.
Yes, because you have done it.
I also want to talk about it briefly.
Yes.
You know, Lions Club of Nyapea is composed of all the boys of that school. And most of them were boys. It's also a boys' school, but in some extreme circumstances, we normally have girls who will sit there. The circumstances are not very normal. Like during COVID, we had 3 girls who sat in that school. So you know the condition that can bring someone to sit in that college. So we have one lady who is a member of the Lions Club of Nyapea. I remember someone was talking about that there is a club that only has men.
Actually, it had no lady.
It has no
I
lady.
only managed to enact one when I
for
went
us,
there.
we have now one. So I've given you the extreme circumstances that can allow someone to sit, even if that person is a lady in Nyapea College. So most of our members are in diaspora, and most of our activities are done online. But last year, we were able to do our installation of the club leaders during the St. Aloysius Day, which is our school day. That was the reason why we were able to attract the 9 members to come. Actually, there were 8, and then one joined us during the time of the district governor's visit as we were having the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Something very special about Nyapea. When you want to see Nyapea members, if you are lucky, you may see only that man. But there are 20. But then the club is very effective on the ground. These guys were able to bridge. They are in the process of bridging. Is it complete? Bridging River Nyagak. From the diaspora, they are bridging River Nyagak to create a crossing. Yes. So that's something we can tap in. Many areas in Uganda have people living in the diaspora who can actually support you in your work, provided you do a good accountability. Thank you so much, Ryan Eddie, for being a good trustee on the ground. Because you receive their money, account for it, and put them in meetings virtually. He is a wonderful man. Stand up again. Please recognize him. And thank you for coming to this meeting. Yeah, so, Ryan JB, kindly.
Thank you, Governor.
You have a nice proposal which you can give to this meeting so that we help by supporting you.
Okay, thank you. As you all know, we have a partnership as Lions with Global Hope, who are based in Mulago. They treat children with cancer, and some of these children may not be admitted. They have to receive, what do you call it, outpatient services. And most of the parents from up country cannot afford hotels, so there is a home called Blessed Child, which accommodates those children. Now, the multiple district council at a recent meeting agreed to present a proposal to Lions Clubs International to facilitate Blessed Child with a project of $75,000. Blessed Child has also a partner in Nairobi, and would be that project will cater for a transportation van for the children from the Blessed Child home in that place is called what?
Kavule.
Chikoni.
Kavule
Chikoni to Marago. Then establish a mini library with primary school books and also equipment for children to play, and install energy saving and safe cooking facilities for the children's home. Then also conduct outreach workshops to create awareness. So that's awareness about childhood cancer. That project is a multiple district project. That means it doesn't encroach on the district projects in case the district wants to apply for a project in the area of childhood cancer. Since it is based here, the council, the multiple council, requested that an account be opened here. So what we are requesting this cabinet is to allow the multiple district to get a resolution to open a bank account in Uganda so that this project can be implemented. Thank you, and Governor.
It's only a bank account.
It's a bank account.
Resolution.
Yeah.
And is something being done to the Bless a Child home in Nairobi?
Yes, there will be something done for the home in Nairobi.
That's why it's a multiple district project. Okay. Has it been understood?
The signatories are the council chairperson, Randanza Naturinda, and the council treasurer, Lion J. Bintangare.
We need proposals for adoption and seconders. We need a resolution to open a bank account. Yes, Lion Father Charles. Lion Father Charles, I thought your hand was up.
I'm not moving because I've also not understood. You're asking the cabinet to authorize opening a bank account.
To receive funds from a project that is already approved.
But then you talked of borrowing money.
No.
So it was a slip of the tongue.
Did I say that? Opening.
Okay.
I said borrowing.
The other one talked about borrowing money.
Sorry. Opening a project
so if
account.
If it is opening the account, fine.
To handle
but
funds from the project. No, we don't borrow. We don't ordinarily borrow.
You need to know, according to Uganda regulations, to open a bank account, you must have certified documents with a resolution.
Yes.
And the multiple council cannot bring a resolution here. So we have to go through our district.
Yes, Dr. Kasolo.
Land DG, I propose that we approve the proposal to open a bank account for purposes of that project. Thank you.
For purposes of the multiple district project?
Yes.
multiple district applied and approved project to be operated in Uganda.
Yes, thank you. I propose.
Dr. Kasoro, thank you. He proposes. Yes, Lion Charity. Lion Charity seconds. And Lion Allport.
And Lion Janet.
Engineer Allport. You are seconding also? Yes. Go ahead.
District Governor, I second.
Thank you.
District
Thank you.
Governor,
It's going to be minuted. Yes, please.
District Governor, I think we should complete it because when we approve, then we should also approve the signatories. Thank you.
Yes, that's good guidance. The signatories are only two. Is that so? Lion J. Bintangare and Lion Engineer Dr. Danis Naturinda. Minutes, please pick that. I suggest we add the third one, the governor. Yes. And the governor. Because it's being operated here, the governor should know. Digitoto is our supreme head as we stand here currently. She is the chair of the Council of Governors. Kindly go ahead and present the report of Council of Governors.
Thank you very much, DG. I'm going to present the report of the Council of Governors as per the sitting yesterday. Council met on Friday, 24th Jan, from 9:25 p.m. to a quarter past midnight. The following morning in this very Hotel Brovard, Masaka. 10 councillors and 4 invitees were in attendance. Congratulated the governor and his committee for steering the district very well for the first half of the Lionistic year. Number 4. After seriously taking note that the Leo clubs carry out many activities, but they do not report, it was resolved that the GLT arranges special trainings for the Leo leaders and Leo advisors. Number 5, Council scheduled the Women's Symposium to be held in Mbarara City. Number 6, Council was concerned on the loss of 2 clubs, Ngora and Gulu Metropolitan, and agreed on a follow-up of these 2 by the concerned Lion leaders at all levels. But we've just seen a message on WhatsApp that Ngora Lions Club has remitted funds. Number 7, Council noted that clubs identified as weak and at risk of being lost, such as Tororo Host, require proactive follow-up by a team of immediate past district governor, who is a GMA coordinator, who is Lion Dr. Stanley Bubikire, and the cabinet secretary. We noted an increase of 385 new Lion members within the first half of the year, and this being below our target, Council resolved on enhanced recruitment strategies, as you heard from several presentations. Council noted the need of a mid-term review of the district 5-year plan. The 5-year plan was presented during the last cabinet meeting but we need to have a review. Number 10. Noted that LCIF contributions in this Lions year stand at $39,999, which is far below the target of the 100,000 US dollars. 11. Resolved that since all LCIF funded projects belong to the districts, clubs that develop project proposals should submit to the DG office, who would engage the projects committee to scrutinize and advise or engage accordingly. Thereafter, the proposals would be discussed in cabinet meetings, and once approved, then they will be submitted to LCIF. Towards fulfilling this requirement, the DG had, like used it to be in the past, appointed the District 411B Projects Committee. Council agreed to have diabetes activities as the district signature project. Every team that participated, we were able to see that diabetes was highly performed. Number 13, noted the ongoing operationalization of the legal status of the Lions legal entity, the trust. The 5 regional representatives were elected from each of the 5 regions of the district to the board of trustees. In addition to all past DGs as members, each club also elected 1 representative to the General Assembly AGM of the trust. The proposed duration of membership to the board of trustees is 3 years, renewable only once. This model of representation would ensure fair and equitable involvement. Clubs had been communicated to do away with other legal entities. DG, maybe I can introduce those that were elected in every region. Region A, we had Lion Charity Atwine as a regional representative.
As a trustee.
As a trust.
Board of trustee, regional representative.
Region B, we had.
Please stand up, Charity.
So that people see you. Alex Baguma.
In absentia.
In absentia. Region C, Lion Benon.
Atuzarirwe.
I can't mention the other.
It's called Atuzarirwe.
Atuza.
Yes. You have it.
Region D, Dr. Uketi. Region E, Lion Rajesh, in absentia. So those are our representatives for the 5 regions, and every club elected 1 member to represent them in the trust. An account for the trust to be opened soon, and the DG team will work on that. Number 15, Council noted that there was no progress report on the dissolution of the former legal entity, Lions Club Uganda. resolved that the council chair, who is myself, officially writes a reminder to the entity leaders with a final request to provide the progress before end of February 2025. This is to ensure smooth running of the district and to avoid confusion that can arise, as earlier noted in our previous meetings. Number 16, realizing that several clubs don't pay district dues. One of the past council chairpersons proposed that an Excel payment sheet be shared either weekly or monthly on Lions of Uganda platform as a way of regular reminder by the cabinet treasurer. This was agreed upon unanimously. As you heard, some of the presidents were saying, we pay, then they say they have not paid, and then we want to support the treasurer in doing her work. So we want to encourage. Council members appreciated the acquisition of a rented office space in Ntinda. The office has been rented. Kisache Mall in Ntinda, where the governor is supposed to sit. Number 18, the preparedness of the upcoming visit by the IPP, Dr. Patty Hill, was noted to be in high gear with the preparations. Number 19, thanked the management and staff of Hotel Brovard for hosting the cabinet meeting, Council of Governors meeting, and the banquet which we are going to enjoy tonight. The grant administrator should always update the DG's office. That one, I skipped it there. Grant administrator should always update the DG's office on the progress of the projects. Presiding officer, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG Toto. Could we receive this report from the Council of Governors and take some action if we feel it's needed through reactions? Yes.
Yeah, presiding officer, I beg to receive the report from the Council of Governors meeting yesterday.
Seconder, Lion Medres Kule, Valila. Another seconder.
I second.
Where are
that
you?
This report be received.
That is who?
And adopted.
Okay. Who else is seconding? Oh, I think that's okay. Now, would there be any comment or reaction? Yes, Frank.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have listened, I believe, carefully, and I have heard that the outgoing entity, Lions of Uganda, I think Limited, ought to be wound up which probably is correct, but that entity has properties registered in its name and which will need to be transferred to the new entity.
Yes.
And as soon as they are deregistered before the transfer, they will lose the legal capacity to do so.
It may not even be possible to register them, so they should speed up that
So
process.
I think they will run concurrently until there is capacity for the new entity to receive the properties. Then when they have transferred the properties, you can deregister the other one. Otherwise, if you start with the deregistration, they will lose the capacity to transfer. Thank you.
The capacity to receive is there. I think the point is both working together and they resolve it. Lion, Father Charles.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I want to appreciate the good work that the Council of Governors has done. I want to address myself on number 14 of the suggestions or resolutions they have suggested, specifically about the term of office of the trustee. I don't know whether I'm the one who did not understand it well. The 3 years seem to me to be a little bit short. I don't know whether it was for everyone or only for representatives from the club. So I need clarification about that.
It is from the region and clubs.
So the
chairperson is the governor and actually has 1 year to become vice after that year. And the vice is part of that team as well. So they all have like 3 years to be around that trust.
So to me, that seems to be a short time for them to consolidate a good leadership in terms of the trustee.
Actually, we discussed that in the last meeting, it was virtual, but members felt that for a start, let's see how it goes, because it's easy to amend when we need to amend that deed, in case we feel we need more years. So it was discussed and adopted by the Assembly of the Trust. Probably what I've been reminded by the Council of Governors report is that we need a resolution. The money which the treasurer gave you, some of you got excited, is a lot of money. Some of it is not ours. It belongs to that trust. LOCU has 10,000, which we urgently need to take to the trust, and we don't have a trust account. That's why it is still on the district account. So we need a resolution. A resolution to open a trust account, I think in the same bank, Bank of Baroda, and the signatory is the governor, who is the chair, and the cabinet secretary and the cabinet treasurer. I'm advised that the other side already has a trust. Is that enough? Okay. The AGM made a resolution, so it's okay. Yes, Ryan Karuru.
Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, I request our friends from District 409, Rwanda, Congo, Burundi, prepare to come forward and greet us. Okay? Let's Ryan Karuru.
Yeah, thank you very much, DG. I'm making reference to resolution number 13. I wonder whether you can...
What was it about? You can quickly.
This is an official document which is talking of transferring from some legal to another legal. I just wanted to find out whether the word legal there still has a meaning, because if you are transferring from what we are, from any other legal, I wish you could replace so that you exactly get what I mean.
Our friends from 409, are you good? You can come near here. We have some 2 chairs here.
Yeah, District Governor, the last sentence of Resolution 13 starts from clubs had been communicated to do away with other legal entities. Why don't we just say other entities, whether legal or not legal?
Unfortunately, do you have a lawyer in the house?
Somebody can say it is a legal entity or another entity. So I don't think they want
Can you
legal
help us?
there.
I think it's clear. The secretary of this council is Lion Dr. Stanley. Kindly look into it to change from other legal identities to legal trust. Maybe that would be a better statement. Alan, you have something to talk about quickly?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's maybe guidance from the House. If the trust is formed and we have representatives from regions, and then we have also representatives from the club, is the trust separate from the district leadership? In short, I'm saying just in case you wake up and this club which is giving us a trustee is rubbed off, like dropped, status quo, those things that happen, and then we lose the clubs. Does that member stay, if he's a lion, does that member stay as the trustee? And then also it goes for the club representatives. If the club is written off, does the member remain as a trustee?
No. The trustee was accordingly amended to incorporate that as we were bringing in these new members. So no.
Members, actually the members of the trust are clubs. When the clubs exit, we remove it from the register. When a new one joins, according to the current resolutions, it's added on the trust deed. So without a club, you can't be a representative. Thank you.
Thank you too. Friends, would you come forward here? Unfortunately, I don't have your details, so I'd ask you to introduce yourselves and tell us more about yourselves and your mission here in Uganda. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, all. My name is Dr. Mark Abzenda Anthony. I am delegated, like my other friend here said. In Rwanda, we call ourselves AMI, by my district. First and foremost, I want to thank the entire cabinet of District 411B for the invitation to be here. Yeah, I'm not really too audible. Yeah, I want to thank the entire cabinet. I want to thank the DG for giving us the honor to be present in your cabinet meeting, the PDGs, and every other member, the president of clubs that are present today. Thank you so much. It's an honor. Being here today is like a learning process for us too. We really had a long night yesterday and getting down to this place. So somehow I've been dozing off, but I followed all the entire process of whatever took place here today. And we learned a lot. Basically, my PDG, is supposed to be the one here today, but he just came back from a trip and got sick. So he asked me to come over. I'm from Lions Club Kigali, Doyen, and Lions Club. I'm the president of Lions Club Kigali Impact, the new club that has been vetted in Rwanda. And by the grace of God, I represent District 409, comprising of Burundi, DRC, and Rwanda. And I believe that
majority of the people here knows that the upcoming African Forum, the 6th,
Africa Forum.
yeah, will be held in Kigali, Rwanda. So
When is that?
that should be from 11th to 14th of November, 2025. And there is something specifically I want to say about a club that really brought us to this place. I want to especially thank Ami Smith, the club of Bushein. They have really been of a great help, especially in the formation of the new Impact, Kigali Impact.
How many new clubs in Kigali now?
There are 3 clubs from the plus the Leo club. They're making it 4. We have Lions
You are
Club,
moving from
Kigali
1 to 4.
Doyen. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. So, we're Uganda as a club, and the much I've learned today in the process of formation of the new club from Miss Smith has made me to believe that this club, even seeing what is happening here, shows a club that is well coordinated, a district, sorry, that is well coordinated. And we want to work with you guys, especially in the affair of this upcoming international convention that's coming up in Kigali from 11th to 14th. So we indulge and we ask for a full cooperation of District 411B in every aspect, anywhere you guys can help us, because we are still a club that is in the format, in the growing phase, and whatever, anyhow you guys can help us, we are highly welcomed. We really appreciate, especially all the club executives. In fact, the crowd, I remember when I was not a member, but I was somehow being reminded that the Bushein Club came for a visit. More than 80 members were present in Kigali. They did a lot of services and everything, and it was an honor. So please, we ask you guys to be present. Help us in any way you can contribute. You are all welcome. Thank you so much, Amideji.
Your names again and your friend?
My name is Jean Sharma Kizimana, and I'm treasurer to our new club, Kigali Lions Club, Kigali Impact.
So I'm a Nigerian.
Yeah. Anthony is a Nigerian living in Rwanda. Please resume your seats. I think we have a vote of thanks from someone. Who is it? As you prepare to come, Cabinet Secretary, who is giving a vote of thanks? We are getting short of time. I'll give you a few remarks and then close. Thank you. Oh, Janet, you are available, please. We are getting time bad for our dinner. Give a vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Lions and Leos, our dear district governor, with the entire cabinet, the past district governors, the multiple chair service persons, the Lions, the Leos. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, District Governor, for making this possible for us. We want to also appreciate the management of this hotel. May God bless you all.
Thank you for being brief. Fellow Lions, senior leaders, and everyone, good evening. As we close this meeting, I want to thank you so much for your patience. It has been quite a long meeting, but we realize we have dealt with extremely very important issues tonight, which may shape our future seriously if we pursue them. the way we have agreed upon them. And if we take time to design them, what we have arrived at today is a general frame, but we need to go into the nitty-gritty details to come out with something tangible. I appreciate you for the orderliness and your ideas. I ask you, as you return to your respective stations, to engage a lot in teamwork so that we can accomplish the goals that we are yet to achieve. Please work together so that you can deliver the clubs that are in formation, that you can receive new members into your clubs, that you can serve more people to achieve the service goals and more of the goals as you know them. I want you to come to continue remembering to note the dates when our international guest, Dr. Patty Hill, will come to Uganda. Note them well. Be reminded to contribute, to donate something to LCIF, and also importantly to come and cheer her up and receive her. I also want to take this opportunity to remind you of the convention. The date is 23rd April. The location is Naivasha, 100 kilometers before Nairobi. Please make your registration now for early bird and pay. If it's not possible now, still consider it in Feb and March. And also organize your respective other members' clubs, other club members, so that together you can travel in groups to that place. That's the benefit that accrues to you as Lions. Traveling in groups and seeing new places and taking leave to your usual course with friends, with family, and you relax a little. I want to appreciate our friends from District 409. I have received an email before from PDG Saj, who is the chairperson of the Africa Forum, which is coming out in November. Please take back my regards and tell him that as per my response, I pledge that we shall cooperate as far as possible, and we really like attending, and we shall come to Rwanda and attend the Africa Forum. With those remarks, I want to invite everyone here to a banquet. We shall have a banquet in the same room, I believe. So we'll vacate and give them some time to reorganize it, and then we come in. The time is now. Actually, it should have started this very hour. So let's come in at 7:30. Thank you. I want to adjourn the meeting by the powers entrusted to me. The meeting is adjourned. Fellowship, as usual, will continue in this place. And I have good things to deliver with me.